Hello, chatto! It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła bloody Kraków, we have progressed finally through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, having swept Porto aside in incredibly difficult circumstances last stream, and we will face Espanyol, the Radomiak killers. We will take our revenge after they've knocked out PSG and done us all the biggest favours in the world. In other news, the Europa League is still pushing on with two more Polish sides still in the action. Another should have gone through, but they didn't. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with goddamn Wisła Kraków. Lovely. Like a pro-human.
Well, hello, Matto and Chatto. It's Tuesday. How you all doing? Oh, and 20 months goes by quick. Here's to many more, to the Build a Nation legend. Cheers to that. Sick Matt Jam, sick Harold, sick Wisła.
Might just be my brain. But did it sound like with Terry's resub that Stream Nana was just talking faster? It felt like she was talking faster than normal. I don't know how... Yeah, why was she speaking so fast? I mean, to be fair, I'm here for it. It's like she knew it was the intro. But I've never heard Stream Nana burst through it like that. Stream Nana got bars, or she's got my medication. One or the other. Terry, though, thank you very much for the 20 months. That is extremely kind of you. And Roundy with the Twitch babby on top of that as well. You love to see it. You're right, I'm hearing twice as fast as I'm speaking twice as fast as well. And Salty Scotsman as well, thank you for the 49 right before I went fully live there too. And Suspect, thank you for the resub right before stream too, because we're doing that kind of thing now. You love to see it. Oh, she's learned from the averagist. What can I say? Let me just turn that down slightly. Oh, hello friends. What a blessed time. I thought that I was going to get this mucked up because I looked in my drawer this morning and I saw this shirt and I thought, you know what? It's been a while since I've cracked out my Miggy Montiel special, but I thought today was the day for it. Alpha whiskey, the only kind I know. None of that beta whiskey around these parts. Thank you very much for the 4 months as well. That is mega nice of you, my friend. Hope you're well this morning. Oh, yeah, no, it was weird. What if Stream Nana's gonna... We'll have to see the next time there's a resub that's got a message attached to it. Jellyvards as well with the prime. All the primes this morning. You love to see it, friends. While we're doing that, let me just get the fantasy points on screen. Tomek is kind of having a nice time with this. In fact, I'm pretty certain that Tomac can't actually be catched. I don't think there's any chance. I mean, literally, just incredible. However, the rest of it's very tight, and that is the most important thing. PJ up as well. Good move from Rob last stream too, but there's still things on to play for today, no doubt. Cool. No, I mean catched, because words are difficult. I literally, right about 2 minutes before I went live, Dave, I saw it and just opened it on my phone and I looked at it and thought, you know what? I'm all right with that, because it now feels like the players, when people send me players that they think I look like, the players that they're sending me are getting progressively more handsome. And that is the biggest sign that I'm doing something right. It's gone from being, well, man would survive a car accident to like a guy of average appearance. And I'm like, that's what I aim for. I strive to be average. It's all I ever wanted in life. Bagvus, thank you very much for the 40 months. For the 40 months, for the 40 bits. I don't know why it didn't read anything out. A Stream Nana's not going to bother with that, apparently. She's used up all of her energy on that one thing. Centre bachelor. I think I'm going to go with, what was it? Centre backs that are who are on a date that are that is blind. I think that's what we decided was going to be the title of the show for next season. We couldn't agree, and I think that one just seems to suit it best. Josh King was... I know he lost the game, right? But I tell you what, that was a great watch. Like, it felt like it was entertaining. We lost the game, and I was still out there like, yeah, this is actually fucking sick. I loved it because it looked like a team that actually had ideas. Albeit they do need to tighten up a few in places for sure. But a lot of that was game staying too, though. But it was just fun. It was a fun game, and it was just really, really good. I just had a great time watching it. And honestly, we could have equalised. Chelsea could have scored more. It's just... It reminded me why I love football. It looked like two teams that were trying to like innovate and do cool things against each other, and neither of them really knew how to stop the other from doing it. But it was great fun. I just had a really, really enjoyable game. Yeah, I mean, and interestingly, Sanchez helped. I mean, he did, but he also saved other stuff too. What I would say, the only goal that really annoyed me was the third one, because of the way that it looked like the defending was from. If you were defending like that in the 90th minute of a game that you're chasing, shit happens. But it's like nobody tracked back to try and help. They just sort of thought, yeah, these two have got this. No, they don't. No, they don't. What are we doing? That was a little bit weird. But other than that, like, it was great. One thing I also really liked about it too is that we looked like a team that could respond. I feel like Fulham in the past were very bad at responding. This team, like we actually looked at our very best when we conceded goals, ironically, which was kind of a nice thing. And I think part of Chelsea's plan every time they scored, particularly with the first and the third goal, was they do like a period of like 10 minutes of progression, or like 10 minutes of trying to hold the ball. And I don't think that really worked. I think it actually encouraged us more than it did like try to kill the game. So points payout, let's go. Ooh, a lot of believers today. Things you'll love to see. Rightly so. Chelsea average positions. I would love to, but unfortunately I can't open the graph anymore. I'm also on the wrong page. It won't go any bigger than that. I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, to be honest. Either way, like, hang on, let me just do the... see if this should work. Don't know if this works with those. Give me a minute. Third goal was offside. No, he was miles onside. I think the fact that we were trying to like play an offside trap. Wow. Wait, where's their average positions? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Or is that literally just their average positions? It's very well like set up as far as the formation goes, if that is the average positions chart. Like, it's extremely well spaced, I guess. Like, everyone seems to know exactly where they're supposed to be. It doesn't look like an average positions chart. It almost just looks like a formations chart, whereas our one you could tell is an average positions chart, which actually makes sense that Bassi would be further forward because he does like a bit of a meander occasionally. Yeah, sorry, forgive me. I didn't have the context. It's certainly the fact that Chelsea are in a low block. I mean, to be fair, at times it certainly felt like that. I'm certainly not I'm no longer fearing. At times I was like, oh shit, how are we going to set up there? Because the thing is, Chelsea, I think, are actually going to be really good this season and fun to watch. And the fact that we gave them a proper game like that, I'm really encouraged by it, to be honest. Oh, they look very well drilled. I still feel like it was just minor mistakes, really. The goalkeeper didn't help them, obviously, but like, it was just a good game. I had a great time watching it. It's rare that I ever come away from a game going, oh, you know what? That was actually just fun. And that's what I actually wanted out of us. I thought, yeah, okay, Gonzalo, he didn't have a lot to feed on for most of the game, but he never stopped running. And I like that about him. In addition, he never stopped trying to get into the right positions, which is why he was in the position to score the goal that he did. And I'm so glad that he got a goal, because that's now not a thing. It's like he's already scored his first goal. Doesn't matter now. Just get your head down type of thing. Josh King getting off the mark so quickly as well. Ah, yes. So, coming to my Premier League predictions. This is the fun part. Oh, your boy may not have chefed overall, but there's one area in which he did chef. These were the predictions I made on Friday morning for the Premier League. Now, obviously, some of them are absolutely heinous, of course. But I did predict Fulham 2, Chelsea 3. And I will be taking my flowers on that one, because that is an out-of-pocket one. You just don't predict a 3-2 defeat like that. But I did, and I was right. Yeah, I got the City result as well, just barely at the very end. So I'll take that. 2 actual direct scores, but I feel like the Fulham-Chelsea one is a more impressive correct scoreline, to be honest, because you don't see a lot of 3-2s like that, to be fair. And I also did predict Man United not to beat Hull, but I'll take that at least, but the rest of them weren't exactly spectacular, to be honest. But, I mean, I watched the Brighton-Villa game after stream, because I couldn't be bothered. I didn't know when the F1 was going to be starting back up again, so I thought, fuck it, I'll watch the Brighton-Villa game. That was something. That was really something. What was going on there? It was one of those games where the weirdest thing about that game is the fact that they didn't score once Villa went down to 10 men. They were certainly in a period of turmoil. And I know this is, you see the usual knee-jerk reaction of like, oh my God, it's going to be, is Watkins actually going? Because I heard rumours about that, but I didn't know that if that had actually gone through. Speaking of things that have gone through, Mushroom, did your song request actually go through? Oh yes, it did. Sick. It's literally just come on, in fact. Certainly, it's like, I wouldn't be too worried, really, but it's not the way you want to open the season, obviously. Villa are going to have to, they're going to have to reinforce, obviously, particularly with the players they've lost. But I think it's just that, it's the injuries as well, because Onana, how long is Onana out for? Because he seems like he's going to be a big miss. First day of the new season, yeah. To be fair, Villa started incredibly bad the season. Oh my God. So I didn't realise it was as bad as that. Shit, okay, that is a problem. The reason I thought I'd start us here as well today, we do have a next gen day as well, which we're on currently, is because I realised we hadn't had a propaganda at the way that the XG on the beach fellas were actually performing. Now, it's going to be a difficult one for me to actually isolate them, but you'll have to sort of ignore the other guys that are in there too, because there is a way, there is a way that you can actually get rid of them. Actually, we're not even on a match day. Let me just remove, let me try this. 1 second. Let me get rid of you. No, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do the opposite of that shit. Fuck it. Can you undo from here? Yeah, sick. So what I actually want to do is take you out and you out like that. And then I should be able to go back in here and there's an option for hiding or there used to be, hiding match squad. There we go. So that should basically highlight, with the exception of Dushan, all the other guys, basically. Those that are actually still here at least. And that are not injured, I guess. Oh, was it the World Cup? I didn't realise it was the World Cup. Penalties. I think he just kind of does that with penalties, doesn't he? He's just a very good penalty taker, but he'll give you a little bit of like, while you're at it, yeah? Shoe signings are done for big profits to Garnacho and Goretzka. Yeah, the Goretzka signing I'm curious about, because obviously he's not actually, has he joined yet, or is he just like rumoured to be joining really recently? I am a big I'm a Garnacho disliker, so maybe he'll come good there, and Villa have at least managed to do that for a few other players, but it does seem like it's kind of like the same kind of response on a different level to one of my biggest problems with Fulham's recruitment over the last couple of years, is that we were often the team signing the players for big money rather than developing younger players on a cheaper rate, like a Bournemouth and a Brighton and a Brentford type of model. Whereas it does seem that although we're spending more money now, we're at least targeting a different age profile. That was apparently the youngest Fulham lineup ever in the Premier League, which seems a bit odd to me, as I feel like we must have played like a younger lineup once or twice, but apparently not. But there you go. Yeah, Stig has played some games on the wings because we've had no choice. So we have to obviously take that into account as well. Did Stig just get removed from the team there? Wait, is Stig still in the matchday squad somehow? 1 second. I think he is, isn't he? I didn't see him in the matchday squad. Oh, he's on the bench, of course. He's Wally Huffer as well. Ruiz, Kukonda, Huffer. Wait, why is it not letting me take them off the bench? There we go. That should be better. That should allow us to, because I forgot the matchday squad also means bench, doesn't it? There we go. That's more like it. So now we can get a better idea. Obviously, now some of the stats will be a little bit different. Disappointing news for our tall boy. I must admit, I thought we'd see more out of him. Hopefully, we'll give him some game time towards the end of the season to see if he can do something. But his numbers have been depressing, given the number of minutes. Minutes is probably a better actual modifier for these, I suppose. Swiss lad. Is that Man Zambi, the guy that was heavily linked with Newcastle for a while? Oddly Eclectic Musical says, hey, nothing wrong with Oddly Eclectic. That's why we're here. I suppose he wasn't he? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Fulham's squad the last couple of years have been pretty old. Yeah, Stig has been... He's a ludicrously good player, either as a striker or as a wide man, honestly, because he is just... He's just an athlete that is such a... I honestly wish he had a little bit more flair to his game. It's only 14, but it's like... I think with Liverpool, I must admit, I was only like cursorily watching the game. Pog and I were opening more packs. Intake was actually better than predicted. We actually got a player, not that he's great by any means, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. I thought I've still... I think we've gone past the point where youth can. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, we do still have it. It was... It's actually 2 guys, apparently, that have become top prospects. That's a difference. So this was the guy that the game claimed was the best of the bunch, Daniel Zbilut, who, to be honest, he's not horrendous. He'll never play for us, but he's not the worst player by any means. The other player that it's not, this guy wasn't rated as highly as this before, Mikołaj Kapushka. Tell you what, I'd argue he might even be better. Now, he does shoot from distance with crap long shots. Does curl a ball, though. I do like a curls ball trait, because you can't teach that. As far as I know, that one is not one of the ones that you can, like, teach them. They just have to have that. Mikołaj, yeah, he's all right, actually. He might be the best of the bunch, to be honest. Small cabbage? Now, actually, there was a comment on the VOD about us finding out the Brazilian youth intake player's middle name, or his full name. And that full name... Oh, I didn't realise he was American. Chat, I present to you Gledson Green. This is so much better than I thought it was going to be. We've got a dual nationality guy, Gledson Green, born in... My brain immediately said South Carolina, but that can't be right, surely. That must be a Brazilian state, no? I don't know which state that would be. Santa something or other, I'm guessing. Because I think there's an accent on it. Santa Catarina, right. My brain immediately went, South Carolina? Santa Catarina. Yeah, so he was born in Brazil, obviously. But his name is Gledson Green. In my headcanon, he was born in Brazil, South Carolina. That's actually quite sick. I mean, he's rubbish. But, I mean, he's actually somehow worse than Dave Giddings. He of Bermuda fame, although he was born in Devonshire. I don't know if that's actually a place, buddy. I think you're thinking of Devon. Close, though. It's all right, though. We'll get away with it. Mr. Peruvia as well. Julio Mori was born in... There you go. So he was actually a Peruvian as well. I didn't even think to check second nationalities. There you go. That'd be a fun thing to get in the SADSkin for next year, perhaps, is second nationalities on the youth intake regen page or something. Okay, so yeah, intake wasn't fantastic, to be honest, but it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse than what we were expecting. But yeah, as for the, like, players that haven't scored a goal, I mean, the one who's played the least minutes is Munoz, but that hasn't helped because he has been injured for... Wait, is he back now? Could have sworn he was injured. Okay, apparently Munoz is not injured anymore. He was for a while. So he might maybe get another chance here. Ruiz could do with a few more minutes as well. Hopefully they will just get a bit of luck. Like, thank God and Woke has actually played a decent amount of minutes and has looked all right, which does beg the question of, is it because of his incredible dribbling ability? Bearing in mind, our strikers are not set for high dribbling, and I only did it for him in one game, potentially, to mess around with that. Pimenta's not looked too bad either, has scored a goal at least. Average ratings, I do obviously have the more detailed map, what's it called? The shot map one, where we can have a look at their attributes a little bit more deeper. So you can see who's had the most shots on target. Stig's shooting on target a lot. Who shoots the most from outside the area. These two by quite a considerable amount, I suppose. We could sack the wheel off a little bit for that, potentially, yeah. And just kind of try to even it out for the rest of the season. Since there's still at least another 8-9 games left as far as like outside of Europe as well. One of the hardest pages to edit. It probably is, honestly, yeah. Pimenta's agent still his dad. I mean, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be still his dad. Let me check. His agent is still Walter Pimenta. So we'll have to deal with him at some point if a contract negotiation comes around. Alejandro does hit the target a good amount, albeit smaller sample size. Shots... This is a nice little actual... I do like this number. Now, it's better when you've got a few more shots under your belt, because 2 shots, probably a little bit of a small sample size. What I would say, though, is Blanco's number's really good, and Alejandro has had 6 at the very least, so there's something to be said for that. Whereas Wally, I imagine this is largely headers from Wally, because he's just Mr. Aggression or strength, isn't he? Doesn't shoot too much, has a 0% conversion rate as well. What about that non-penalty XG per 90? Alejandro's is also the top of that. Like, 1. Now, he needs to play more minutes, to be honest. Hello, Sharpie. Alejandro does have good finishing too. What was his other good thing? Oh, he's Mr. Flair. I wonder if it's that added flair is making him try things, perhaps, and it's doing different stuff. I don't know. Manga's up there too. Pimenta, not too bad. Obviously, Jorge's not had a shot yet, which is impressive considering he's played over... He's approaching 2 full games of football and he's not had a single shot. Like, that is a bit of a disgrace. The others are sort of... Actually, Stig's quite low. Or actually, he's within a sort of decent realm, in fairness to him. But he has scored 6 goals as well. And his conversion rate... Or is that shots on target, right? Yeah, his shots on target's pretty good too. 68% is very solid. Conversion rate is kind of small sample sizes again. But... So who really needs football today then, based on this? So... Batista does... Alejandro, pretty much all the guys who are under 200 minutes basically just need more minutes. And obviously Stig would have played a little bit out wide as well. So that's probably also a factor too. You know, instead of fudge the numbers, true. Hello, because I'm fantastic today. Got out, did some intervals. It was hard as fuck. But it's beautiful outside. I'm back now. In addition, 2 other things. 1, for later, Eco Pack. And... Pog's now got into it as well. So Pog now has... we have a second binder because it wouldn't all fit in the first binder. So Pog loves it. She absolutely loves it. She's put all the cards in the correct order and everything. She's got the spreadsheet and everything done. She's absolutely adoring this. But in addition, look what we got yesterday. Now, I realise you can't probably see this, but is it going to work? There we go. It's Doku. But not only is it Doku, it's also a numbered Doku. It's number 257 out of 399. It's a pink sparkle or pink diamond sparkle, whatever, numbered Doku. So that is actually probably the best pull that we've managed to get so far. which I really like that card as well. And it's the fact that it's not just like a random player, it's Doku as well, which I think is cool. So that's by far the best one we've got so far. Pog rocked up from Tesco after stream on Friday. No, Sunday, and just handed me some packs, which is cool. And then she obviously got her binder, which came with some more packs. But we've got the Eco Pack, which we got in Tesco's yesterday, because it's got slightly different cards in it. Like, you get the perfect 10s in there too. We're going to try and complete the set. Yes. Pog is coming to Slough. Yes, she is. Silent Earthling, thank you very much for the 12 months.
Glorious months of mostly lurking with the occasional song request. Cheers, Matto. Loving the MTK shirt, BTW.
Thank you. I haven't worn this in ages, and I just felt it would be nice to crack it out today. Yeah, we're going to we'll bring loads of swaps to Slough, because we've got a stupid amount of duplicates at the moment, as it is. There was another one I got as well. I can't remember which one it was. Sorry, I put this in a really specific, correct order and everything, but I forget the actual order that they're supposed to be in. There was another really cool one. I can't remember what it was. We've got a few more parallels, and you know the drill. I think it was one of the Retro Threads ones. No, it's gone from my brain now. It's in here somewhere. No, Kevin, that would be that card's probably actually worth a bob or two, isn't it? Oh dear. But yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. I've got some more for later on, but yeah, we've got in the eco thing, there's like 3 packs. One's a 5 and then there's 2 10. So we'll open a 5 and a 10 today because I'm that person. And we are guaranteed a voltage in there too, so that'll be interesting as well. Something else I've done, I've made some more views lately. Hey, that's still better than nothing, Mushroom Man, right? One thing I've been really using on my other save is this screen here, because this is less useful for like this part of the save, but if you're doing a lower league save where you've got loads of players that you're trialing for data, I built this view because the best way of knowing when a player is fully scouted, other than having to click on them every single time, and since you can't add, as far as I know, a scouting knowledge column on a squad view for your own team, is the long-term and short-term plans. Because that seems to be the last thing that they scout. So it will normally say scouting required. And so what I've been doing is I've been filtering it by this column to see when all the players I've got on trial are actually ready to have a look at properly, rather than having to like wade through it all. In addition, it has like players' interest and stuff like that in there too, which is just kind of useful as well. So yeah, I might add that to the pack too, just because it is really useful for non-league stuff when you've just been constantly being turned down by player after player after player. It is so frustrating. On the plus side, I might have signed Jamie Redknapp's son without realising it at the time as well, which was even more fun. I thought that name seems a bit familiar. Yeah, it was him. Jacob worth a lot. Jacob Wanga? As in, he's worth a fair amount. I'm amazed that he actually has an EPA if he truly does, because we signed him from Kafua Celtic, a team from Zambia who I genuinely had not encountered before. They're not one of the teams that I would usually sign players from in Zambia, but I think he either came through a transfer room in or a recruitment focus. Like, I assume we're scouting them now, but like, I would never have thought to before. He has got very sensible attributes. Maybe the composure is a little on the low side. Am I working on that? I am. Of course I am. I know these things. Matty Cash card, I don't know the price. Yeah. I mean, I think we might have his base card, but that's about it. There's still a lot of gaps to fill, and we have an awful lot of dupes. We opened 3 packs last night, and 17 of them were duplicates. We're already at that stage. We don't even have that many cards in grand total. It's next gen day. And we've not won it. To be fair, all of our best guys are slightly older than that now. I mean, we have shitloads of players in here, don't get me wrong. But it's not quite, Sharpek and those lads. Oh, double Turks at the top of the leaderboard. And one of them's young and not that expensive. Watch him have like 2-star CA when we've already scouted him or something. Oh yeah, you've got Europa and conference wins. Champions League quarter. Oh, imagine if you'd managed to get Champions League win that same season. Dropped out of the league phase of Europa. One annoying though. It turns out your team qualifies for the Euro. Wins it the same year. The place doesn't pass down. Really? Oh, that's annoying. Although, in a way, is that actually bad or good? Because it means that surely you'd be getting less dilution in a way. This could be good. Wait, he says a Georgian centre back in there. Either way, Serhat Cengiz is the best of the bunch, who we have apparently already scouted. Presumably he was on here last year. Hello, Stanners. How are you, my friend? We'll scout him again, but I suspect he's probably going to be one of those ones. So, £20 for the charity. Mum, there is actually a donation link, which might be better, because then you could do gift aid on it. Hang on, let me do !/Slough. The actual information about the charity match is on there, as well as the actual charity donation thingy. I mean, obviously I can donate it on your behalf as well, but if you wanted to go directly, then that's the best way to do it as well. Hello, Harvey. How are you, friend? We'll go after Sir Hat. He's very expensive, isn't he? But the other guy, and he's a wingback too. Got to me directly. Oh, even better. Oh, I love it when we come to next gen and the player has no... It's like fresh snow. Like, you don't find... When we've not actually scouted them before. Ever. Dogochan Kurtulush. Playing in the Superliga. Was a Fenerbahce. Has now joined... Okay. Why would he leave Fenerbahce? Good tackle. Good dribbling. Good crossing. Good agility. Good... This guy looks very good. I don't want to punt on him because he is £10 million. But still... Huh. I like him. Sorry, it's weird seeing a player this high up the next gen list that we've actually not had any real integration, or like we've not scouted them or come across them at all before. Can't hit the goal, but that's okay. For defensive stuff, I'm all right with that. Admittedly, you know, our wingbacks do kind of need a little bit of that. That said, we have had players with like 5 finishing get double-digit goals playing that role as well. Don, thank you for the 30 bits as well. That's very kind of you. Did the Bushka one go through? I assume it's just after this. Wait, did that not go through, James? Or did it already play? Forgive me, I'm a bit behind on that one. It did. Sick. Right, we'll go back to him in a minute. And then this guy here, Francisco Dominguez, who I think we've looked at before. He's actually quite cheap for the Mexican league. Like, he kind of is very attribute-y. He's a bit dribbly, got a bit of flair, good techers. He actually has a lot of the things that we're looking at already being a good thing from this latest test. I might actually be tempted on him. Not for us, probably, but the wages are a bit high. But for the loan farm, he could absolutely chef. Oh, was he? Okay, that makes sense. Right, they want to... Apparently... Wait, if we could get him for 4... No, we can't get him for 4. What about 5.5? To be honest, that's actually not horrendous for him, to be honest. Just because he is such an attribute merchant. Get him signed up for the summer. This guy is very... Sumela Fernandes. I mean, he's extremely good, but unfortunately he happens to be at Porto, where all of our ghosts live. However, this guy here, who we apparently have looked at before... Was he expensive? Injury prone. He's a bit consistent. Hello, Micro. Lacks jumping reach. Good tackle, but he feels like he might be a bit of a trap, potentially. Just... Very good on both feet, which is kind of fun. What's good? I mean, what's good is we just found a player, number 2 on the next gen list, who we'd never seen before. Which is actually a sign that maybe my scouting's fallen off a little bit. Because usually we come to those top guys, it's like, yeah, we know about this guy. One player I do still... I'm still tempted. I'm thinking future Naeem, right? I'm thinking the future of our right wing-back spot. What about Jakub Kuczynski? Given that he is Polish and likely would... probably end up declaring for Poland anyway. Good on both feet, gets forward whenever possible, not bad finishing, very good composure, he's pacey, he can tackle to a decent extent, he's got good physicals, he's young and still has room to improve, it would seem. Bringing it back to Poland. How much budget? I don't know the exact budget. It's fairly large though, because we made a nice sale last stream. So our budget's currently 71 mil at the moment. Obviously we've got to be careful because of the actual balance, but I wonder if that's just because he's not playing though. Because realistically, in the last sort of... He's mostly just been making sub-appearances for Eintracht Frankfurt. And I feel like we could probably... Especially for Fenerbahce. Maybe he was... You're right, maybe he was on there before, but he was at Fenerbahce and he probably was worth a crazy amount and then left on a free. Let's see what guy would actually want. That's good as Kirkish. It is, apparently. 20, 30 million. His wages aren't absurd. Now, there's every chance he turns us down again. Because remember, we nearly signed this guy for a really cheap release clause a couple of years ago. I'm tempted. See where they're actually at with this. Oh. $38.5 million is an awful lot. Particularly as I have spent a lot in this position before and we do actually have other players cutting about. That's a lot of money for him. I would have structured it. For the time being. The thing always felt weird about this guy. Like, if we'd have got him before when he had that cheap release clause, it would have been no-brainer, but 38 million is an awful lot. We might be able to, like, force him cheaper. Maybe in the summer, he'll be cheaper. But I think that that's definitely a position we absolutely need players in, because Naeem's not getting any younger. Coffey's out of contract at the end of the season and won't sign again anyway. We do have Santelli, but he is out on loan. So that is the one player that I'm like, you know what? We've actually got a bit of quality there as well in the form of Alfredo Santelli, because he genuinely is extremely good. Because he's both defensively good and he's incredibly good going forward. His finishing and composure are exceptionally good. Not the tallest, though, which means we would get caught out of the back post from time to time. So there's that side of things. But I do think Santelli probably could do a very good job in that position. But we still need players for the future, because obviously Santelli is like 26, probably be 27 by the time he's back anyway. More Porto, more Atletico, boring. Show me something fun. That's one of our players, isn't it? That's a good sign that Shukalov's actually got on the next gen list while playing in the second tier in Poland. Doesn't appear to be doing a great deal with Wisła Płock, but we still like that. Newcastle guy, Domenico Riva. Italian Paraguay. Ooh. Came through Guarani. Was it an Uipesh loan? And there's Phoenix Hatfield again. Fucking hell. If I was going to spunk that same kind of money, I wonder if Phoenix Hatfield, despite the fact that he can't tackle very well, might actually be even more fun. Because he's a very good right winger, and he's 19 years old, and he's called Phoenix Hatfield. I've got to be honest, there's a part of me that really likes the idea of Phoenix Hatfield too, because, again, his name is Phoenix Hatfield. It's an exceptionally fun name. Another Mexican dude here. Eric Brizuela. And amazingly, we've not scouted Eric before. Looks to be a jumpy boy. Obviously a reasonable fee. Who's he wanted by? That's a usual good test. Watford. I mean, that's actually not a bad sign. Watford are a good team these days. Then you've got another guy at Eintracht Frankfurt who is absurdly good. Kazaya Feddersen. Good name. He almost sounds American. And then Michele Ronca, who is an Italian on loan at Uipesh from Milan, who I'm assuming have an affiliate agreement with them or something, right? Then we've got Ola Janczuk. Janczuk is so strange. I only signed him because Newcastle wanted him. But his value is extremely high now. And he's on the next gen list. I've just never been convinced that he's got the PA, but hey, maybe we'll be proved wrong. Then we've got another Turkish dude here, but he's much more expensive. Arslan Özdil, who we definitely looked at last year, who is just not it. Carlos Torres at Necaxa. Another central midfielder. I'm guessing he doesn't have a ceiling. It's a large amount of money to be paying for that. God, is it just Atletico players the whole way down? Thomas Nicolas at Sparta, left back. Or why can't you be a right back? No right foot. That's part of the reason. And he's also a left back. Nicholas Jacobs. Oh, an Austrian at Chelsea. My God, he's very good. Is there an expensive Belgian? Oh my God, if he's a right back, we could be in for a world of trouble. Hello, Mr. Armenia. He's actually not a bad player attribute-wise. He just doesn't seem to have the ceiling, but that's cool. Niku Gligo. Romanian, surely? Yeah. Oh wait, no, this is the guy from before. Yeah, so this is a player I'd looked at a few years ago, and I was like, I like his attributes, but he's very expensive, and the ceiling looks like it's a little bit lower. And he certainly really wouldn't be able to play that role. Unless there's another one. Maybe there's another one. Really? Mohsen Belaid, the Libyan dude, made the next gen list. All right. Fair. While playing for Pushcha, or rather, while not playing for Pushcha, it would appear. So he's on the next gen list, but he's not even playing for them. Impressive. There's another Wisła Płock. Oh, that's one of our guys as well. Montasser Manjahar. I mean, that's a very good player. Israeli American player. Didn't he come through at Real Madrid? Yeah, he did. Hello, Hayden. Then there's this guy here, who I'm very excited about for the future of us. Hector Argiolas. He looks exceptionally good. Very excited what he could be. He feels like another Kowalski type player, which is cool to have. This guy's not related to us, is he? Alex Kovacic from Trenčín. God, Harry Kane's Arca just are doing everything at this stage, aren't they? Ante Bezinic, 20 jumping reach. I think we would be remiss if we didn't just sign this fella, correct? What's the potential? I don't even care what the potential's like. He's cheap enough. He's got 20 jumping reach. He's 6'6". It would be silly not to. He'll find some use to... Oh. Okay, right. Well, then to Santa Baby with you. We'll certainly remember why he's on there for sure. That's a shame. I got excited then. 11 tackling. He'll do. He could tackle with his face. Oh, no way! On the day I'm wearing an MTK shirt, an MTK player reaches the next gen list. He's crap, apparently. Balázs Kovács. Wait, is he, though? Possibly, but he looks like he's got some okay attributes. Probably isn't going to be the next right wing back, but I want to scout him further. He's pacey. Good on both feet. He's not bad, actually. Fuck it. What are we saying? Yeah, it's relatively cheap. Fuck it, we've got the cash. Particularly if I'm not signing the expensive Polish-German dude. If they want 2.8 million, I can probably get away with offering them like 2. Yeah, that'll be fine. Problem is, if you go in at the low end of the thing there, it will just default to the release clause if they've got one. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have a release clause. Shit. Oh, well. I might pay more than I needed to there. Ooh, wait, that's not another one of mine either, is it? Niels Erik Christiansen. Jesus Christ. I'm loving some of the business that I'm seeing out of other Polish sides now. Look at the state of this dude. He may not have a ceiling, but by golly, is he going to be a good match engine player. He's currently playing for Piast's second team. Martin Haidu. 16 jumping. God, there's some big old Croats and he's a Croatian Hungarian. Hello, Leafy. He's fickle. What are we saying PA wise? That's going to be immediately like 1.5 star PA practically. He feels like a trap. Graham Charles at Newcastle is extremely good actually. Not even that expensive, but I think I'd rather sign Phoenix Hatfield. He's a model citizen though. So there's that. But that's such an area of our team that we're so stacked in right now. It's ridiculous. Because don't forget, we've still got Owen O'Loughlin to come back. Speaking of, when we've done Next Gen, remind me to show you what's going on at Rakov. They've changed manager and are cooking to an unreal level. Like, even more so than before. So obviously Volkanov. Zvaya's here at Fortuna Sittard, but no scouting knowledge on you. And now Mr. Armenia, who I think we saw last season and decided to dip on. But he's probably worthy of a punt, right? At that kind of price. And also, Hayrapetian is an extremely fun surname. There's enough blue on his profile that makes me think, yeah, this guy's probably got a bit. What are we saying? Oh, okay, now we're really cooking. If I can get him for under 1 mil. 8 tackling. Yeah, he's not great, but for the loan farm, for someone else. But first, Hate comment earlier today. Hey, welcome. It happens to the best of us. It's good to get out of the way nice and early. I remember the first time I got a dislike on a video and I was like, huh, who could dislike that? And I'm thinking to myself back now, I'm like, yeah, Matt, well, it was shit. So there's that. But like, you didn't have to tell me. More of a winger? Yeah, he is more of a winger. But that's fine, because that means he'll probably end up playing for a winger with whoever he ends up on loan at. Thierry Usmanu. I mean, he's one of ours. Who also has 20 jumping reach. Okay, we've got a few of these now. Wait, what was his value? 22 million quid. All right, maybe that's a name to keep a little bit of an eye on. I love seeing the random, like, high-value players that we've got out of nowhere. Karol Plisi, maybe I'll scout him again just to see where he's at with that, but I'm not convinced he's great. What about last page? There's usually someone crazy good on the last page. Hello, Uzbek man. Azibek Meliev. Not worth a load of money, though. So there's that. Sure, is mean. I think it was like daggers. Yeah. But that's okay. You develop a thick skin to it. Slobodan Radonjic, he's another one of our, not one of our players either. Where did they pick him up from? Sutniski Niksic. Oh, right. I love seeing Polish. That's like the third or fourth player we've had on here that is at a Polish club that has no connection to us, which is kind of sick. Finally, a Brazilian player in Brazil, Mateus Matos. Now, Mato. Don't hate the idea of a guy called Matti Mato. Where was he born? Rio. Could he be born somewhere in Brazil that isn't called that? Like, I don't know. He is very bad. He has no ceiling. God's sake. Cameron Bryant at Birmingham, which is kind of fun, particularly as he is just straight up at Birmingham, apart from the little loan at Solihull in there too. 6 seasons. Dirk Jan, oh, good name too. You've managed to keep a guy out who's worth that kind of money on loan for that length of time. It's so, so sick. Did he? Let me just swing back around to him. Wait, which guy was it? Was he on the previous page? Oh, this guy, Carroll. Oh, yeah, okay. Changed my mind. Thank you for pointing that out. I would not have noticed that. How did you even see that? Like, was that... How did... Oh, was it on this screen here? Either way, we'll take him. Bottom. Oh, there! I've never even noticed that box before. I guess it's just a not box I'd ever even realised it was even there. That would be really helpful. Wait, declined even offer. All right, fine. I'll pay the release clause, lads. Jesus. Wow, you've got your extra 200 grand. I hope you're happy. Well, they probably will be, I suspect. Hello, Paul. Right, well, back we go. We've actually got a few of these guys now. Cameron Bryant. Stian Jonsplas. That's quite expensive for a ham cam keeper. Oh, no, it's an elite Syrian ham cam. Who do they want? Who's he wanted by? Newcastle and Arsenal. Right. Probably him as well, then. I'm just going to use the others as my homework. Change it to Margot. Good old Margot and Jerry. He's actually pretty good for 18. Now, 6'1", jumping reach isn't great. Agility and balance are a little. He's probably not a match engine keeper as close as we know to a match engine keeper, but he might still be able to flourish for someone else potentially. And for 3.5 million. Oh, please don't tell me he's a 20 million Romanian sign. I'm going to get murked here, aren't I? Oh, he's only 6 million. Okay, I'm sure I can find a way to mess this up. Ziri Mika, that's the third Eintracht Frankfurt player that's been on here. He's 50 million pounds. He's also not very quick. Ori Mashalik of Napoli. Cool player, actually. Is he homegrown? And this guy, Alexander Baciu. Oh, we've never seen him before. Too expensive to punt on, but my God, do I want to know more about him. He actually is fancy. And then McCann Tolo at Santa Clara. Oh, he's another goalie. Very low. Hang on, how does he have 9 jumping reach when he's 6'3"? McCann, what are you doing? He's got... Oh my God, look at this guy. Yeah, looks like he's got okay PA, but rushing out tendency. I love that he's got a crazy rushing out tendency and a punching tendency, but no eccentricity. Like, he is pragmatic when he rushes out. He rushes out for a purpose, damn it. Yeah, he's not even fast either. 6 acceleration. Yeah, he's rushing at you in the same way that, like, a glacier rushes at you, right? He's got little T-Rex arms, bless him. Not wanted by anybody. What's the... It's a bit of okay PA. It's just a little on the pricey side. Particularly as apparently he's even pricier than that. I still think that's a lot of money for a goalkeeper that I don't think is actually going to develop into someone that's usable in the match engine. What do I... Oh, hang on. This guy, though. Momar Dabo. I'm punting straight away. Senegalese player playing in Senegal on the next gen list. How has no one else snapped this guy up already? How have I not snapped this guy up already? Oh. Can he shoot? But that's okay. Play him deeper. Like, everyone needs a playmaker. I someone to facilitate. I mean, he's got a 100k release clause. Wait. Why are you asking for 105 then? I didn't know they could even do that. Please pay me over the release clause. Yeah, he can't... Well, he could pass. He's got good vision. Makes me think the passing's probably higher than that. He's got attributes. Somewhere in there are attributes, and that makes me happy. Sick. Right, well, I'll sign up some of those guys in a minute. But yeah, for the second tier, I've actually remembered, I can't believe this, that I'm going to swing around to this. Rakov are now up to 4th in the league. From, if you recall, they'd scored basically no goals over the first half of the season. Now, they're 4th, well inside the playoffs, and there's a real chance that they could actually challenge for automatic promotion, because look at their form. Under Jonas Wind, by the way. They're doing quite well recently. They've won, I think it was 13 in a row in the league. 1, 2, 3, before Christmas. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 in a row. Jonas Win is Jonas Win. And a lot of clean sheets in there too, literally. Just clean sheets for days. There's 5 in a row there. They barely concede a goal. They are just unreal under Jonas Win. In fact, how many goals have they conceded in that period of games now? I think about it. 2 there. Like, yeah, 7 clean sheets. I think it might even be 8 clean sheets in those 11 wins. And they are 13 games unbeaten, basically, which is unreal when you consider where they were in the league. And obviously, O'Loughlin is part of that incredible run. Crazy Brit, thank you for the 69 months. Nice. Oh, it's beautiful. Which is good, because they do have some other quite good players. Their keeper, I don't know about their keeper. I mean, actually, are they overperforming or not? +7. Okay, they are. Also, shout out these guys here. +13 on their goalkeeper. I mean, it's crazy how everyone basically is overperforming on the defensive side of the game for some reason. But their goalkeeper is... Oh, they've played 2 goalkeepers a fair amount of time. So they've got this guy, Awad, who's got very good balance. Looks like he's got quite good jumping reach. Tough to say. And how many? He's got 9 clean sheets in 18 games. And the other guy has 5 clean sheets in 10 games. He's a 32-year-old German. So I don't know who's been starting through that spell. That's the other problem. We can't really see... I suppose you could look at the form, can't you? Oh, no, maybe not. I guess we could literally just look on their schedule page and see who's actually been playing in that period, because you can just see their lineup here, can't you? So Awad. It looks like it's been Awad. What if they sign him in January? Because that's a friendly, but... Was he playing for them here as well? No, so they basically signed Awad in January, and since then, he's conceded 3 goals. Love to see it. Corny Jr., thank you very much for the follow. I could see them probably winning the league if they carry on at this sort of rate. Yeah, Zahag apparently have just decided not to bother. Plony and Buton are in there too. I would love it if one of these two here finally got promoted. It'd just be nice to have someone else get up. But, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's looking pretty much likely. Even if they don't come second, which I think they probably will at this rate, they'll probably end up winning the playoffs anyway. Actually, was it 20 less? Oh my god. That's wild. Cracovia? Oh my god. So they should have conceded... God, this screen is impossible to read. One sec. That actually hasn't made it a lot better, but my god. Trying to find their actual numbers. So they should have already one of the sort of top half defences in the league. Have they already conceded like 10 goals? 12 goals conceded in 27 games. Who in the world... Who is your housekeeper? Literally. Maroki. Ah, wait. If I remember correctly, this guy's absolutely goated. Command of area. One-on-ones. Yeah. He has all the sort of archetypes that we've already kind of established as being good for goalkeepers. Reasonable eccentricity. Low first touch, though, I must admit. By him. No need. We don't need him. We've got a goalkeeper who's better than him. It's just... He's sort of reinforcing their kind of what we've already learned about goalkeepers. There's no need to buy him off of them. We don't want to give them £21 million for a start. And secondly, we have a keeper who's better than him. Maybe not in the command of area, but that for me, I'm starting to believe is one of the most important things. And he's probably quite high up on these as well. I do want to scout him because I want to see what his actual numbers are like. I'm just going to shortlist him for the time being too, so we don't forget about him. Not to actually sign, but just so we can compare him to Keita and see what's kind of crack-a-lacking with that potentially. Can you? I mean, I feel like Keita's probably already got pretty high command of area, but I don't think it's like... It ain't between 18 and 20. Sharpbox me on the cards. To be fair, it would be quite funny to steal their goalkeeper, but I don't know if they'd even... I mean, they probably wouldn't have a choice but to sell him to us, right? Because... Yeah. Right. Is this the first team squad? I really need to get some loans for these dudes. Jesus. Where's Keita gone? Wait. Hang on. Oh, it's because he's in the matchday squad. One sec. There we go. I got scared for a minute there. There he is. See, his command of area is only 15. Sweeping. Oh, okay. What are we training him on right now? Actually, nothing. Interesting. Because his one-on-ones are already very good, but it would get his rushing out tendency up too, which is already quite high as it is. I think that could be the final piece of the puzzle, honestly. Getting his command of area next level might be what fills in the blank for him, potentially. Although, he's still going to suffer just because he's a goalkeeper in FN26 and you're a team that's controlling a player, but still, Flood. Does anyone remember Willow Flood? I think he used to play for Manchester City. We've got Sean Flood, lots of Floods actually. Ray Flood, Chris Flood, Ryan Flood, Charlie Flood. Florakis Lantos, which is just a good name. Actually, not that many Floods, which is a good sign. Nobody wants to be flooded. Rush out more, actually. I guess you're probably right, because if they've got good one-on-ones, you want them to be able to use the one-on-ones to their advantage by rushing out. Because if they're going to be hesitant to rush out, then I guess it will diminish the quality. That's a really interesting point that I hadn't considered. That is a fucking great point. Hang on a minute, I'm curious now. What about Daiki? Rushing out tendency is only 11, but does have very good one-on-ones. That makes a lot of sense. If that's something you're looking for, you would want those two things to kind of go hand in hand. I guess if it's too high, then you might want him. He might end up rushing out in bad times if he's got bad decision making. Yeah, no, I actually really... That's a fascinating point, Hayden. I had not considered that. Veggie, thank you very much for the 48 months and the 2 years. Lol. I appreciate that, man. How are you? It's good to know that at least Keita does have decent rushing out, right? Yeah, 15, which would possibly explain. So I think if we can get his rushing out up, because his reflexes... Get the rushing out up a little bit more, which is already happening. Command of area will go up with it. 4 years now. No, I know, Virgie. It's just a joke I've been saying lately when... It's fine. But thank you for the 4 years, though. That's very kind of you, man. We get rid of that. And I already revealed my predictions from last weekend, and I was correct about the Fulham-Chelsea game, as much to my chagrin. Amazing. Right, I'm going to hit continue now, and it's going to flood us with, hey, you bought all these players, Matt, remember? Which is going to be just sensational scenes. Be a bad time for the game to crash. In fact, just in case it does, let me just hit save, just to be sure. I'm taking zero risks here, friends. Because we're in the middle of an international break at the moment. Oh my god, how many players did I buy? Get rid of that. 17 grand a week is quite a lot, but that's much worse. Fucking hell. I feel like he's not... it's a bit of a risk here, I think, but I just don't feel like he's good enough for a Mexico cap. Cut to me being massively wrong about that, but I do want to lock the guy down as long as I can. Kovacs, he's not going to cost us too much money. Oh, youngster, even better. 5 years, £30,000. Bugger off. £30,000 indeed. I'll give you a much higher base wage, right? I'm giving you 30 grand. What? Brother, no. Right. Go away. Go away. I'm not giving you £30,000 a week for being really quite average. Some of the demands that players make are truly absurd. Oh, now you're fine. It's the contracts that most annoy me is when the players ask for the certain amount after X amount of league games, which is totally fine. I respect them asking for it, but it's the numbers they ask for often. This one's totally fine. I'm still not going to do it, but it's usually a bit more reasonable. But some of them just want ridiculous things. They're like a really average youth player and will be demanding 60 grand a week if they play 10 games. It's like, no. Just no. Oh, he just agreed to it. Shout out Mikhail. He's already got international caps as well. Had no reason to ask for that either. Play sheet. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I know that the three at the top are the ones I've been fine. I think it's just that... Why did I do that? The three at the very top are things that I've always known were good for goalkeepers. It's one of the things I used to prioritise. But I feel like this year it's more important than ever. But I do wonder if that little connection there is like the missing link, perhaps. And that maybe some of the other goalkeepers, we'd have to have a look at that. Be useful to see what some of our previous keepers that we've had issues with have as far as their rushing out versus their one-on-ones tendencies and stuff, to see if there's any discrepancies there that might account for some of the weirdness we've experienced. Because maybe if they're staying in their goal, it doesn't matter how good their reflexes are, because the player can just slot it in the bottom corner and no amount of reflexes is going to save you there, I suppose. 5 years for you. It's a bit better, but I'm still going to offer him a more sensible upfront contract. I'm happy to pay more upfront if it gets rid of those stupid clauses, which on this occasion it didn't. I'll offer him a bit more though. But I would like 8 years on these guys if we can do, just to make it a little bit easier for us. Hello FM, can I click a button? There we go. Once you get non-negotiable, they're usually pretty happy to stick with that. So 6-year-old Dutch lad sounds like he cycles to training on a penny farthing. Oh, let's go. Irvingly Hieronymus. I feel like bro would have invented something that's like intrinsically important to the human race, but no one knows it was him. That's unreal. That Curacao second nationality is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is wild. Irvingly Hieronymus. See, that's the kind of name that you would never look up. By the way, I am now obviously going to look up... yeah, an adverb as a middle name is... Oh, no. No Irvinglys. We're living in an Irvingless universe. Hieronymus, though. Surely there's a Hieronymus out there. Maybe? I've put Hieron in. See if that helps us. We may have to go further. We've got to go deeper. Hieronymus. I have no Irvinglys nor Hieronymuses in my database. I thought I'd have like one of them. Unreal. Hello, Stoily. Love that video. He does need a mustache, which is surprising that he doesn't, given that it's an FM regen in 2026, where basically they all have mustaches. So, if anything, he's unlucky not to have one at this stage. Up that a little bit there. There we go. I'm a bit worried that he wants such a shit contract, but you never know. An ailment that gets fixed in the clinic, or with something called tincture, that you take, like, you'd fix it with functional medicine, or something. I didn't want to live in a Hieronymus-less life, but here we are. Monthly analyst report, don't care about that. Monthly loan stats, anyone kind of cooking? I swear anyone's kind of cooking, as if I don't already know who's cooking, and it's Kota Arbe. He has 21 goals in 22 appearances. The second that Arca registered him after Christmas, bang. He has been unreal. Both of these two, in fact. 20 assists for Chidera and Acero. 20! That's unreal. Also, leak him down. Oh, he's only played one game. I got excited for a second there. That is unbelievable numbers that these two are putting up for Arca. No wonder they're doing so goddamn well. The James Trafford Discourse. No, I haven't. What's the James Trafford Discourse? Is it about to be some, like, brain rot football Twitter stuff, or is this, like, serious business? Forgive me if it's either way. In fact, no. If it's one of them, don't forgive me. Should be for self. Fixed it with leeches. Yeah, a bit of bloodletting. And, is it phrenology where they claimed that... Was that the blood thing, or was that the thing where they had the different parts of the brain? I don't know. I remember seeing random pictures of like a head with all the different zones or something. Was that phrenology? I can never remember what these things are. He's learning the like, oh, Volky's hurt himself. He interviews like one of us. A degenerate. Head science, that's the one. Good old headology. I have a master's in that, you know. That's kind of cool, actually, though. So when you say he interviews like one of us, I need more information about that now, because now you've caught my interest. Full mention on the Little Fish podcast. One of their fun facts is where they replaced John Collins with Collins John. It's a rarity that you get that. I love a palindromic substitute. Oh, I think a lot of footballers do, Hayden, for sure. But it's good when they're more open about it. And that's cool, actually. It makes me immediately like him more. Was this an interview that he did then? I may have to go watch that at some point. The football man, yes. I bet he loves a spreadsheet. I can feel it. There's a lot of Patreon regions retiring. Understandably, they are 34 and 35 now. So I suspect this is going to be a big summer where there's a lot of them hang up their boots. Except for Go to Hale, who's just kind of cooking. Just trying to see if there's any... That's that random wingback we can't sign yet. I think the rest of them are either Patreon regens or people I was sort of interested in, may still be at some point, but that's okay. The rest of this list, though, has actually got some quite decent quality on it for once. Obviously, in the summer, it'll be much better because we can get some really good players cooking in that. I think some of these guys have already joined. Who the hell's that? Oh, it's 24. Deranged. Yeah, you say one of us. Do you mean one of me or one of you? Or is there really much difference between the two? Let's be honest. You may be able to throw your peanuts from the peanut gallery, friends, but let's be honest. We're one and the same. We wouldn't be here if we weren't. Measuring heads. Damn. Do they mean big head means smarter or small head means smarter? Because I have big head. It's just nice to see his beautiful face. Bless him. Hello, Basphere. I didn't. I smashed the intro. I'll have you know. Hello, Sam. Job interview tomorrow. Nice. Carol Bobbins? I've never heard that before. Ghost Live on Thursday. New Turnstile Friday. Wow. Sounds like you're having a bloody lovely week. To be fair, I'm actually having quite a fun week. It's just one of those weeks where things are just going nicely. Like, I did a shitload of recording for the other video yesterday, which was good. Almost too much, you could argue. Got up for a run today. Was excited about stream today because we got a lot of shit to do, which I will get to in just a moment. In fact, you know what? All of you can go around again because I'm being on the ball. Then recap video tomorrow, or recording recap video tomorrow, which is going to be good. Particularly as we've got a whole load of shit to go on this season. Thursday, we've got potentially, I'm hoping, double final or something. Or maybe we take over a random team at the World Cup, potentially, because it's the World Cup year. Friday, I've got business to attend to, and I'm going down to Slough. Saturday's the charity match. It's just a nice week. Pimenta just got a cap for Portugal. That's going to cost us a lot of money, isn't it? Concerningly. Like a child who's being asked what they saw at the zoo. Oh, that's sick. I think we used to call that enthusiasm. But I know exactly what you mean. Back in the day, we just called that being enthusiastic. How much is that going to earn him, actually, out of interest? It's 44 grand a week. It's not great that he's now earning that, but honestly, if he's good enough to get a cap for Portugal, then he really does need to prove himself a bit more on XG on the beach. If nothing else, he's done enough to make me go, this guy will be fine for the loan farm at some point. Hello, El Diego. How are you, my friend? 2 players I've never heard of have injured themselves in training. Devastating. Wait, why have we got a friendly right before that game? Oh, dear. I don't think any players will actually be around for this game anyway. It will largely be a rotated side, I'm guessing. As I say that... Wait, hang on. A second Georgian has got in the team. How has he never had a loan? Oh, we did have 1 loan. Why didn't that continue? Gaming with Toyman, thank you very much for the 6 months on Prime. You love to see it, friend. How are you, man? Hope the day is treating you good. Oh, I'm all over the place here. This a weird one for you. I noticed a little patch of water on the floor this morning, and I thought, oh crap, the washing machine's leaking. It wasn't. I then opened the fridge, and we keep the big milk jugs or whatever in the door at the very bottom. And I noticed there was like a 1-inch deep pool of water in the bottom drawer, in the door of the fridge, not the drawer, like the little panel bit on the side of the fridge, which I cannot seem to figure out where it's come from, because it's definitely water and not milk. And my first thought was maybe parts of it it's like defrosted itself in the right way, because it's supposed to be like a frost-free one, and somehow the water's channeled down and into there, but it wasn't there yesterday, and the Brita filters aren't leaking, so I don't know where it's come from or how it's ended up in the milk tray. So it's a mystery on the wrong setting. I've got it on put water in my milk drawer setting. Gah! I really do need to start reading the instructions. I mean, the fridge has been on the same setting for the last 2 years. I guess it could be condensation, but I'm talking like a 1-inch deep puddle that wasn't there yesterday. It's like no ice maker at all, no. That's what I'm so baffled by. Like, it's the same setting the fridge has been on the entire time. It's so weird. And it's definitely water and not milk. And I know it wasn't there yesterday because we did the big shop yesterday and we were filling up the drawer with milk. So, very rapid. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe she has. She's just this will mess with him. This will give his morning a little bit different. Washing machines leaking into the fridge. Didn't consider that. Good shout. It took me a moment, but I sort of noticed this patch of water on the floor, and then I opened the fridge and there was a little bit of a splish. It was on the milk jug. But I'm talking like an inch deep, maybe even deeper, of water. That's just appeared from yesterday. I know you get condensation, but surely it would have condensated on a milk jug every week, rather than just specifically yesterday. It's very strange. Losing calibration gets a little more cold and warmer than before. Yeah, but again, overnight. Like, that's what I'm finding so bizarre. Surely that wouldn't just happen like that overnight. No, nothing water cooler dispensers, nothing. I have like Brita filters in there. It's super, super strange. And like, the fact that it's in the door and not the... I have to look into it. But obviously I have to clean it out. But that's quite a simple one. I can just take it off and tip it into the sink and see if it happens again. And if it does, then I've got a problem. Curse you, cheap fridge. Oh, World Cup... Oh, that'd be good, actually. Because it means that if there was a team in there that we could potentially earmark as a bit of fun for Thursday, perhaps. Polar represented. Check the seals. Nah, they're all in the river. You rarely see them this time of year. They've got their pups out. Any water bottles on the side of it? No, we don't use water bottles at all. We used to buy water bottles, but now we just moved over to having Brita filters. Like the Brita jugs that we keep right at the very top. Which are great, by the way. The door lining is sealing right. I guess, but I feel like you're really like underestimating the sheer amount of water I'm talking about here. I'm talking like a full, like this length and about that deep. Like, if I didn't realize you could make water, an RO water maker would struggle to make water that fast in the 12 hours it's had, but still. Let's see. Let's go. World Cup draw. What can I do? There we go. Before sunshine. Damn. You should get it all day. So, we'll do that. Ecuador, Germany. Ooh. It's not a horrendous group, actually. Canada, Hungary, Japan. That is a fun-ass group. Canada, Hungary, Japan, Senegal. Romania in there as well. Honduras in a group with Venezuela. Yeah, Germany are the hosts this time around, I believe. I saw a thing. Speaking of, the Super Cup next year in this save is being hosted at a Polish stadium, and I believe it's Lekia's, which I just thought was kind of fun. That's, you'd expect them to get out of that, but Ecuador will have some Spanish Scourge players in their squad, likely. Then again, so will Poland. In fact, it'll be their entire squad. Venezuela, Cameroon, Venezuela, the Netherlands and Venezuela. Sorry. Double Venezuela. They've pulled an Auckland FC. Oh, is it? That's kind of sick. I guess we've got more infrastructure now. Algeria, Suriname. Suriname at the World Cup. Oh. Defrost drain hole. Okay, I'll have to have a look into that. Where would that be? Is that like under... I'm guessing it's underneath the vegetable drawer at the bottom, maybe? Not like the crisper, as they call it. Nothing ever stays crispy in there. I'll have to check. Because it was very strange that it just suddenly happened. There was no build up to it, because obviously I'm always using milk every day, and I had a glass of milk at like 10 o'clock last night, and it was fine. Maybe I forgot to shut the fridge door. I always blame Pog for these things. Back of the fridge. Okay, I'll have to have a little look after stream. Unless my entire kitchen's flooded and I get swept away in the tidal wave of fridge condensation. If so, chat, you may have my numbered Jeremy Doku card. You can share it amongst yourselves. Suriname, that is fun. Suriname, is it? Oh, I'd have thought if it was Suriname, it would have had an accent on the end of it, but I guess it's probably different in that sort of Dutch. Can I get the fridge? It was quite I say cheap one. It was from AO. It was relatively good value, let's say. It's a 70-30 fridge freezer type beat. Suriname getting there is fun, though. Anyone else crazy? Saudi Arabia, Slovenia, South Africa, and USA. God, couldn't you have had a fourth S side in here? Throw Suriname in there, too, so we could have had Saudi Arabia, Slovenia, South Africa, Suriname. And that technically would have been allowed as well, because Suriname, same region. Engine and fridge flood. See, that's the kind of fridge flood. Excuse me. Fridge flood. That's tough to say. Those are the kind of flavour events I want to see, though. Yeah, Suriname. Chile, England, Portugal, Syria. Good. England getting Portugal and Chile in their group. Then again, Chile have been a bit weird, so they should still... But Portugal in their group's not easy. Syria there. They tend to be, right? Ireland, Italy, South Korea, the Gambia. Shout out to the Irish getting there too. And Italy in a World Cup. Well, I never. Argentina, Australia, Morocco, Wales. Oh, Wales versus Argentina and Australia is very fun. Naeem's boy's in there too. Not that he's in the squad. Angola, Brazil, Dominican Republic, and Northern Ireland. Something has just occurred to me, chat. We've seen England, we've seen Wales, we've seen Northern Ireland, and we've seen the Republic of Ireland. So in terms of UK and Ireland, we are missing someone. If Scotland have found a way to not qualify for this World Cup, we also haven't seen Spain. They're bound to be there, right? Qatar, Scotland, Spain, and Europe. There they are. It's the double S. There they are. They're fine. That means all five of them. So the home nations and Ireland all got there, which is kind of cool. And then France, Guinea, Iran, and New Zealand. And that's the last group. I tell you what, if I was to do another Let's Manage at the World Cup, I'd 100% be doing Suriname. Because they've surely got to be the ultimate outsider here as far as world rankings go. Because they won't have Spanish Scourge players or anything like that. Because Suriname realistically aren't getting those. Where are they? 70th in the world. No Belgium. You're right. Yeah. There isn't any Belgium, is there? Oh, wait, this is broken, isn't it? Because you have to go to world. No, that's not the right button, Matt. To go to continents, world, and then it will let you display it. Because for some reason, when you do it by the... I think it does. Yeah, here we go. That's such a stupid menu. France. I feel like France were there, right? Let me just get their fixture schedule. Yeah, they're in the last group. Gambia, the outsiders. But compared to Suriname, though, I think Gambia actually won their group. Mexico did very well in the rankings. But the question is there anyone that's at the World Cup that's below Suriname? So Suriname is 70th. China, Northern Ireland actually at 79th. Qatar at 81st. Slovakia were there, weren't they? New Zealand actually at 86th. Anyone lower than that? No, Guatemala were there. It was Honduras, wasn't it? Maybe the Gambia could be further down here. Nah, they can't be this far down, surely. I'm pretty certain the Gambia have got a lot of Spanish Scourge players in their team, which is why they're quite good. But where are the Gambia then? Dude, that's Honduras. Sure, the Gambia are 57th. Yeah, I think New Zealand are actually technically the lowest ranked, but that's kind of likely. Yeah, they're actually up in 57th, ahead of Costa Rica and Paraguay and Czechia. Anyone else that's doing an absolute mischief here? What are the highest ranked side that's not qualified? Guinea-Bissau are 28th now, obviously. They benefited heavily from the Spanish Scourge too, as did Venezuela and Dominica. Sorry, Dominican Republic specifically. Ivory Coast and Senegal, though, top 10. It's good, isn't it? They went, no, we're not Gambia. We're the Gambia. Yeah, you've got to have a prefix. This is the England. Culprit found. Wait. Is that actually a picture from inside my fridge? I joke, but I'm not... Did I ever take a picture of the inside of my fridge once when there was a random beer in it? Because I'm pretty certain that I do have that exact beer in my fridge right now. I did, okay. When did I do that? And why did I do that? A year ago. How did you just have that on hand? That's incredible. For a second, I was like, wait, is this the biggest coincidence of all time? I probably should hit continue. We've actually got games to play. They auto-qualify, exactly. We're in the walls. Are you also in the fridge? By any chance? Is it you just weeing in the milk tray? That sounds like the type of Cadbury's that you do not want. Let's put it that way. Syria, I think, are usually ranked relatively high. Not high, but they'll probably be ahead of that. I still think I'd fancy Suriname out of that. Because I bet... What's the Suriname national team looking like? I bet it's just a load of guys that play for the Dutch sides. It usually is overrated, I agree. But on a day like today, it's not quite a time crunch in the same way that it was last stream. Hello, Aled. How are you, my friend? What is their squad actually looking like these days? Is there anyone fun in it? We sort by back to front. So lots of players at Dutch clubs, to the surprise of nobody, but also quite a lot of domestic sides. There's a guy at Wukash Wodge. This guy here, Roche Maui, loves Hawaiian Islands. Twente Feyenoord. Is there anyone from outside of those, with the exception of the dude that's playing for... Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's all either domestic players or guys that play in the Netherlands, except for the one dude that plays in Poland. Fair play. So it's mostly... He's quite a few domestics, actually. You've got... these guys are presumably domestic. Yep. Cool badge, too. Then presumably these guys are all domestic as well. I've never even heard of Intel Vanica. That badge is definitely looking a lot like another badge. There's a thing called Notch here as well. Loads of players from Robin Hood, who are obviously, I believe, the biggest club in Suriname, but even still, one without a club as well. But will he make the squad? Oh, we got a game. In that case, let me just rearrange all this because I have no idea how I set this up. Because I took a lot of players out of the match team, didn't I? Right. Oh, it's just the bench I messed with. I think the rest of the team's absolutely fine. I just need to re-add loads of people to the bench. Just do the unavailable thing for the time being. Throw a load more of these guys back into the team. I'll start with the non-strikers just to see who's actually left. Oh, that's most of them. Okay. Coffee's not fit again yet. Kwasi we probably don't need yet. In that case, the rest of the bench will be strikers. Oh, that's the only players I took out were strikers, wasn't it? I'll get Chiokan in. I'll put Pimento in. I'll switch the striker around in a minute. Wally Huffer. Thank God. Konosuke. We're out of substitute spots now. I think there's still one. I'm going to have to leave a space for Jesus anyway, aren't I? So I'll have to take one of these guys off, probably you, just for the time being. A badge that looks like a badge. I mean, hey, that's what you want, right? So what we said was we were going to give some game time, specifically without the wheel, to some of the players that had had the least number of minutes to try to get some better data on them, but I've now forgotten who they were. I believe that Ruiz was one of them, though, right? So he can play alongside Al-Shankiti for today's game, give Gomez a little rest, and see if he can come up with anything else. Although I just realised that actually there's going to need to be some drastic changes to the lineup anyway, because there's a lot of players that have returned from international duty and apparently can barely stand up straight. You as well? No. Montparus as well. Joao Carlos is injured, which is annoying. Oh shit, who the hell is going to play there? He's not registered. It might have to be Alan, actually. Yeah, Okada did get a couple of games lately as well, which is good. Alan's going to have to play there, I think. Wait. Which means Montparus will come out for John, who's not Naka, because obviously he's not... Oh, he could play two of them today. Could actually play both of them. Where's Okada? He'll be in here somewhere. There, I'm literally stood right on him. Not stood on him. I'm stood on him, chap. That'll have to do. Because Al-Shankiti's probably... And we got Champions League midweek anyway. So it makes sense. After a late night transfer window, I realised you spent 129 million on a striker just because he has a freak season at Dortmund. No. But I have done things just like that on stream. I had to be talked out of signing a random right back earlier for £39 million. And to my credit, I didn't actually sign him on this occasion. Of course, it's going to kick off about that, isn't it? We'll just get rid of Volky, who's injured. We're on next match only anyway, so it should be fine. Oh. This probably will go badly with both of those strikers in the team, in fairness. Opening with the Prem. I think it's been fun. We've kind of got a bit of everything. We've got some teams you'd expect to do well, starting off well. Some of the newly promoted sides looking more feisty than you'd expect, which is good. More competitive is never a bad thing. Had some craziness with like the Villa Brighton game. We've had some classic games already. And Fulham Chelsea last night was an absolute monster. I'm satisfied with the opening weekend, even though we lost. I'm still like, I came out of that game being like, yeah, that was actually really fun. Clean sheet as well for Cater in that game, which is good too. Montparus and Stig, who presumably came off the bench in this one, to just get 2 assists anyway, because it's just what he does. Oh god, I'm gonna have to add extra points for Sharpek. It does seem like Arsenal now look the only one that's competent at the moment. And Postecoglou, I don't know. I feel like it's easy to say that because of the style of football we play, right? But and even if he is, I don't even care. It was nice watching a Fulham game and not being like, wow, not knowing every single passing play was going to result in the same thing. Although I must admit, there was a few times in the first half especially where we had a really good chance to play an out ball and chose to go back instead, and it actually put us into more trouble. Whereas in the second half, we stopped doing it, and it made a huge difference. Well, it can't. In a way, it kind of is. Just if it means we get loads of injuries. But also, it should be. He's not exactly done well, has he? Aw. My mum and dad's anniversary tomorrow. You'd love to see it. Is there even an HHHHBBBB for that? I was surprised at how well we were able to hold on possession, because not every team is going to be... I was waiting for the first time I saw someone say, oh, well, if Fulham try to do this against a better team, I'm just like, Chelsea are supposed to be one of those teams. Let's not forget. So, I'm content. And I think, we do need another centre-back. Cuenca did look a little bit shaky, but he seemed to kind of come into his own a little bit after a while. And it's the first game. I'm excited. I'm enjoying watching the team play, and it certainly wasn't boring. Let's put it that way. Perhaps a little too unboring, but still. Where's my guy? Sharpie. Where is Sharpie? Oh, he's there. Just want to make sure he gets his extra point. Superb. She's about Fulham's building in the back. Yeah, I decided that I was going to actually listen to a bit of the punditry, and then I immediately remembered why I didn't bother with punditry, because they do naff talk some proper shite. There was a period where they were talking about how Chelsea were dominating the game. As a literal thing flashed up and said, like, last 5 minutes possession, it was like 81% Fulham. And I'm just like, I'm not that possession is all of it, of course. Dominating, you can dominate a game with shots and whatnot, but they really weren't at that time either. And it was just like, just use your eyes, lads. I think they had a sort of like a narrative that they wanted for the game, and it wasn't really living up to their specific narrative. And instead, they could have just focused on the cool shit that was happening on the pitch, and it would have been way more interesting to listen to. Yeah, I don't think it will be spectacular. I'm glad that Gonzalo scored. That's nice to get that off his back. Didn't really see much of Shea Charles, really, because obviously he comes off the bench. One thing I will say is I'm not used to the way that Arbeloa does substitutions. He seems to do it like a kind of staggered thing where everyone slowly moves around as he makes the subs, rather than being like, these guys are in, this is what we're looking like, now we're good. It's fascinating. Like, Ryan Sessegnon probably played about 9 positions. I'm pretty certain he was in goal for a bit. Spanish Ryan, I must admit, when Pog saw him, she went, he looks like he's a bit up himself. And I was thinking, I guess the rolled up sleeves on a blazer is going to give you that impression, but still. Very nice bit of basketball indeed, yeah. Also, aside from that, Cole Palmer looked unreal in that game. And I know that obviously you can make players look good or bad with the way you defend, but I think they were trying to defend him pretty well. He made them bad by the way he was playing. He looked like a man on a mission who was actually untouchable at times in that game. It was incredible to watch. Some of the dribbling plays he did and the lovely little shimmy, that sort of body feint that he did for the third goal. It was the second goal, where he dropped that shoulder, completely took the defender out, and then found Lacroix. I also do have some questions about what Leno was doing with that goal, because I don't think he needs to come rushing out there, to be honest. But if he continues to play like this, then I'm really happy for him, because I do like him as a player. One midfield first. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm glad Cesc came on, because he does just offer... He just seems to know where the ball's going to be, and he always seems to get into these brilliant attacking positions no matter where on the pitch he's playing, and I absolutely love watching Sessegnon play for us because of that. You can put him in any position and he just randomly ends up as the centre forward. Rob Sanchez was the best player. I mean, he wasn't though, was he? Like, he made one bad mistake for the goal, and like, you know, I think people are do I think he's good? No. But do I think that diminishes anything good that we did? Absolutely not. I think it's too easy to just be like, their goalkeeper's the reason you scored goals. It's like, well, then so is our goalkeeper, right? He made several mistakes. Right. So that diminishes everything else we did in the game. Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's a bit of a... I don't understand that point. By that stretch, then most games it's just you only play well because the other team's goalkeeper was shit. I don't know. I think we did pretty well in places to actually create really good attacking openings. And he also makes some quite good chances himself too. King was extremely good. He seemed to be almost, not Palmer-esque, but he's taking up similar positions, if not maybe slightly more in field. He was so good. One of those played for Fulham, not Arsenal. Yeah, absolutely. No, Leno actually he's an underrated bad goalkeeper, I must say. If you look at his like non-penalty XG or like XG on target prevented numbers, he's usually in like bottom 3. He's not great. He made some good saves yesterday, but close your legs. It was a good finish, to be fair. I can't really complain. Fulham did well. Scored if Rob wasn't so terrible. I don't know. I don't really know how you respond to that. Like, I think we would have scored because statistically we had enough chances to score. And unless a goalkeeper could be expected to save everything, then I don't know. That's overshadowed. He does do some things quite well, Leno, but there are a few moments where he can be a bit flappy. Although some of his punching actually yesterday seemed slightly improved. Not saving goals. It's not so much defending him. I'm not saying he was good. I'm just saying that I think sometimes people just wipe away anything a team does because another team's goalkeeper wasn't perfect. It's like, I'm not saying he was even close to perfect. He was bad. But I think we still did well in the first place. Like, he did make some saves at least. That Sessegnon one, albeit straight at him, but he still had the right position to be in that position, right? And we did score, exactly. But that's all. Exactly. I mean, look at the actual stats for the... Wait, whoa. I realise I forgot to rest players here. First goal. Oh, no, he absolutely should have done better with the first goal. Like, he truly should. In fact, there was another one right before that he looked like he was kind of properly fumbly with as well. Which is presumably why King started shooting from that position, because there was another chance that Sanchez saved where it did move a little bit in the air, but even so, it was still very shaky. And that probably encouraged that style of play. What I would also say is Chelsea looked extremely vulnerable to long balls in behind. Like, really easy diagonal passes straight over the top line. There was that Robinson chance where he got in behind and should have scored as well. Like that, for me, was a situation like that where Robinson should score that. The keeper's he's made it a little bit easier for him there, but I think he's got to try and close it down to some extent, but he did seem to get caught in no man's land slightly. Yeah, Hatter had some good chances too. Up until the shots. I mean, we scored 2 shots. Like, it just looked... It feels like I'm less worried, having watched that. Defensively, we do still need to do some tweaks, for sure. Like, just no doubt. No doubt about that. But it's kind of what I predicted, really. We're going to score a lot. We're going to concede a lot too, because we are far more open than Fulham have ever really been. But I like the fact that we're aggressive in the press. We looked innovative on the ball. We weren't just playing the same exact passing moves over and over again. There was genuine attempts to change things up as well. It looked like Arbeloa had found some things and had spotted some gaps, as did Alonso as well. It's just good. Yeah, I think Gonzalo getting his first goal was extremely important as well, because now that's kind of a non-issue. He can get on with actually scoring. Palacios, I think he's going to need some time to settle in, but he looks like an incredibly... and remember, Palacios is quite a cheap bid. I think Palacios long-term is going to be the one that's going to be looked at as the great signing. Not because I think Gonzalo's going to be bad, but he's obviously got a much higher points... price tag attachment. Yeah, the Enzo boos are fantastic. Barco didn't get on in the end, did he? Oh, by the way, I can't believe I actually forgot to mention this. We had the second legs of the Europa League games, but it occurred after stream. Unfortunately, we did lose a team in the form of Corona as they were playing Valencia. It's a shame because they actually probably deserved better. They were the better side in both games and should have done better in them, which is frustrating because they would have been playing Nuremberg in the quarterfinals and they would have all avoided each other. Unfortunately, now Arca are playing Inter and Lecce are playing Man United. They are very much on the tough side of the draw, sadly. Struggling under contact. Yeah, he's going to need to sort of... Whereas Gonzalo, he looked like he was more than up for a bit of contact. I loved how he feels like he's got a bit of shithousery in him already, which is exactly the kind of striker we needed. I want to see more out of Shea Charles, but it was too little of a sample size, and also the game stay and all those factors with all the substitutions. I feel like it's tough to judge Shea Charles' performance based on that. Medina is back. Of course he is. I dread to think of what would happen if we actually had to play them. Oh, this is the guy from earlier. I still want more information. For the time being on these guys, I actually am going to send everybody around again that we don't know about, because usually if they're on this list, we're scouting them like deeply. I don't know. I just feel like sometimes with punditry, especially, and discourse around football, it's so easy to look at like a team and a player on that team makes a mistake, and then it sort of is used to disregard anything good that the other team has done, particularly when the dynamic is a slightly larger side to a smaller side. I just find it quite irritating a lot of the time, and the media is very good at doing that. I know it's part of the reason because they want the discourse on it, but it just fucks me off, basically. It does the exact same thing. Yeah, and I feel like I wasn't familiar with his game. I didn't think he had that little bit of spiciness, but I think he's going to need it because the Premier League is a very physical league, and I'm glad that he's got it because he's great. Wait, Hurts? Oh, that's one of our former players. We sold him, didn't we? Hopefully he actually cooks there at Vichester. Claydson, I'm still on the fence about. Matthew Scott's at Manchester City. Wait, you're new. No tackling ability. God damn. I feel like Sanchez is like... It seemed like some of his decision-making was very strange as well. He wanted too much time on the ball, a lot of it. Like that one where he let it go out for a corner, where he had no reason to let the ball roll like that, and just seemed to be a bit flappy, not even flappy, flustered, I guess. Easily got at, maybe. Which was strange. Like, folded under no pressure at times. He reacted and headed it. Yeah, they say things like, oh, he was in the right place at the right time. It's like, yes, because he's got good positioning. Like, I used to hate it when they would pillory goalkeepers for this and be like, oh, he's hit it right at him. It's like, yes, he's hit it right at him because the goalkeeper's positioned correctly. You know? Most championship foreigner we've ever seen. Yes. We can sell him to somebody else next season in the championship for £50 billion. That's my plan. It's quite good players in there, actually. I probably shouldn't be focusing on this right now, should I? I really shouldn't. There's too much work to be done. I've yapped too close to the sun. Either way, I'm just glad that football's back. It took me a little while as well when watching the game because I've watched Marco Silva ball for such a long time, you get so used to the build-up plays and the patterns that you kind of know where everyone's going to be at any given time. And it was like watching a game in a different language because they weren't moving the same way. They were moving all over the place. And it was, one, a good thing. And two, it's going to take me a while to get used to like the gait and body shape from a distance of certain players that you're not used to. He's up for violent contact at some point. But people always used to say that about Mitrovic, and to be fair, look, he obviously did have his moments, but he actually rarely ever got in trouble for things like that, as it happened. Right? He had more of a reputation than he actually did anything wrong a lot of the time. It's the same way that Polina, I used to feel like, got booked for things that were definitely not yellow cards because he was João Polina and not because of anything else. Spanish. I did like it when he left one on Enzo Fernandez, though. And then I remembered, oh yeah, Spain don't like them either. Fantastic. A Yapstam. Oh, I'd love a Yapstam. We do need another centre-back. Very much so. I'd take a Yapstam right about now. That would be lovely. Right. Kwasiopud's going to have to come in because of, unfortunately, the suspension/injury to him. Keita is... Oh, is he not... Can Keita not play? It's a risk. Bassi is so fun, isn't he? He seems... Firstly, I feel like he's... If you're in a room with him, you're going to have a nice time. But also... I love a centre-back that can actually bring it out from the back and looks like he can actually pass it. I feel like he could do a job as a wing-back if he needed to, right? Mitrovic was the best kind of psychopath on the pitch where he'd get away with the murder a lot of the time. Not always. I mean, the Man United game is a very different example of that. But yeah, it was great. I was like, yeah. Some players, it's like, for example, I was a bit surprised that, for those who watched the game last night, the Levi Colwill one where... wasn't even given as a foul, where he literally takes his arm and shoves across Josh King's face as they're running towards the ball. Now, I'm not saying he should have got a second yellow card for that, but it's at least a foul, which completely blew my mind when they showed the replay, and I was like, what are we doing here? Maybe it could have been, honestly. I think he possibly could have gone for that. But that being said, there was also that one where Palacios tried to pull Cole Palmer's shorts down, and somehow the referee didn't deem that to be a foul either. It's like, sorry, not... He didn't book him. It's the most stonewall yellow card you're ever going to see. He's tried to take his shorts off. If you look up stonewall yellow card in the dictionary, there will be a picture of that there as well. You know, I do. I'm used to them, right? In the mirror every morning. Oh, coffee's back. And I guess Blanco probably is the last bench slot right now. I didn't watch enough of the Ipswich game to know... I only really watched the highlights of the one because I was watching the Palace game instead. Of course, on my plane in a foreign country, no doubt. Super consistent. Yeah, I guess why they're betting it in. Because one thing I did like, though, is they were definitely seeming to clamp down more on the people taking time over throw-ins, because he actually did reverse one. I think maybe even two throw-ins in the game. I think both were Chelsea ones, because they were just taking a bit too long with it. Right, so we're going to go with super aggressive against Espanyol, because I feel like we have no choice but to do so. And I'm okay with that. Because they knocked out Paris Saint-Germain. An away game in the league. Was it apparently your first away win in something like 16 months, Cam? I don't know if the number's entirely correct, but I did hear something about it being Wolves' first away win in a very long time. Enciso looks extremely good. I'm surprised that he's actually... Maybe this is what he needs, though. An incredible season there. Because he was at Ipswich last time in the Prem as well, wasn't he? But yeah, he did look very good. Jack Clark always looks fun. Like, you can pick him out on the pitch really easily, because, again, he's got a really weird gait, and... he basically just runs like Grealish, not just because of the shin pads, but there's a sort of the way that his body moves. It reminds me so much of Grealish, obviously. Hello, Espresso Cat. How are you, friend? Newcastle penalty shouldn't have been called because of how close full time it was. Yeah, it's one of those ones where I always feel for players, but like he does stick his leg out. Like it's I think if I'm a Newcastle fan, I'm just annoyed that my player's done that, but also I feel like if he doesn't, he's always taking the risk of he might miss a penalty, you know? It was one of those ones where it feels like sometimes you get decisions when players just run into someone who's stationary sometimes, and I don't know how much he really sticks it out, but I'd be pissed, but I'd also be like, fair enough, modern game, etc., right? Go on, nice early goal would be perfect. Cabezas is on the ball as well, which means we're likely to get something good coming on here, and it's blocked. Try again. Okay, good. So when your player is on the penalty spot with a chance to score, or at least turn and have a shot, whacking it all the way back to the halfway line is certainly an idea. Now, usually when these sort of things happen, it does lead to a goal. Really? Didn't even get the benefit of the goal this time. Amazing. Being tired went too far. Yeah, it's like the Bassi dive in the game last night. I mean, Jesus Christ, Calvin. You're many things, but you're not good at simulation, bud. Maybe the haircut's going to be the exact opposite. It's like, was it Samson whose power was in his hair? I assume that's an analogy that's been made countless times thus far. We have a lot of the ball and not doing a great deal with it just yet. This might be one of these games where perhaps moving to a slightly more dribbly approach could benefit us. Oh, that's a nice pick out, actually. I feel like Bassi as a pundit one day would be absolutely wonderful. I would listen to that man do anything, frankly. Oh, Anwar, go on. In you come, buddy. Oh, Anwar! Okay, he's taking it a bit too far now. We're going to end with a much worse chance out of it. God's sake. First conversation made, yeah. I didn't watch the game, so I don't know. In fact, I imagine he had that on his like notes pad circled in giant letters. Basically, if Haaland doesn't do something, Samson. It does look strange. At first, I thought he just had it cut short, but it is like a proper buzz cut, isn't it? I think, though, as a Newcastle fan, right, you'd probably take even though it was unfortunate to throw away the lead so late, you'd probably take a draw on the opening day against Liverpool at home, right? I would have thought. We've taken the lead, speaking of. Montparnasse has done a thing in Europe, which is nice to see. Bassi was signed from, I think it was Ajax, I believe. Or was it Rangers? I think he was Rangers, then Ajax, then he came to us, because he was good for Rangers, I think, then didn't do so well for Ajax, and that's why we were able to get a bit of a cut price deal. I think we've definitely got more Rangers Bassi than Ajax Bassi. It was nice to see the tributes to Kevin Keegan, though. Both at that game, obviously at the Fulham game yesterday too, because of course Keggy was Fulham manager when he took the England job, which I always forget about, the fact that what he did there as well. Yeah, it didn't really work out for him at Ajax, but that's okay. It's not always going to work out for everybody, and we've got the best. I think we've probably got certainly one of the best versions of him now, but it's because we sort of play to his strengths quite a lot, I think. But we do need a centre-back partner for him that's going to be able to do that as well. Because Cuenca, I actually really do like Jorge Cuenca, but the fact that we've really only at the moment, because Anderson's suspension, only really got Bassi and Cuenca, that's not enough depth there, especially if we did want to ever go to a back three for whatever reason, as Montparnasse is surely miles offside here. Oh, dear. I do feel like, with the title, like you guys said earlier, Arsenal seem like the adults in the room. That's a really nice pass, where I'm sure they'll have their moments, but it feels like everybody else is kind of working, despite winning games. You could feel more cracks. And I know Arsenal only play Coventry, but they do feel, even with the injuries they've had, but they seem to be replacing that quite well. They just seem like they've got their shit together, and everybody else is kind of not quite there yet. There's always like that thing you can point to that you're like, that's the reason why they're not going to do it. Some of the argument on the podcast I was listening to earlier about how Maresca's kind of just keeping the City job warm until company decides that he wants it. That's the thing. When you look at the comparison between how they looked in the Charity Shield final as well, I mean, they weren't even on the same page, really, were they? Naeem is absolutely cooked since we changed the tactic. His assist making since the tweak has been lights out good. And Al Shankiti obviously has had, he's like McDavid in the playoff numbers, not last year, the one before. He's actually insane. We're also 2-0 up here, overperforming XG again. Momp has scored both. This is perfect. Neither of the strikers have really been at the races, but it's good when you don't need them to be, I guess. But that's kind of what this tactic was designed to do, was to actually finally get us to overperform our XG. And I don't know why it's working, but it is. Oh, wait, was that actually offside? At least we'll take it in our favour. Usually we don't get the rub of the green on them, so it's nice to see it go the other direction. Liverpool section on display. Yeah, that was really cool, actually, the fact that it was both sets of fans, because obviously Keggy means a lot to a lot of different clubs and people, even if you never managed your team. And oh my god, Naeem's won a penalty now. Insane. We could have a chance to go 3-0 up here, and I think Montparnasse would likely take this for a potential hattie. I mean, if he scores a penalty as well, I can't remember the last time Montparnasse scored a hat-trick. And it will be him to take it as well. I do wish you got assists for winning penalties, or at least some kind of acknowledgement in terms of the match rating in some manner. Montparnasse from the spot. Oh, shit it. Right. Now, the question is, how is this going to fuck us and get us knocked out of the Champions League in the second leg? Is the big question. That is frustrating. You're right, we're definitely not overcrowding the box as much. And in addition, because we're not overcrowding the box, that extra player is in a more advantageous position defensively for us as well. And I also think that when we do lose the ball, because of the wide centre-backs, it puts less pressure on the pressing wing-backs to get back and be like the first line of defence. They can sort of cover round and then get the tackles in afterwards. I think it's made them play better defensively as well. Ah, dear. I feel like they always miss their hat-trick penos. Naeem's going to have to stay on even though he's complacent for some reason. The strikers are not really at it here, but I feel like, weirdly, of the two, I'm actually going to take off... Actually, no. I'm going to rinse both changes. Screw it. We've got Stig, who is quite good as a super sub. What other options have we really got? John for Allen, maybe? Oh, it was Alan that was complacent, not Naeem. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong player. Diabate maybe for Cabezas, who's been a bit fine. Although he has been actually absurd this season, in fairness to him. Might leave that sub just in case. A few injuries in there too. I feel like Johan Wisła maybe caught a lot of strays last season just because he spent so much of it injured and couldn't really catch any form. But I think this year is going to be a big season for Wisła. I feel like Montparnasse has indeed missed that, like, the hat-trick goal penalty a few times, which is frustrating. What if you're more likely to do so because he was complacent at that point? But 3-0 was fat last year. I swear he was injured too. Injured and fat, right? I guess the reason presumably he got fat is because if you're injured, you're less mobile, depending what type of injury it is. So you move less and therefore you put on weight and you're used to burning X amount of calories and requires more discipline to do X, Y, and Z, I guess. What is the point of... Wait, is that going to be a corner? Thank you, goalkeeper. Oh, is Robert Sanchez in goal for Espanyol as well? Love to see it. I'd take a 2-0, but it is frustrating to not have the 3, because 3-0, we'd be absolutely fine. Oh, we do have Coffee on the bench, don't we? I'm so used to not having him around that might as well make the most of him now. He looked really good for Dr. Congo at the World Cup. I guess it's just a question of whether he can put that down this season for Newcastle. It certainly looked like he could. Also, the pace that Newcastle have in their team is absolutely outrageous. Like, players like Elanga, because Osula's unbelievably quick as well, isn't he? Didn't he set, last season I think it was like the fastest speed that a player reached in the entire league that year or something was Osula, or was it maybe the year before? Toure, oh, okay. Even more. Who's Toure? Is this a new signing? Worth noting as well, we're keeping a clean sheet here, and the goalkeeper's actually had saves that have been made. I just don't know what it is. I think it is just that for some reason we just seem to... I wonder if it's now that we're inviting crosses with a back 3, it's a lot of like harmless... Oh, shitting yes, come on! That's a huge goal. Stig Gunnar Kruta makes it 3-0 in stoppage time. An assist from Diabate, another goal off the bench for Stiggy. He just does it. And it's the fact that it's Diabate's run here and not the striker. Just runs into the channel, tons of space from here, instantly gets it across, and Stiggy's there with the tap-in. Bazumar is a quality name. Lewis Hall looked, I thought, pretty good in that game too. 6 figures a week. It takes a while. Like, we've only just started crossing that over the last couple of seasons to the 6-figure kind of guys. That's a very, very strong performance, frankly. Oh. 4 less spending on the second leg. Well, they did beat PSG 4-1 in the first leg of their tie, so don't rule it out. But we do look very stable defensively, which is why I called the new tactic stable confusion, because I feel like that's kind of the best way to describe it. Stig could be it. He could, honestly. And the thing is with Gomez, we did have a bid for him in the summer, but it just wasn't enough. There was, like, if I'm selling Gomez, because I think I have now given him a new contract, it needs to be like 100 million plus, really, because he clearly is. The thing that Gomez adds that the others don't have is he does have electric pace. He's the fastest player on the entire team by a considerable margin, actually. And when we're running channels at times, he can be extremely useful for that. And he clearly can do it. But I'll tell you what, Stiggy, as a striker, he kind of works. Hello, 11 Magic. Oh. Yeah, that second leg should be okay. Stig faster. No, he's not. Stig's not even close to being faster. He's actually quite considerably slower. I say considerably slower. He is notably slower, like by several attribute points. I think it's people forget just how fast Gomez actually is. Let's see if I can find him here. Where's he got? Christian? Oh, he's there. Gomez has 16 acceleration and 19 pace. That is substantially fast. Whereas Stiggy, who is one of the... Stiggy's more techie than he is, for sure. But... So Stiggy's the opposite. Stiggy's more of an agile player than he is pure speed. He's quicker off the mark, but he's slower at top speed. Whereas Christian Gomez is just pure raw pace. I didn't realize he had 19 acceleration, though. That must have gone up. Stiggy's just agile to an absolute absurd level, which goes nicely with his dribbling and his crossing. Well, to an extent. Reasonable flair. He's just a very good player, isn't he? Less likely to loan players with a release clause. I don't know. I don't think they are, because I started putting loads of £1,000 release clauses in all of our Spanish Scourge signings, so that way hopefully they would get picked off by other Polish sides. And I don't believe that it's reduced the number of loan offers we got on them, but it's hard to say without like a proper bit of data to analyse it, I guess. I kind of am backwards. I'll certainly give it a go. And obviously I have tons of, even if it's not great, I've still got so much car YouTube stuff that I watch anyway. Is it you that listens to Cream? Did you listen to the interview with the CEO of Lamborghini this morning? Bigger PA. He may do. Like Stig, I mean, Gomez's ceiling is probably pretty high as it is. Steinbergen's suspended, but that's okay because we'll get Akbash back for the second leg. So it's not the end of the world. Awarded Best Academy. I don't think I've actually won that at any stage in this save. I'm convinced it's not even possible. I guess for us it is quite. Oh no, sometimes we win it, but then my favourite one was when we won it when we were in Malta. And you know it has to say, on the old game at least, it will be an example of like, hey, here's some of the best players that have come through that academy. And it didn't have any examples because no one good had come through the academy in that time frame. Because realistically, the only good player we ever really got in Malta that came through was Matthew Side. I can't remember how much he was. Murcielago. I was listening to it in the shower and all I could hear was just occasional pronunciations of things. I think we do have 2020. Random player. Oh, that's no fun. Just those little things that they need to work on. Whole team meeting. Oh, title battle. I think you'll find there is no title battle. We're going to win it easily. How dare you even suggest such a thing? Probably will partner one of the big guys with one of the lesser good strikers for the next game. Though. Actually, I could start Sharpie alongside someone to make sure they're properly rested for the second leg, because I ain't taking no risks here. I can't bear the thought of what FM could possibly pull off on us here. Now, Europa League first legs. Show me something crazy. Okay, what you've done there is not show me something crazy. Please tell me they're at least away games. I think they are. 2-0 to Lechia. I mean, sorry, not 2-0 to Lechia. 2-0 defeat. It's been such tough draws for them. But I do get the feeling that... Yeah, it was at least away from home. And, oh, what? They were quite unlucky to lose that. Probably should have done, but, like... That's an annoying one. It's one of those ones where you think like, oh, maybe they could have bagged a draw out of that. What about Arca? Inter away from home. That's still turnaroundable. Oh, come on now. FM, please, I beg of you, stop this bollocks. So basically, Arca were brilliant here away from home and should have beaten them in Italy. But that would be Christian Fix, the United striker. Hello, Sharpie. Walk out the house banner. Oh, really? No, I was listening to it, so I didn't get a chance to watch it. I watched the... obviously, the Monterey Car Week one on 2DC, of course. I saw that, Hadrian. That's so strange that he's giving... I guess, like you say, it's because you're signing the contracts of youth players. But then, surely that means every manager in the save should have that exact same tendency then, right? What does that do for us in terms of coefficient? Even though we're the only one that really did anything on that match day. France are having an annoyingly good run now too, which kind of sucks. We're still doing better than Germany. And the likelihood is... Oh no, hang on. Good thing. France gained loads of points, but they've also now lost all of their teams. So we are officially going to be third place next year. Unless Germany pull off an absolute miracle, which, let's be honest, they're not going to. They do still have 4 teams left, to be fair. Mate, we don't have 4 teams left in it, so I don't know what that's even about. Point being, we are going to be back to third place. Unfortunately, England are having a slightly better year than Spain at the moment, it seems, because the gap's slightly larger than it was, but in time, maybe things will change. The Hoyd ignores. I see. So it's not like the, where you ask your Hoyd to sign up available candidates, which is kind of, for the most part, what I've been doing on this save for the last several years, just because if it's someone like genuinely goated, obviously I sign them up properly so I can get them on a decent contract, but most of the time after the youth and tech streams, I always just hit sign eligible candidates or whoever he wants at that point. Oh, you sign everybody. Right, okay, so literally everybody in there at all. That makes sense. I guess can't hurt you, right? Like, you're going to need to have it, particularly as I suppose it could just be, miscalculations, misassessments from scouts and stuff, and you never know when you're going to need that random player. Also, Ashton Keaty's now 5-star, 5-star. So is Naeem. And Cabezas is as well. He has had a very good season. Compared to his recent seasons for us, this is a massive step in the right direction. Like, I know he mostly plays as a sub in previous times, but that year this has been a huge step up from him, like a crazy one. Reasonable a year later. Oh, I see. So you give them the chance. Like, they at least get 1 year of being a footballer, I suppose, before they go back to being a plumber or whatever. I don't know why people always use plumber. That's a really respectable trade. We need more plumbers. Right. Peskovitz, I will rotate the strikers, if nothing else. Just to allow Sharpie
In winter,
and who was the other one?
It can get very depressing.
I guess Big Boy. I'll give him one more 90 minutes, although it probably won't end up being 90 minutes knowing him, you know. Rasmus, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well this afternoon. It is technically the afternoon now. I can get away with it. That'll be okay. Joao Carlos is nearly fit again. Kate has kept another clean sheet. What's he going to kick off about this time? Oh, Oliver Herbie John's banned. Didn't notice that. How did he get banned? He wasn't even playing. I might just leave a space on the bench for that. We'll get him in the next one. This is going to be the last chance for the Romanian guy. We'll give Munoz some points to catch up a little bit. My hope was that maybe there was just something we were missing with the Romanian guy. Okay, he didn't score anything. Oh, he did score! He scored a goal! Montperusa's got 2 more as well, by the way. 2 in stoppage time as well. This is just next level good. And there's no way we would have had 6 XG. It's going to be like 3.3 or something. Which is, I think, the big difference with us now. Okay, that one, that's quite... What the hell? 3.33 XG. It could not have been more correct. Do you know what? Now's the perfect time to open a pack. We got to. While the luck's hot like that. Got to take advantage of it now. If I'm that hot on luck with saying things like that, we've got to open a pack. Plus, these are eco packs. Outrageous. Okay. If I could get into the damn pack. So this one, we've got a little pack and then a big pack. What specifically you were looking for, such pal? If it's computer specs, I don't think I have a command for that, but I can certainly explain a few of those things in a minute if that's what you mean. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do the 5er and we'll do the 10 pack. I'll save the other one for later this week. Or I've used all of my luck. Yes. Pulled a perfect 10 Hazard. I should have a perfect 10 in here in theory. Let me get the other camera on as well, just in case. Don't know how useful it actually is, but it's there. Michael! You love to see it. How are you, friend? We're just opening some packs. Hey, look, chat. It's Mike. The man responsible for everything wrong. Oh, I think I've just got Johan Wissa. I'm pretty certain there's Wissa in this pack. Or certainly at the back. Igor Thiago. One for the Brentford fans. Georgina Ruter. Okay. We take a bit of that. Mayenda. All right. Well, what yours is? Yeah, absolutely. I will absolutely remind me in just 1 second when we finish opening these packs, and I will definitely do. This is a Fulham player. Oh, it's Beast Mode Josh King. Okay, that's kind of nice. We don't have a Beast Mode Josh King. That's really cool. And at the end, you're on Whistle.
So I tell the swamp
absolutely take that.
Such
pal, thank you very much for the follow. That's nice, especially after last night. That's really nice. Okay, second pack. This is the one that's going to have the good stuff. Although we have got Beast Mode Josh King. Pog will be pleased with that. If you missed it earlier, Pog's now got really into the cards as well. She has another. We have a second binder. Also, if you missed it earlier. Numbered Doku. Okay, second pack. There's a Danny Welbeck at the back of it. We got another golden line yesterday, actually. It was Alan Shearer. We got the Shearer golden line. Right on the front, though, ooh, it's Bukayo Saka. Then a Hull dude. John Egan. Looks like a Chelsea player. It's Garnacho. Ooh. Indeed, yeah. She's now super into cards, you see. And that's... Oh, Mokiele. Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh, Robbie Fowler Retro Threads. Okay. Don't mind a bit of that. Can't complain about Robbie Fowler. And... What's that? Nitro Boost Amari Hutchinson. Is that a Flying the Flag one? It's Tonali. Oh, hello. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Don't mind a bit of that. That is Yellow Voltage Rodri. It's not a numbered one, unfortunately, but that's the one that we're guaranteed from the Eco Packs. But still, that's a nice pull. Don't mind a bit of that. And K Furo, and then obviously Danny Welbeck at the very end. We got Tonali though. Okay. There's some okay pulls in those. I'll put those aside for Pog because she likes to file them later. We'll save the other pack for later in the week. But that wasn't bad. No Matty Cash in there, unfortunately. But we did get Josh King. I'll absolutely take that. Right, so as for specs, this PC, Gordo, I don't know if you're still around actually, Gordo. If you are, could you just make yourself known for a minute? Just because Gordo from chat specced this out for me, and he will probably have a better idea about the specs in this thing than I do. And I know that it's a... Hang on. I actually don't know. Let me see if I can find it. Someone in chat, Gordon, wanted to know the specs for this PC, and I've now forgotten off the top of my head some of the more, the minutiae of those things. Because it's a I can't remember what series the GPU is. Is it a 70 or a 60? I think it's a 70? 5070? I think it's a 5070 in the GPU, which is overkill for FM by a lot. But obviously I use it for rendering too, when I can get that part to work. It's... Ooh, I don't have a specs thingy. I need to build one of those, actually. We used to have one, but it was from my old... Not even my current PC. The previous one, from the old PC. And I can't remember the processor, because it's not like... It's not like a i5, i7, i9 or whatever. It's got this another thing that Intel did. It is an Intel processor, that much I can tell you. Gordo will have the spec sheet. There you go. Intel Core Ultra 7 265K, GeForce RTX 5070, Corsair 3000D Airflow. It's got an AIO, I think 32 gigs of RAM, and then got a load of SSD memory, M.2 specifically. But it does the job, but by massive amounts. It's very much overkill. You do not need a PC like this to play FM for sure. But this is because obviously this is my content creation PC, so it's for streaming, for editing more importantly, and all of the other things that I need to do. Although I do still need to sort out whatever that issue was with my graphics drivers. A yellow thunderstorm warning. Was it a warning of a yellow Rodri incoming? But yeah, I hope that helps. You don't need anything near as that. Honestly, FM's generally pretty good at running on most things. Less so than before, but they've done a pretty good job of that, I would say. Like keeping it accessible. God, the gap's had 7 points now, actually. They do have a game in hand on us, in fairness. Also, if it's a thunderstorm warning, it does make me wonder if I made the right choice by not putting the washing out. I did 2 loads of washing, but I was too busy sorting out stuff for stream that I actually forgot to put the washing out at the end, and I may have already made this mistake last week, if you recall, where I put the washing out, I was happy with that, and then I opened the window during stream, and it was pissing it down. So it got washed twice that day, some say. It's a northern one. So it'll be a while before it hits down my way. Oh, Rainer. They're cool. The thing I'm starting to learn now is the fact that obviously you've got the different types of cars that you can get in different packs. That's where it's going to get a little bit more difficult. But if you are coming to the Slough game, we'll bring all of our swaps because we will have loads of dupes. So we've got a lot of insert dupes as well, actually. I have 3 different Diogo Dallos. So... Oh, did I do the fantasy points? My apologies. One sec. At least it's working at the moment. Unfortunately, this is going to be a load of bench players again, isn't it? Which just makes it more difficult. Oh, God almighty. Oh, it's going to be such a pain. Right, give me a minute. Oh, wait, can I? No, I can't reduce the text scaling anymore, can I? Well, I can, but it won't help us on this occasion. I'll have to do that manually. Or can I just do it in 2 separate bits? I might be able to do it in 2 separate sets, potentially. That might actually be fine. Just two different screenshots. Might be enough. We have a proper... Pog's, she's got the checklist. She's been checking things off. They're all in the correct order as well. That's why we bought the second binder. Not because she wanted one, definitely. And literally, after stream on Thursday, when I came down, after doing all the post-stream work, I came down and found Pog sitting in Claire the chair, enjoying it, with just these binders on her, putting cards in. I was like, aha, you've been bitten. You've been bitten. Right, clean sheet. Man of the match was presumably not for one of the bench players, which is okay. I'll take another screenshot that gets those guys in. It should be able to do it. Because if that does work, then I'll just do that in future. Wrong button. Got there in the end. And no clean sheet. Man of the match award. Nice. Need to get another binder. Yeah, well, this is the thing, because the binder doesn't have enough space in it for the cards. There are more cards available than there are binder space, which is a little bit, not even a little bit silly. That's dumb as hell. And by like over 100, if I remember correctly from what Tony said. No clean sheet. Man of the match award for those guys too. Yeah, that'll work. Korean Pokemon cards. Okay. Fancy. I wouldn't even know. I would never even thought about Korean Pokemon cards as the thing. Collection going. Mike, I'll be sure to give you a couple of cards on whenever I next see you, which presumably will be possibly Friday night. You've got to get 2 binders. We do. We do have 2 binders. Pog's one arrived yesterday. That's how we got the numbered Doku. It was in one of the packs that came with the binder that Pog bought, which was really cool. And then we definitely didn't, when we were at Tesco's yesterday, buy that eco box as well as 3 more packs on top of that. We may have a problem, it'd be fair to say. Right, so Staney's suspended, but then Akbash is now fit again. So it kind of swings and roundabouts, is fine. I mean, honestly, it would be tough for me to want to change the team at all after how well they did in the first game. Is anyone on the bench, or not on the bench rather, that needs to come back in? Hoodie says I was not fit again yet. I think that's pretty much fine, isn't it? Everyone's fully fresh and ready to go. Less unhappiness knocking about too, which is kind of good. I think one of them's finally got over it. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Diabate, who's stopped being a whopper, basically. Nowhere near as pricey. Really? Is that just because they're less desired? I daren't get back into Pokemon stuff. I can't. I'm choosing this as my little collecty hobby now, I think. Because Pokemon, I mean, I have obviously they're down there somewhere, the Pokemon cards, but this feels like something I can... It's accessible enough that I can enjoy doing it and get that lovely dopamine. I have ended up on that side of TikTok as well. Literally, if I scroll down my TikTok feed, it is just people opening packs now. Official Polish Basketball League cards. I feel like everybody's just doing cards for everything now, and I'm fine with that. I found my cardboard crack, exactly. I think it does help that the Topps flagship ones, they actually are really nice looking cards too, which definitely helps. Like, they're not just sort of... They feel special, even if they're not. Twitch cards soon. I mean, hey, maybe I'll get a Topps sponsorship. Who knows? I'm starting to wish I hadn't turned down the opportunity to work with them last year now, but my content at the time and what they were actually looking for as a client was not suitable for what I could provide at the time. So, but now, hey, you never know. Things have changed. Plus, opening them on stream, expensible. That's the one. Oh, go on. Suddenly we just launched a spin-off podcast. It's an own goal. That's surely going to be going on target anyway. You'll get a spin-off podcast of the FM show, and it's just the exact same. It's just us again, but we just talk about cards instead, which was most of the Patreon episode last week, I must admit. I mean, Aaron was opening packs in church on Sunday. I love the Chrome Classics. I've got... What have I got? I've got the Alexis Sanchez one. I've got... I think... Is the Jermaine Defoe... I think the Jermaine Defoe one's Chrome Classics, because I've got that as well. We could do my own trading cards. Maybe I could do that and then sell it with merch that I don't have yet when... It's on the list. It's on the list. Maybe for 27. I'll get the Goose t-shirt finally sorted and we can do silly trading cards of former players. Got it on stream. Oh, did I? I always wondered where that came from. I wasn't sure if it was one I'd packed off stream or not. Not that I would ever open a pack without y'all. I am now, of course, because I've got this. Oh, no. I was thinking, shit, I opened 2 packs today, which means I won't have one for Sunday. But, of course, I'm not streaming Sunday, am I? As if I'm not going to buy more between now and then anyway. Like, who am I joking? Like, obviously that's going to happen. Well, surely I could just call it Second Yellow Cards. I mean, it writes itself. 1 of 1 Gideon. Yes! Actually, here's one for you then. So who would be, like, the rare pulls if I had my own card set? Doggin River? Oh, that's surely off. I've missed it anyway. God's sake. 1 of 1 Doggin River. Emmett Doran. It'd be like an Emmett Doran, yeah, the Croc card would be good. And maybe like a Bobby Tree holographic 9-goal card. He'd have to get one. Norman Millington would be like a retro baller. The most retro of all ballers. Oh, dear. Well, that's an annoying goal to concede. Chances would be cards? 100%. For sure. Hadrian would be like the Editor Wizard one. The booty card, of course. That beer in my fridge. The Toilet Rocks. The Toilet Rocks would have to have an own. Yeah, 1 of 1 Saz Skin one would be good too. Toilet Rocks would definitely need it. You'd have to have multiple Toilet Rock ones though, just to cover off the sheer number of rocks what there were. Inferno under the table card, yep. Matt's... It's just a Brad Friedel card. The Butterfly. The Broken Wardrobe. When was the Broken Wardrobe? Or just that thing I used to have in the background that technically wasn't broken. We just deliberately didn't put a door on it so that our TV could sit inside it because we were on limited space. Andrews. Oh, we need the Jinjo's Bots card. Yeah, for sure. Harv covered in pasta. A thing that broke. What was the thing that broke? That shelf that fell off the wall, I suppose. No goalkeeper on the bench card. Yes. Oh, the drawers. Yes, of course. But that's actually what... Oh, well, yeah, no, fair. God, I completely forgot about the Admiral Muscat thing. First open set of drawers. Now the drawers that Pog bought, they just collapsed, basically. Levante. That would be the most abundant card of all. An FM World Cup me. Oh, God, yeah, the elevator card. The me in the elevator. Good point. A Harold Bishop card, of course. A collab card is his facial injury. I love that when Callum was collecting sort of images for the publication for, like, you know, promo pictures for the game, and Clex just sends that. It's brilliant. My neighbour's dog. Bit of Josh Allen, of course. A Hulk Yoga Chrome classic from back in the day. Isla Blabiba. God, I forgot about that. Falling out of a lot. Oh, yeah. 8-bit baller Fernando Ovalar, for sure. And... oh, a few of those. That's just old enough to be there, isn't it? Pug's face on a bowling ball. The leg waxing. Montpellier has been dreadful today. Lads, can we maybe win this game? Since, you know, that would be quite advantageous to coefficient. Gomez has kind of been bad again today. I'm wondering if Stiggy is the answer once more. I might make the same subs as last time, actually. Seemed to work out relatively well for us. How has Kwasiopud been so bad here? Might swap those two over. I mean, we're relatively cushy right now with a 3-goal advantage, but you know how these things can be. A red dick monster card? Yes. He's broken his spine chat would have to be a crazy rare one, yeah. Suit bag curtain, oh my god, yeah. There was also that time when my light just randomly died. The last light I had before. I had a big ring light prior to this for years, and it just died in the middle of a stream one time. And we literally had to finish stream at that point because you couldn't see me. Redacted would have to get one too, and Diabate straight off the bench, straight into the goals. I love this tactic. It really does score a lot of goals. And that's good. Yes, the camera disconnecting. And just a frozen image of me as well, which admittedly would be every card, of course. Because that's what a card is, I suppose. We need to do VOD comments as well. Maybe we'll do it after this game. Once we get our draw for the next round, because we are going to be in that. Actually, once we see the fates of the other Polish sides, because they've still got bits to do, i.e. get through. I have a horrible feeling we're going to lose both of them, though, which will suck. Did Stig get another assist? God, he did. He is certainly... oh, wow, a headed goal from a corner. Akbash... wait, is that going to be an assist for Stig as well? I think that is, you know. I think Stig's got another assist with that. Pretty certain that was his corner. Yep. Botched intro card. It's got like a bit missing from it or something. The list written on a very small font. A card that just says read the note. Stream Nana 1 of 1 would be good. That's a case... what's it called? A case hit. Or the... what was the name of the TTS bot we had before Stream Nana? I can't remember her name. It was the Norwegian lady, I think. I mean, admittedly, Stig... that was from a corner, but ultimately, he's got good corners. And we could do with a good set-piece taker, because we don't score enough from set-pieces, frankly. Shy when he gets donuts. It's tough. It's like, I'm obviously incredibly grateful for the generosity, because I truly, truly am. Obviously, I have to be, and I am. And I know that that's what supports me to do this as a job, but it's still just a thing that I don't think I'll ever get used to, and nor would I want to, either. Oh my god, Stig nearly scored again. I say again as if he's got a goal already, but like, he's going to get man of the match here, I think. Oh, what the fuck was that cut for sure? It's actually quite a large set. I need to start writing some of these down. Because that might be quite a fun thing to do at some point. Diabate! It's 4! Diabate scores his second goal off the bench. We've put, what's that, 7 or 8? No, 7 goals past Espanyol here. Mr. Swizzles! He lives on. He is somewhat on his last legs. Like, the actual top part is broken and being held on purely by vibes. But it's another game where we've played better, got our XG superb. Diabate, Akbash, just the boys are back in town. Stig with 2 assists off the bench. Diabate with 2 goals off the bench. Sven as a keeper. Stirrups. I'm trying to think of like retro memes. Hadrian's never been under the desk. There's not room for 2. That is very much an Inferno territory. Card for every team, of course, yes. And it would have like on the back the success dungeon of the fishmongers. Speaking of, obviously I'm seeing Emma on Thursday after stream. So Tuesday stream is going to have some stories potentially. The Treaty United scheduling, Christ, yeah. Juliet. It's just a really sad card, you know. like I was when he left. Is that giving the points? No clean sheet. Player of the match bonus for... Did Diabate get... I suppose he scored twice, to be fair, so can't really begrudge him that when he scored 2 goals. It's good to see that he's got that in his locker, though, to be fair. That was very good. Like, we're making light work of teams at this round. Old fan, that was really loud. To be fair, this is actually... It's weirdly quieter than this one. I just got a lot better at knowing where to put it. Goose cards for sure. Yeah, I can't believe we've got this far in and there's been no mention of geese. Judas Iscariot. A hairdresser's neighbour. Ah, which one? She has several of the self-pleasing neighbours. A Willian card. There would have to be a Willian card as well. It's not a numbered pull, though. You're going to have to open more packs, James. I wonder if I can actually... Oh, don't even... Oh, for God's sake. I'll put this on my notes now. Make a card opening web app to open cards with stream memes in it. I'll just put that on my task list of like, it'll get shuffled back, I'm sure, but that does sound like that would be quite a fun thing to have occasionally, so that chat can open them during like wee breaks or something. A points reading, yes, that's a great shout. I could easily code it as a web app that would appear on screen, so when people trigger it, it could trigger automatically, open the pack and reveal something. Change the hit rates on the cards, put some really rare ones in there as well. That's actually relatively simple to do. Obviously, you have to work on the animation bit, but it's a web app, so it would just be a browser source. That actually is quite sick. SYC Balatro! Don't even... Oh. I need to play some more Balatro. Although I must admit, I am enjoying the new Slay the Spire. I still play it every now and then, and it is a very fun game. But mostly just because I enjoy, like, it's probably one of my favourite games ever, honestly. That's got me excited. I'll have to design all of these, which would be a bit of a tough one. Has cards through? Does he actually? I don't think it'd be super... I mean, I've obviously, because I design all my alerts and stuff myself, so it wouldn't be too hard. Probably just an After Effects thing. I would just need a placeholder that's done in After Effects that creates like a... Then again, it might be easier if I just did it all in HTML and CSS. I don't know, we'll have to have a look. The bold patch on the leg. I have a different spotted bold patch now. You'll be pleased to know. It's moved now to the top of my right knee, which is not from flamingoing. The legs seem to have been able to withstand flamingoing now. I believe it's from how I sit when I'm sat on the sofa. I fold my leg over and it's like rubbed all the hair off the top of my leg. Me dressed as Pog card. Oh, that's a throwback, Rob.
Do not hate
Particularly as I think I pulled it off, to be honest. I don't know where that image is, unfortunately. I don't think I have that image to hand, sadly. Vitaly, thank you very much for the follow. Right, probably should actually do VOD comments now while we're here, because we have a cute couple. And I've got them in a little folder. And just so we get to witness that again. With the... Oh. Hello. With the Chitty Bang, I think, which he scores twice. That makes more sense than whatever the hell I was saying as well. Change collections. What's this? The Goose Mother Commander deck? What even is this? And why is it so expensive? Excuse me. Bloody hell. I mean, there are Goose collections? Yeah, I think a few of them are, Mike. Anyone in chat right now that's come to the charity match of the weekend? I know some of the volleys are as well, which is really, really cool. I mentioned it on the main YouTube video too. And we already did this, but we checked the Brazilian guy's full name. Gledson Green. Things you'll love to see. Oh, Magic the Gathering. So yeah, with regards to the loan thing we talked about last stream as well, the pull the best card from the SYC set. There you go. Oh, wrong button. You've got that gold version. I like how I've just become faded, which is kind of what I am in general as a human being. I think FM could definitely have some mechanic in it, because it would be nice to have the option where if you are going to sign them, you could still loan them in advance, like you can do, you know, with trial until they join type of thing. But it would be nice to have it. Maybe maybe you're not allowed that. No bells on. Well, that's rubbish. You were wearing bells last year. Rubbish. Come defend with me. It's pretty close, but I still feel like the best one is going to be Defenders on a Date That Is Blind, which is what we settled on, I think. Willian in there too. I'm going to have to go back and clip this part, Matt, because that way I can remember what all of these suggestions and start making them into something quite fun. Which reminds me, I actually need your input on something later chat as well, which I've got on my stream notes for a little bit later on. It's just told me to open a pack. Little does it know that I already did that, because I got a head rush after I predicted that XG from a match down to the decimal. Leeds only got arrested. For what? I imagine it wasn't for being a really good football club owner. Although I could be wrong. Actually, I think I'm just going to carry on doing what I was doing earlier with these, where I just... it's 51 of you. He's at least not retiring, I suppose. For soliciting. Goodness me. Surely when you're... Why? Just Go outside. Talk to people. I don't know. Oh, we didn't look at the other Polish results. Who is the Leeds owner these days? For some reason in my head it's still the guy, was it Chelino? Obviously it's not, but like, in my head it is. 2000 Ohio jail. Wow. Fined £873. That's really specific. Or is that just the going rate, or is that $1,000? Just the going rate for Ohio-based... words are hard. I'm moving on. I'm going to choose to move on. Port is due soon. Yeah, I know, but, like, you know, if it comes out that he's a proper Rogan, which clearly was to some extent, then, you know, good. I'm glad that they're looking into these things. It's just nice to see it happening, honestly. UK equivalent of Ohio. Oh, it's Wednesday. I've just tried to look at the fiction that hasn't happened. Yeah, words are difficult. Wait, are you playing the Carabao as well? Sorry, the Carabobbins. I am going to start stealing Carabobbins. Thank you, Sam. Tara says to the Wire. It doesn't know, does it? Because, like, we are miles ahead of them. Wait, are we actually miles ahead of them now I think about it? Conkers? I don't know. Where's the best place? Sheffield, maybe? I'm just trying to think of a place where loads of metalcore bands randomly come out of for no reason. Essex is Ohio. Nah, Essex is like New Jersey. I would have thought. If I was to put Essex as somewhere, I would have thought that Essex is like New Jersey. Just speaking of the Jersey Shore specifically, and that specific part of Essex, but I feel like that's probably enough to clarify it. I feel like Fulham haven't been linked with anyone for a while. I mean, it's like random people, but no one that makes you go, ooh, I guess. But we do need another defender, that is for sure. Right, come on. And they're both out. Lads. Oh, you really lost both legs. That's so disappointing. I mean, they got tough ass draws, but please tell me they were at least like, well, at least they got a draw in the home game. To be fair, they were probably not deserving of the draw in the home game. That sucks though. It's Arca I'm actually more disappointed by because they should have won the away match. The fact they've lost both games while being the better side in both games. Awesome. Well done, lads. Sack Harry Kane immediately. And look, it's because their goalie drops a shitter, as always happens at this stage. Oh, that's really irritating because that's not going to gain us many coefficient points either. I mean, we're safe in our spot, but Cornwall's text. Cornwall, I don't know actually. Essex is a bit Florida as well, I suppose. Needs bidding. Yeah, but the thing is, he probably is a really good goalkeeper that's done brilliantly up until this point. And then, as you know from watching us, the second you get to a certain stage, it's just like their inability to do anything just disappears immediately. Secession, I suppose. Called Ohio State Buckeyes. I see. That much I'm aware of. I just don't understand what joke were we referring to. Oh, right. So I see. Sorry. When I have to scroll up, you know it's bad for me. Lecky Magic Coast to sack. Yeah, I can sort of see why. They have been kind of bad in the league this season. They're looking very unlikely to qualify for Europe next year. As are Radomiak, which is much worse. This is not great. Pushta are slipping closer and closer to relegation. Katowice have absolutely shat the bed again. I'm assuming that Rakov are still winning. Oh, I think they're not winning. Lech basically returned to the mean. God, you're right, they have. I didn't realise they'd fallen off that hard. They're 9th in the league now. They barely win matches at all. Look at the start to the season. They won, I think, was it 10 of their first 11 games? And they've now won 2 of their next 16? That is a hell of a fall off. They've returned to the meme. Yes, exactly. I think we've actually got a little run of games now until we get... of course we're playing Chelsea. Actually, Chelsea would be a fun one because that's like revenge essentially for them beating us in the group stage. The question is, if we were to beat Chelsea, who is actually the finalist that we'd face? Oh... I really want, if we get through, I really want Atletico in the final. I would love Atletico in the final because we've got a plan. We never had a conference team, unfortunately. They didn't even make it into the group stage, sadly. Ilano, thank you for the 44 months. That's the biggest holdback on our sort of points this season with having no conference league team. We'd easily be back in the 20s again, but because Brookbet lost to Angers, it completely cooked us. Past winners, it's been fairly... There's one potential in there that will stand out slightly more than the others, I must admit, as far as finalists go. And this is excluding us from the equation. Just one of these is not quite like the others, of course. Yeah, the Villarreal final was pretty surprising, but obviously it was still a very stacked Villarreal with loads of Spanish Scourge players. Dinamo Zagreb reaching that final was truly unreal. They only lost it in the 90th minute as well. They could have easily gone to penalties in this game, or at least extra time over in Azerbaijan. Yeah, it's... I find that it usually takes at least a little bit longer to get the weirdness. Frank could leave Tottenham, chat. You heard it here first. Thomas Frank could be on the move. Hello, J-Tux. How's it going, man? We've been very good. We've lost all the Polish sides, unfortunately, because they all got dreadful draws. But on the plus side, we are through to the semi-finals of the Champions League, where we will face Chelsea. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Match of the day. Ready to go for him. I actually can't remember the last time I watched Match of the Day in fairness, so it's one of those pieces of news that comes across and I'm like, oh, anyway, kind of thing. I want to do... Maybe, fuck it, I'll give Kwasi put a little run. An actual genuine run in the team. Is there anyone else that needs to come back in that should already be back in? I think I'm kind of good for the time being. And obviously we want strikers. So what I'll do for this one is... Munoz was the one we said we were going to let play in this game. Because he needed an extra game to start. I think Pimenta could do with another go as well, considering he's just got a Portugal cap. Munoz should be good as well, which just makes it even weirder to me. In fact, I'm going to use this opportunity to grab my wee break now, otherwise I'll never forget. I'll never forget. I'm the worst elephant. Back in...
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Okay, let's see what we're saying with this one. That's that's going to be a very tough one for you there, my friends. Let's just move away from that. And again, last second he's managed to nick in there. Technically that one does count because I can't stop it from counting. Needless to say, at least we've got a competitor. Like, Niantic is at least... Actually, to be fair, not even at least, is winning. But at least now we've got a bigger leaderboard. Right, so off of that for a minute. And maybe we'll have the card. Yeah, I like the idea of the card pack thing being a reward, if I could work it. Reset it. Yeah, I reset the leaderboard because of the start of the Premier League season, and also to stymie Andrew at every single turn. Hello, Fizzy. Every time I select a certain view, whether it's on my squad screen or whether copy. Oh, right. So, basically, the copy of thing happens... wait till you see this. When you change anything on a view... So, for example, basically, anytime you take any kind of view and you make any change to it, like with a new column, the game automatically saves it as a copy of that view. The only way around this is when you do that, and as far as I know, Fizz, you can obviously... I think the only way that you could conceivably go about stopping it, you can't stop it, but you can get rid of them. So if you go into one of the views like this, I don't know what I was making here, then you go into this and you can go delete current view. But it is an absolute faff because when you do it, oh, it actually does reset it. Okay, good. I thought it was going to keep you on the same page, but you'd have to go through and do it. And bear in mind, I have gone through and deleted them in the past, meaning that I actually technically would have had more if I didn't. It's yet more incredible design work there from the good folks over at SI, and more importantly, Mr. Michael Holford. Yeah, it will just keep happening, unfortunately. You can rename them, but it doesn't work in the way that you think it does. So, notice that I have some views that have saved names and stuff. But the way that you do it is you have to name it by renaming it before you export it. And if you don't do that, when you export it, it just keeps whatever name was there before. Because, Mike, so obviously I'm going to be filming some stuff for the ED videos and stuff at the weekend for the match day thing, and I'm genuinely going to have Mike in it, and I might just have the Kyra on say something like, Sweet Left Foot, responsible for all the things wrong with FM. Or I'll be really nice to you, Michael, because I love you. Haven't decided quite which one yet. Also, I checked in the wishing well that is my fridge. No changes yet. So, it seems that appears to have stopped itself for the time being, but I did make a wish on your behalf, Jack, just in case. I won't tell you what I wish for. I'll let you know if it comes true. Let's go. Oh my god, again. Sorry, Georgie. You did at least score a goal. It's something. Nah, you're not going crazy. It's usually, think about, this is the logic flow I use now. If I start something in FM and I go, ooh, that's a bit weird, am I going nuts? Firstly, I ask chat, which I realise is not an example that everyone has. And often, I am usually wrong. Fucking hell, really? Speaking of. But, once we go past that step, it's usually because the game is just not designed very well. Occam's razor in this case. We'll call it Holdford's razor. That's unfortunate. Did Arca win by any chance? They haven't played yet. Stuff like that, I suspect, is the sort of thing we're hoping to see for 27, right? Miles' razor. But yeah, but Miles isn't here to take the piss out. Most Mike is. No, I wouldn't want Mike to stop showing up. Scapegoat for the graphics. Oh, God, yeah. I mean, you could pick your own scapegoat, obviously. This is a choose-your-own adventure. I just choose Mike because I know Mike more than I know Z, and it's easier to take the piss. Did he actually score? I guess that's something, right? 6-year-old Paul that made his debut in one of the games. Really? Oh, there was a guy at Piasklevica that we saw on the next gen list earlier. So maybe it was this game here where they drew, annoyingly. Oh, wait. Oh, is it because we're on match day? I can't click on it. Oh, I can from that screen. The question is being able to find the guy because they're all regions. Be easier just to go to Piast's actual page, wouldn't it? Lukashik. Oh, it was Rook. Typical. Hopefully they're a hot prospect or something. I guess he must have been on the bench. Or they've changed their bench. It's because he's not in their first team, is he? He'll be in the second team, maybe. That's the schedule, man, not the fucking squad. God, I hate the way that you have to navigate squads. The fact that I can't just tick down is dumb as hell. This guy, surely? Krzysztof Lukashik. Yeah, that was the guy. Hello, Chewie. Their transfer value seems to be maxed at £20 million. Really? So that's actually, ironically, the exact same season I'm in. My guess is it's the same problem that has pervaded FM for time immemorial. And, oh no. And that is that the game has like lookup tables in the pre-game editor data that essentially tells it how much players are going to be worth at X level of CA and stuff, right? The problem is that the game is really bad at scaling those when you start to get better players and when the league itself develops. So what ends up happening is that you get to the stage where you're at, where you've got all these world-class players, and the game is still valuing them as if you are the Polish league now, when of course, were you to be that situation in real life, and the Polish league is what, the third best league in the world or something, you'd be getting players that are more like Bundesliga level value, because if they're attracting those kinds of players, then they should be worth it. And unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do about it. So what we do about it as far as pre-save is Hadrian basically goes in and copies the reputation lookup chart or whatever from, I think, the Bundesliga, I believe, over to Poland. That's how we fixed it, so that in future, it doesn't really affect you much at the start of the save, because obviously you don't have those levels of players, but it means when you do get to that level, you can actually get better value for them, and it's an annoying thing to have to do, and it's one of those other areas where FM is just really bad at being dynamic when things change in the main game world. So unfortunately, there's not a lot you can really do about it. I do hate the fact that that's going to be... Ooh, he might be back for Chelsea, I think. It could be okay. Yeah, it looks like Cater's had an absolute shitter there. Then again, we still need to be scoring our chances, obviously. We need to sort of... At least, I feel like with this system, we'll probably win more games even when we're crap sometimes, because they seem to be more consistently able to score goals. Oh my god, you're right. He did absolutely shit the bed here, didn't he? 6.2. God damn it, man. I still haven't quite figured it out what it is. I bought a new goalkeeper in my other save yesterday, and all of a sudden things just turned around, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what the difference is. Yeah, that's another thing. If you're doing Building Nations, for example, which I'm assuming you are, maybe not, but it still matters either way. But it's always important to look at things like that, especially, but then you wouldn't know to do that anyway, because it's not like it's a league rule. There are these little things in the game that you can go and change relatively easily before you start your save that will just make it way more fun in the long run, basically. Those are already going through. Because we made very few changes to Poland for this one, because we didn't really need to, but that was one of the things we made sure to actually check with. That, and obviously changing the loan rule to make it more difficult. Lech Poznan, I know you've been crap since you were good, but could you maybe be good for the weekend, just to make sure that we're not still only 5 points clear at the top of the league? Come on, get him in. Get the guy from Cracovia, who, to be fair, is having a... Yes! Lech Poznan. My heroes. Don't qualify for Europe or anything, please, but that's pretty much, I'd say, guaranteed us the title. I would have been a bit worried had Arca got back to within 5 points of us, considering. We have now hit 100 goals. Our record is 116. I don't know if we're going to have enough in the tank to get 16 more goals in our next 4 games. We basically have to average 4 goals a game. We need a couple of 7 bombs, basically, in there too. That'll really fix it. But unfortunately, our opponents are quite good. Which is bad. Yeah, it is kind of bad. We don't really want Lech in Europe. I think of the two, yeah, you're probably right. They are still under a decent amount of pressure from Legia, Radomiak, Lechia. Teams that we do want to get above them, basically. I'm resigned to the fact that Vichester in Europe is actually fine, because they're getting better and better now. It's Rook I don't want in Europe, but realistically, they're going to be in some form of Europe. I would just rather it... Actually, weirdly, I think I'd rather Rook did qualify for the Champions League next year, because the Polish teams don't get us too many points in the Champions League, generally speaking, anyway. They get some, but it's not a huge amount. But if they were in the Europa League or the Conference League, for example, they'd have more expectation that we need them to do stuff. And I feel like they would fail us more by being in the lower competitions. So in a weird way, I actually don't hate that. Who's left in the Cup? We are left in the Cup, I believe. But I think the rest of them are actually fairly bog standard. I will just check. That's all Patreon regions, I believe. Oh, wow. That Croatian guy we found earlier has no PA whatsoever. He's just very tall. Which is totally fine by me. He's allowed to be. Where is the cup? Because our cup game is usually in the middle of the Champions League, isn't it? Oh, it's literally the next game, because the cup final is usually there. So the semi-finals are Piast Gliwice versus Jagiellonia, and then us versus Brookbet. It's actually pretty good. That's fine. So Jagiellonia in the final. That could be quite good for us. It might mean that we could throw a cup final to them, because they ain't qualifying for the they're not qualifying for Europe by themselves. So we've got that in our back pocket as well. This isn't even the first time we've had to do this. We threw a final to them before. Because realistically, they should be in Europe. Number 2, is it really? I wonder why the cup's gone up so much. Is that just possibly because we're winning it so much? And as a result of that, that's pushed it up slightly. Obviously, we win the league all the time too, but I guess it weights it against the other teams a little bit more so. But with the cup, maybe it only weights the finals or something. I definitely remember, though, in almost all of my previous saves, the domestic cup of whatever nation we were in has often ended up being the most, like, sort of respected, reputation-wise, tournament in the world. Right, Uche can come in for quite a little while, it would seem, actually. Unfortunately. Right, so Munoz did okay. Who else needs a game? Trying to think what... which was the other one that needed a game? Ruiz got one earlier. Chacon got one when he didn't need to. Okada, maybe give him another chance? Mr. Japan? Okada and Pimenta definitely need to go. Obviously don't want to lose here, but... yeah, if we get to the final, then we can throw to get him into Europe. Kid a goalkeeper. We may not have a choice, actually. Let's see if this will just let me go into the game. Yeah, we're going to have to put the kid in goal, which is okay. Gives us a chance to get him a rest. Maybe a loan for the kid next season would be good. In fact, is he even old? I don't think he's even old enough to go on loan yet, actually. Right, let's get that in. That should be okay. Oh, I am okay, Pog. Apologies. I did see you come in, but then you said something like, I have him muted, so don't talk to me. I was like, oh, okay. But I didn't see the rest of the messages, in fairness. Because I was on my wee break. Throwing pennies into the wishing well of our fridge. Oh, okay. 4-0. No goal for the striker, but 2 more goals for Cabezas, because he is the greatest footballer on earth, apparently. Do strikers even do anything anymore, it seems? The red card certainly helped us on that one, I would say. Either way, we take that. Probably still muted. Oh, you're right. Thumbs up. Hang on. All the thumbs up. Let's do a big thumbs up. That does not quite conjure the... great. That's a gif in the making. I still underperformed the XG in that one, annoyingly. Shimkovic did actually do okay here. 9 with another assist. Okada did get an assist, if nothing else. Looks like he played reasonably well, actually. And... oh, God, who's that injury? Wait, hang on. Did Kowalski come off the bench in this game? What is he doing? Why did my assistant bring Kowalski off the bench when he's injured? It's my fault for putting him on the bench. But I didn't think he'd actually play him. I bet not have exacerbated the injury. Yes, Pog, we were doing an idea for collectible cards. So say we had like our own stream channel and everything based top set. What would the cards be within it? Because there's some pretty good shit from earlier, which I'm definitely going to turn into something fun. This is another one. One in particular there. I'm not... oh, you... 100%. She still can't hear. This is true. But I have no way of communicating this. Unfortunately, I do not speak semaphore nor BSL. Such is the limitations of me as a human being in general. Right. I guess if Pepe is in charge, that would make sense. I'm a bit scared now to go back to the portal. Okay, he is injured again. What should be massively serious now? Okay, hang on a minute. Stay with me here. Kowalski got... be better to search, wouldn't it? Okay, here's the thing. When I click this, wouldn't it be cool if it automatically put the cursor in the box? It's little things like that. So Kowalski got injured 3 days ago with a twisted ankle. Oh, it was only 2 to 8 days. I swear it said 2 to 3 weeks. And then 3 days later, he plays in a game, and now it's 2 to 8 days. Is it a different ankle? It somehow seems like, and I don't know how this has even happened, that him getting injured has reduced the amount of time on his existing injury. Did I offer him painkillers? Ah, shit, I did not mean to do that. As usual, this is what I was coming back to earlier. It's my fault. That would, yeah. I did not mean to give him painkillers. Although it does seem that his injury is somehow still reduced even with the painkillers, somehow. Usually it makes it longer when you give them the painkillers, not the other way around, but hey, we take it. Didn't rest the team, did I? God, bring back Control A, my old friend. Faithful days. I blame Mike too. It does seem like a Mike thing. Poor sob. We need some more FM community lightning rods. Just some more people need to be working there that we should be blaming Cult of FM. This is Jack Sarah's fault. There you go. Could spread the blame out a little bit. I can't do that to Jack. He's too nice. Oh wait, no, I didn't give him injections, I don't think. No, I did. I just didn't give him anything. Should I just keep injecting Jersey for the rest of the season? Unfortunately, your player is out for a year as he's now addicted to OxyContin. Bad times. On the plus side, he is now suing Sackler Pharmaceuticals. Or whatever. It's fine. Yeah, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? Mike is lovely. That's why we feel it's okay. He's the nicest man. I feel like Mike would be the definition of the golden retriever boyfriend trope in the best possible way. Try it. Thank you. You don't even need to try. You're effortlessly wonderful, Michael. What Harv, I mean, are you volunteering for the role? Perhaps. To be the FM, specifically in this chat, lightning rod. Dubation. Koscielny, for example, I keep thinking it's Laurent Koscielny, and it is, but he's actually just a coach at like our under-19s or something, so I'm guessing Dubation is some random dude I signed 3 years ago that's now throwing a wobbly, potentially. I have the power. This is true, you do. You've got a hammer. I mean, for the time being, at least. Actually, speaking of not that in any way, let's get rid of this view for a start. How many assists has Naeem got now? 21. That is absurd. Cabezas with... He's our top goal scorer. In fact, now Montperouche is up on there as well. These numbers are absolutely elite. Ashton Kitty has fallen off a little bit lately, in fairness. Also likes to play. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's giving massacres for sure. You can't tell me he doesn't. But yeah, what I was going to say is we're doing wish lists on the podcast this week for FM27. And I'm doing what I always do in these situations, which is where I leverage the power of my community to get ideas for it to add in supplementary to the ones I already have myself, which there are loads, I'm sure. But I want to throw it over to you guys before, so that way you can be heard on there even sooner. So if you do have any things that are like legitimate things that you want to see in 27, like your wish list things, let me know right now, because we can talk about it on the podcast this week. And I imagine they're very similar to the ones that I have anyway. But, you know, in fact, some say they might even be exactly the same. Let me just put a clip there so I actually know what this part is, so I can go back and find it later. Customization for bookmarks, 100%. 1000%. It just needs to be like it was, basically. I'm outsourcing my work. James, I think it's naive of you to believe that I wasn't doing that the entire time. Most of the content comes from chat. I'm just reacting to things you say. This is just a giant improv session of yes-anding, essentially. Hi, someone to stream for me. I mean, would that I could, my friend. Would that I could. This isn't even me. This is pre-recorded. I did this yesterday. Oh, sorry. I bought this in from someone else yesterday. Proper skidding. Yeah, so like native skidding, for sure. You bring back the numbers on player progression. Definitely. In-depth tactics. I feel like the tactics, I mean, I'd like to see, but I'm not sure where the in-depth tactics would go. I guess kickoff routines. But realistically, how many different things could you really do from a kickoff, I guess, right? But I guess it is a thing. Did I also start the young goalkeeper for the last game and not realise it? Or was that deliberate? Leagues in focus, yes. Does it happen in the match engine? Just want players sliding in and getting in of crosses? I want players... Yes. At least let me see it. If it does happen, which I don't think it does a lot of the time. Oh, that reminds me, I conceded an own goal yesterday from a Rabona cross in the 7th tier of English football. Just thought I'd share that with you for the time being. Get rid of kickoff highlights. So there is a way to skip them, but it's still annoying and they don't need to exist most of the time. Yeah, for sure. Oh, right, because I wasn't sure if we played another league game in between there. More set-piece freedom. I guess with more set-piece freedom, you have to be careful because the set-piece stuff obviously is functioning within a... It has to have some kind of framework because otherwise it would be too easy for people to break it, I think. And that's probably part of the reason why it exists the way it does. I might do Pimenta for this game. More fluff events, 100% on board with that. Just less clicking. The biggest one for me is just make inbox items fill the inbox space that is available. I just don't know how that's... Yeah, and of course, more immersion is great and all, but that's a really nebulous topic that if you were to say to someone, I want more immersion, they wouldn't be able to do anything with that information. This is why I feel like it's important when people are criticizing things to be specific about the things they want and dislike, because then it's much easier to go, actually, yeah, fair enough. But there's still a whole load of things that could be done as far as immersion goes, for sure. Submenu links, yeah, just make the most of the space that the screen allows you to have, because it's there for a reason, right? I'd love some sliders. I don't know how that would really work, but I really would love some sliders like that. That would be very, very sick. Oh, not again. Sorry. Oh, God. I bet she's quite stacked these days. Probably Okada for this one, for the time being. Cup draws. I'd like to bring cup draws back for sure, yeah. Or at least just make the cup draw so that I at least have to acknowledge it or something. I hate not knowing who I get in the cup because it's a random news article item that doesn't even have any kind of pomp and circumstance to it. There we go. That's more like it. Relocate your budget back to the club if you're not going to spend it. Ooh, okay. Never considered that as an option. Keep mentoring. To be fair, they could change nothing on that. I wouldn't notice. We go from 27. There's a lot of the things that we liked about it that they could bring to 27 and not have to do anything that's even new a lot of the time, right? I feel like I'm just basically giving Mike an absolute free promotion here at work, potentially, but this is fine. This is why we do this. It'd be bold of you to assume that sometimes Mike just doesn't go to me, do you know what, Matt? Wouldn't it be cool if you talked about that today? Today's not one of those days. This is entirely, this is an entirely selfish endeavor specifically for the podcast. Because who would I be if I wasn't outsourcing this information to you? Plus, you give way better ideas than I do a lot of the time, and I find that I've got loads of ideas, but I can't get them all out at once, whereas you'll say something in chat and that'll make me think about a next idea, and it's good. This is good stuff. Half the time you don't know where the money comes from. Yeah, I think they need to overhaul the way the projections work. Either bin it off entirely or keep it there but make it less relevant, because it doesn't take into account prize money for the upcoming season, where I know you can't guarantee it, but also it should just based on averages, right? It's a projection after all. It's called ADHD. Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? It was worse before. At least we've got that. We've avoided it. Ooh. Yes, so I believe there's a hard-coded restructuring of the Serbian league, Tango, if I remember correctly. I think chat told me about this a little while ago. We all get promoted. You hear that, chat? Dinner's on Mike. We did not keep a clean sheet in that game, did we? No. Height limits in the office. He has to work underneath the standing desk. I've got a spare spot. Squad development screen. Yeah, I think... Oh, one thing I'd love is my dream squad planner scenario where the squad planner actually does something where you can set the priorities for each position as you would, but then when you come to picking teams, you can ask your assistant to use like a second priority lineup and he will pick the players that you have designated as second priority or third priority or whatever within reason. And I think that would be such a good way of doing it. But then obviously, I know you could save your own selections now, but I want it to have a little bit more dynamism with that, where if you try to put in, say you say, hey, we can use the second selection here. If there's a player that's missing for some reason or can't, then you get the option to just put them in and it's just less faffing around, I think. That would be lovely. I think there's so much stuff that could be done with the squad planner that just isn't. It feels like essentially just a really clumsy version of a notebook. It doesn't even have Ryan Gosling in it. I don't even know who Dabashin is. Maybe it's the manager of Wukash Watch, perhaps? Unambitious youth intakes. If you're getting a lot of unambitious youth intakes, that's very much a case of I would look towards your head of youth development because that's where a lot of their personality can come from. So if your head of youth development doesn't have a really good personality, which I'm sure they do, then maybe look into that. Coaches matter too, but the Hoyd is really crucial for that. In the hands of Mike. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's just overworked. I mean, probably is as well. Driven personality. So driven is good personality, but it's also the one that doesn't necessarily mean they've got good professionalism. They tend to, but not always. It would be better to have a guy who's got some kind of high professionalism guaranteed in it as well. Koscielny must be a player there. He might be on loan from us, potentially. I think it would be cool if you could... That's a really interesting idea, actually, Durdle. So you could basically choose a player from your youth team or whatever, and like designate him a priority development target. And then you get more regular reports specifically about that player. Because it's all very well us developing players, but with the amount of players we have, and even in a normal save where you've got relatively large squads, you lose track of who's doing what and who's what, right? Because you get the occasional training report, but it'd be cool if you could say basically priority development report. So you only maybe get like 3 of them that you could designate, otherwise it becomes a bit pointless. But you get like bespoke reports on that specific player's development on a routine basis. In the same way that, you know, you get those random reports that says like, this guy's made pleasing progress, but you only get them when they either do something good or bad. This one I feel like could be a recurring report that you get that keeps that player in the forefront a little bit, I guess. It actually would be a good idea to have a channel like that, Mike, to be fair. I might... Fuck, I'll do it now. I was going to say I'll do it after stream, but I might actually genuinely just do it now, because that way if you do have any things that you want to write in there and you want more information about it, you could put it in there right now and I can come back to it later. It's weird that we don't have that anyway. Discord is spending ages starting for some reason, so I'm just going to quickly save the game, just in case that's going to break something somehow.
Bring on!
Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Who do you support? Welcome in. Oh, no traffic. Thank you for the follow as well. I must have missed that. Was that when I was weeing? I'm assuming it was. Oh, Discord is not loading for me. Oh, there it is. Took a minute. New PPMs. It would be quite cool if you could have some more fancy new PPMs. Maybe with the new animations that they've got. that's an option perhaps. Right, let me make a new channel here. We'll just call it FM27 Wishlist. It's in... So yeah, it's in the SYC channel as part of the Discord, right underneath the transfer room automation. To give Mike a chance to copy and paste things instead, you know? Team selection. Oh, team selection. So, actually, no. Elaborate on your original idea there, because I'm kind of curious about that too, because it just made me think of the reporting, but now I'm even more curious as to what you meant. Can West Ham be good in the game? A screenshot of the page. Yeah, no. The more detail, the better with these things is always important. Left to be a manager, get sacked, we like the hire them back as a coach. Yeah, it's because they have like they get a taste for it. It'd be nice to have more, I feel like players should form more relationships. You know the favoured personnel thing? I feel like teammate almost never seems to show up in there for some reason. Maybe it's because I'm only looking at younger players, but I feel like players should form close relationships that are more relevant to... It allows them to have more personality if you know who a player's mates are. Because the social groups thing exists, so I feel like it could be an extension of that, basically. Like, you could have social groups, but then you could also have like a close friends type thing. For your Snapchat story or so, I don't know how that works. I haven't used Snapchat in about 10 years, if not more than that. But the loan screen as well needs to be completely revamped for sure. The biggest issue with it right now is that it's a pop-up for some reason. Make this a full screen thing. Allow me to see. Like, this should take up most of it. This should be fine. But I feel like that should be an optional panel that you can expand or contract. I want to be able to add columns to it in the same way I can to a squad view. To me, this is just like the bomb squad. It's like a squad. I want to be able to add columns to this so I can look at certain things about them and not have to click on each individual player. And obviously a mass loan extend button would always be very nice, but I realise that's a pretty niche use case still. Flag development players for the assistant managers, mix them into the suggested squads. Oh, I see. That's really nice as well. Wouldn't it be cool if you could set an appearance ratio or a minutes ratio for your assistant? So you could look at a player and say, right, this guy needs to have this ratio of appearances to opportunities. So he gets this amount of minutes. Obviously, it would be there or thereabouts. How sick would that be? If you could just say, like, look, this guy needs to play a bit more, but this is how much I want him to play. And it could just be a little draggy thing that you can have, like, all the time, in the same way that you do with, like, the ongoing thing you can select with the 45, 90 minutes, 30 minutes, full game type thing. Like that. But it kind of targets it, but around a minute specifically, and it's not always dead on, of course. That would be kind of interesting as far as development. Yeah, it would be good if you could have... like, obviously you have a little bit of control over your youth stuff, but remember how difficult it was for us in that past where we had that player that we desperately wanted them to play and they refused to play him in the right position, even though he was clearly that one. Minutes played by position... Yo, HP, yes. Minutes played by position would be incredibly useful. Or even role. Only for your own players, of course. You would never know that information about players from other clubs. Minutes by position would make sense from other clubs because you can tell that. But I want to be able to tell. So, for example, I play a player as a midfielder and I'm doing some preseason testing and I want to test the tactics out. I'm saying, right, this game here, he's playing as a midfield playmaker. This game here, he's a channel midfielder. This one here is an attacking midfielder. I want to be able to see the minutes played in each of those and break it down by role in the stats. So, say you could go into the stat screen for the player or something. As an example, Uche here. A menu here where I could go into his form or something, like you can here. And then, yeah, there was, James, yeah. It would be sick if I could basically go into, say, a little drop-down that would allow me to select midfield playmaker, and it would see just the stuff that he's done as a midfield playmaker. Or vice versa. And then another one that compares them to each other, because I feel like a lot of the problem with the game is that the comparison options are somewhat limited, perhaps. And this is what I mean. I would never have thought of that off the top of my head, but now that I'm sort of running through these scenarios in my brain of what would actually be really useful to have, that's one of those things. Games per position is only working for lone player. Is it actually? Yeah, games per position would be like a good start to that, but I feel like games per role, at least for your own players, you'd never know about others, would be the real sort of consequential progression of that over time. Because I do miss that as a feature. I remember the amount of times we go, oh, where is this guy playing? Etc. It's useful for checking in your players for national teams as well. That was something we used to do quite a lot. We'd go, where is this national team playing this guy, etc. Booty, I'm probably still unemployed, right? Yeah. Oh, no, he's not. He's rocked up at Sanditsa. And is doing incredibly middly with them, I suppose. The second I focus on Rakov, they've absolutely shat the bed as well, which is just kind of fun. I wonder if the keeper's running those value down, potentially. Training camps or academy in Africa trying to get... it would be sick to be able to do that, like outreach almost, where you could do, you know how you could do trial days and fan days and stuff, or you used to be able to do fan days, you could do trial days still. If you could do like an international outreach program where you do like training camps in certain countries, but you can choose the country, and there's no guarantee of anything happening, but it gives you the off chance of getting a guy in your next intake that is from that nation. Something like that, maybe. Which is kind of like how it used to work in FIFA Manager. And I really liked that system. He became a Novus... Hang on. Let's just see if I can say this word out loud. Novosontinin? Novosontinin? That's as close as I'm going to get, I think. Oh, it's Chelsea Day. Which means Pimenta's out. Gomez is back in. Let me just make sure the bench is fully good to go. There's bound to be someone missing here, like Akbash. I feel like sometimes I'll accidentally take a... Not accidentally. I'll take a player out of the team because we have no choice. And then they just end up sitting on the bench for ages after that. Although I do feel like Akbash has been a bit of a letdown at times. Hello, Jose. Preseason games in one... Oh, God, yeah. Scheduling multiple friendlies. I'll tell you what. I'll take one step further. I see what your idea is. And I raise you this. Preseason schedule planner. So it's a specific thing that isn't just for like arranging friendlies. It's preseason planner. So basically, it's an article that comes in your news box and you click it and it's got a separate thing. And what it does is it basically says, right, these are the days that we've got available for friendlies, which is obviously quite a lot of the time, but it can maybe schedule it down a little bit more. This is when we're on tour. It's highlighted so you know, right? You can either choose the tour time in there and it's immersive. Exactly. Yeah. But within that, you can then select which days you want to play friendlies on, and it would then give you the option to then arrange those friendlies from this one screen. And you basically just plan the pre-season in the same screen. Do you know when it should come through? You know when you get that email that comes through and that says, how long would you like your pre-season to be? You don't always get it. I get it in the non-league in England, but I don't think we get it in Poland because it's kind of regimented. When that comes through, that should be when the pre-season planning screen happens. Just a once-a-year thing that you can plan it there. And I guess you'd have to have another version for the winter break as well if leagues have that too. Any other friendly stuff you can just do yourself or whatever outside of that. That would be perfect. But I think having that would add to the immersion and also just make it easier for the player. Mass accept trials button. So there actually is a way to do that, Adventurers Aardvark. You may not know this. So what you do, if you offer a load of players trials, it's not entirely flawless, but it does work. When you get the screen where you have to come through and accept them all, click delegate finalizing signings to staff, then go to the next one and then undelegate it, and it will automatically accept all of them for you. That's the way I get around it, because I do a lot of trials on my other save, obviously. So that's the only way I've currently found to sort of mass accept trials, essentially. But yeah, try that out. It does. I promise it works. I'll show you in a minute if you want. No, about delegate. Oh, okay, sorry. But that kind of does that. I mean, it'd be nice if you could do it fully automatically, but it's basically the same. It's a workaround, but it does the job. Oh, so games for us go pretty well. We battered Espanyol in the quarterfinals. Now we have Chelsea in the semis with a chance to either play Real or Atletico in the final as well. Just plasma! Thank you very much for the follow. Me when I'm giving blood. I guess not blood in this case. I'm going to hunger for the other game. Yeah. It feels like there should be more money available to it, and you should be able to see the sort of financial benefits to you for that. Unfortunately, there's no funnies. There is a bunny. Obviously, Bunny Shaw. Hello, Just Plasma. How are you, friend? What's on your wish list for FM27? Beyond being good. Testimonials as well would be... Yeah, the test... It should have that ability in there too, frankly. So look, I'll show you this... Let me just do... Clear this for a minute. And then I'll do contract status. Hello, clear F1. Contract status is... For those of you who are wondering what I was just talking about, I haven't actually seen this before. So what you do... These are just a random load of players that are really old. Those are not the ones I want. Right, so I'll just take... this batch of guys here. They're all random players. They don't have clubs. I can offer them a trial for 3 weeks. So those. So then, oh, it's after the game. I'll have to do it after the match, but I'll show you how it works. Transfer window was last stream. Yeah, technically it was. There was mostly. I don't think anyone really walked into the first team. I'm pretty certain it was just mostly future players that joined us in January. Yeah, no, we basically didn't sign anyone new for the first team in January. It was largely loan farm guys with really good attributes, and then a few guys that looked like they had decent PA who have largely either gone out on loan or are sort of in the system waiting for their first loan, which usually takes about 6 months. Wouldn't be hard to code. Yeah, it's one of those things where we obviously think it's not hard to code because we're obviously not the ones coding it, and sometimes it can be more difficult. I suspect in Unity it is far easier than it was before, though, that's for sure. Make 5 subs at one time over only over 3 winners. Huh. Wait. Isn't that what you can do with the main game? Or am I missing something? Testimonials... No, sorry. I wasn't saying testimonials aren't in the game. They basically aren't, though. For all intents and purposes, they pretty much aren't in the game because they are so impossible to actually get to pop up in a way that is meaningful. I've got tons of players here that have been here for over 10 years, which is usually the general bracket for a 3 stoppage for subs. Yeah, but you can still make all of your subs at one time, right? Because that's only 1 stoppage. The game basically... we at no stage have had any ability to give any testimonials to any player in this save when we've had multiple dudes be here for long enough to, in theory, have testimonials. We just never have the option to do it. And it's like, to me, it was kind of broken before. This is not a new thing, but I don't know why it's broken, I guess. Better AI faces more... I feel like they're definitely getting better with the animations, but I definitely feel that's an area that there's a lot of ceiling for them to improve more. Because they do still look a bit janky at times, but it's nice to see a little bit, like, you see the ball rolls and stuff a little bit more. Good players. It's mostly just, bear in mind, we are in season 17, so we've had a long time to build this sort of thing up. It's just a lot of scouting young players and then developing those players into these players rather than trying to sign outright these guys. Almost every player in this team that you're seeing here, with the exception of probably only Cabeza, even he was fairly young. Almost, and Cater as well, the goalie, were pretty much never signed as complete players. They were developed. Player, wait, imagine. You've got to be a hefty boy to get your testy. Wait, hefty for the testy? More when they retire. But to me, a player shouldn't have to retire to get a testimonial. Maybe we'll see when that actually happens. I know Hadrian did say he found a way to get a testimonial to happen. I can't remember what it was, though. Also, I've gone for the full-out attacking strategy. Not full-out attack. The more aggressive approach against Chelsea here, just to see how that's going to work. They've got an injured player up front, which is fascinating. So to be fair, I do have our friendlies delegated to my ass man for this exact reason, actually. I mean, I always make my own friendlies too, because he never puts good ones in. That's weird, actually. But yeah, I've never seen an option in 26 so far, at least, to do that. Oh, hello, that's a ball over the top for Shankiti. He's being held off, and that's a good piece of defending. I don't know what happened there. What a weird bit of play. 5-star potential. The crucial thing when it comes to player development, more than anything else, is game time. The more game time the young player's getting, and the higher the reputation of the league they're playing in, the more development they're going to get. But it's not just that. A player's personality will also affect their development too. So the more professional their personality is, or the more professionalism they have, it might be hidden, in fact, the more likely they are to develop as well. What are we doing? Oh, what a save! Whew. Oh, is Twitch messing up? What's happened? Oh, you're right, it has, yeah. Hang on, yeah, you're right, it has. Hang on, let me pause the game here. Can anyone see me? Are we back now? Yeah, it just dropped an absolutely buttload of frames there for absolutely no reason. It started going to 13,000 kilobits per second for some reason. I think we're back. That was so strange. Yeah, we just dropped like 5,000 frames. Like 0.8%. That must have been like 20 full seconds there. That was really weird. Yeah, I noticed that the bitrate suddenly jumped up for some reason to 13,000. Bear in mind, I normally stream at 8.5K. Not because Twitch can actually play 8.5K, but because the VODs will still be in the higher bitrate. Go on, Gomez. On his left foot, he's got to score this time. Oh no, come on now. It might be a case of refreshy. God, OBS doesn't do a very good job of notifying me of that. That might have been an internet issue on my end, in fairness, because it was actually dropping a huge amount of frames. The bitrate just went all over the shop. No, that's very much a... possibly a me issue there, actually. Short buffering burst, really? Huh. I guess if it's buffering... Yeah, I suppose the buffer would have been trying to force all those extra frames through. Oh well. To be fair, think of how bad it used to be at the old house compared to the amount of internet issues we have here. It's almost non-existent. Go on it. Oh no, the post now! We're playing so well, considering who we're playing and where we're playing. But I have a horrible feeling if we don't take advantage of this, that foot... You just know it's coming, don't you? You just can tell. Chelsea are having shots as well, just not as good quality as ours are. But unless we score, this is concerning. But if we do get past Chelsea, who are probably the best team in Europe right now on paper, that'll be a very good sign. This is going to be the goal now. This feels very much like it's about to be that. Right, come on. Uche's the one tracking, actually. Or is that Naeem? No, it can't be. He's not tall enough. Oh my god, even Chelsea are missing. It's like watching Fulham last night. Oh. Trying to test modes in preseason as it isn't long enough. Yeah, our preseason isn't the longest because we have the Super Cup starts really soon, and I think it's because as well our season ends really late too because of the European stuff. So there is just not a lot of room in the schedule for testimonials. We've had one shot on target out of our 10 though, which is a bit of a mess. Steinbergen has struggled a little bit. I don't know what to make of this game so far. Is anyone doing kind of bits for Chelsea? Oh, who's this? Loppy's the one that's kind of linking up with everyone. It's a bit over here too. Might go in harder than that one. Is it shitting it again? It is shitting it again. I'll give it a minute. It's weird. I think it is a Twitch issue because the chat is working absolutely fine. Yeah, this is definitely on the Twitch end now because the chat is like completely fine. There's no hint of a timeout or anything like that. So I think it actually is on the Twitch end. Become the best player on the squad? No. Mostly because the competition was too great. But he still became a Dutch international and an incredible player. This is the current formation that we're running. This is our latest tweak to the formation system, essentially. Hello, Tuckerboy. Oh, Sheffield FC. Tell you what, if Sheffield carries on at this rate, they'll be the biggest side in Sheffield as well. Yamal, I think, is still playing, yes. He's one of the few real players that are still around because he's so young. Yes, I also updated the tactics pack. So there's a new tactics pack, which you can find there. It's not behind a paywall or anything. It's just, but there's a blog post attached to it that actually explains the tactics. It contains all three of these tactics. So we've got Wood Chipper, Absolute Mess, and the new one, which is Stable Confusion. It also has my Ely City tactic from my other save, which is like non-league silliness, basically. So that too. But you can get all of them and an explanation as to what they're actually for in there. One preseason friendly? Really? I suppose the qualifiers do start super early, don't they? Can you try Jabby formation? I don't understand what that means. Let's see. Right. It's half time. I'm not making subs yet, am I? So, oh, that's what I was doing. I was going after Loppy. That's actually a little bit less high tackling there from the Pepster, concerningly. I'm assuming these two are getting up on him as well. I might... I'm reticent. It's like a Pokemon bit does a bit, doesn't it? Yeah. I'll look up. Yeah, make up a name for the... I guess they've got to be careful making up names for like companies and stuff, but just give me a tiny bit more information about it, right? Or give me the ability to change the name myself with an EDT file, perhaps. Tough to know 433. I'm sorry, I'm very confused. This is not a 433. What would I even call this? What does the game call this? That's the in-possession system, actually. I guess it's a 3-4-1-2. It's probably a 3-5-2, really. Only use attacking moves. Yeah, where no casual player like myself is ever going to use it. I get it, yeah. But the reason I call it Stable Confusion as well is because it feels like that's kind of where we're at, because it's like, it's stable enough to a certain point, but it's still incredibly confusing to other teams. And it was also a joke on Stable Diffusion. Let's see. 12 9th after 50 matches. You'd love to see it. The 9th tier is a proper weird league. I should know. I've recently been in it on my other save, and Grant Holt scored a penalty against me in it. There is some huge discrepancies in that league. For example, I don't know if this is a real life thing. Are Real Bedford absolutely loaded? Because they have a budget of £2 million in the 7th tier. It's unreal, the budget that team are working with. I was randomly looking through the finances for the teams in the league, and I was just looking through this team's spending 100 grand a year on wages, this team's spending 1.4 million. They're spending 1.4 million pounds a year on wages in the 7th tier, and they can't get out of it, which is funny. In addition, they also have a transfer budget of 1.4 million pounds as we lead. Come on, it's Jorge, my guy. Suggested as the stadium names. Yeah. Because they're always so unimaginative. At least with stadium names, we can change them. Like, once it's built, for example, when our new stadium eventually happens in this save, which is sometime in the next couple of years, because it is in planning stages, we will at least get to change the name, of course. But it is fun. Yeah, they've got a cool badge, but they have a lot of money. I see. I mean, they are good at that level, of course. I just find it funny. I got in there, I was like, what is this? What in the world is going on here? Because they're a professional side as well in that Division 2, which is crazy. When you consider that there's teams in like higher divisions of that aren't even professional. I think that's the sort of part where that's the part where I'm not going to be making so much progress. Oh, here we go. Christian Gomez, come on, 2-0. Yes! Come on! Which team? This was Real Bedford. They are, I don't know where they start in real life, but they're in the 7th tier in my save. And it'd be quite funny if they are in there in real life, because that would imply that they've not managed to get promoted out of it, despite the huge spending. 2-0 up at Stamford Bridge. This system might be the best of both worlds. The fact that we're able to play it against a team like Chelsea. This is Gomez's weak foot as well. Let's go. Is that his second goal of the game? No, Cabeza's got the first one, didn't he? Beautiful. I just feel like there's a real stability about this. Like, nobody's having a bad game for us here. Crucially, we have started hitting the target more in the second half too. Stadium elevation. Well, I mean, I know a little about that. It does make a difference. Well, it's certainly used to. I don't know what it's like in 26. But as we found out with our Mount Everest and Moon videos, it sure does make it fun. Southern League Premier Central. Yeah, I think that's what they're still in this save, which means that they've literally, despite having all that cash, not managed to get out of it. Oh, surely not. Come on. I don't know if that's onside or not. If it is, then we're in really good territory now and I can make some subs. But yeah, if they're actually there in real life and they've not been promoted in this video at all, then that means that, oh my god, it's 3-0. Then it means that they've somehow not got out of it. Social Network, yeah. Social Network's a really good film. I enjoy it. I like a David Fincher movie. I like a lot of those types of, the sort of biopic type films. They just hit the right spot, like, you know, Blackberry, and the Air one is really good as well. And, oh, so I thought you were joking when you said it was the Winklevoss twins. It's the actual Winklevoss twins. Fair enough. Okay, maybe, because they're the Pirates or something, aren't they? For Gibraltar, now reach... Bloody hell, you're well ahead of me. Fair enough. It's even more funny when a team like that has that kind of money and then is unable to use it correctly. Although with FM, teams at that kind of level with loads of cash do notoriously badly with it because they just end up signing really, like, good players, but on so much money that it's just completely unsustainable. Some of the debts that are down there is... Although it does seem like FM is a bit more forgiving in 26 when it comes to lower league saves. Until you have to ground share, which is what's happening with me at the moment. And suddenly your attendances suck ass, and you're getting basically no gate revenue, and also having to pay a shitload of money to bring the stadium up to code, while sharing with the ground, sharing with a team that are 2 divisions below you, which is always good. First year in game, they finished 3rd in step 3. Yeah, so step 3 is 7th tier, right? Because it's step 5, 6, and 7 are the non-league ones. Oh yeah, and of course, Fulham ladies beat Real Bedford at the weekend. We've started really well in WSL 3, or whatever it's called. It's the 3rd tier of women's football. But we're actually kind of cooking this year. We're doing better than I expected. Timberlake, yes! It's just a good fun film, innit? But I do enjoy anything written by Sorkin, in fairness. I'm a bit of a sucker for an Aaron Sorkin script, hence The West Wing being one of my favourite TV shows. Play them, what star abilities good enough to start. I mean, to be fair, that's all what you want to do. I'll often throw them in way before... Yeah, the newsroom's banging as well. Way before they're ready, because you need to get... Like, I'll sometimes accept that a player is not going to be as good, but knowing that playing them is going to be... So, for example, actually, we have this guy here, Volkanov, who admittedly isn't in the squad right now because it's a Champions League game, but we're probably going to be giving him more league game time than I realistically would do, because I know that the best way to get this guy to develop is to play him in games. So sometimes you're going to have to accept that if you want the player to develop, you might have to take a slight hit on the average quality of your actual team for a while, but with the knowledge that you can go well above and beyond it, basically. But bear in mind, it doesn't have to be playing for you. If you can find a really good loan for that player in a relatively high rep league, that will help develop them as well. And that's obviously going to be better than no game time. You don't want them just sat around your first team squad doing nothing. You obviously want to make sure they are going to play a bit. No, is that safer? No. I might do Sharpie, actually, for Shankiti. I don't want to change too much here, just because obviously we're playing so well, and I'm always reticent to make shitloads of changes. But the crucial things for development are game time, the player's personality, and more game. And training does help too, like the right training schedules, but I use the default ones and they seem to develop okay. Having the right individual training on them could probably help as well, though. Like, trying to focus on players' weaknesses at first, and potentially some physical training when they're a bit younger seems to be more... It's 4! I think this tactic might actually work even better against better sides. Like, it's good against the smaller sides, but it's really good against the better teams. With the exception of that... Oh, no, we didn't play against Spurs, did we? This is unreal. We might have actually finally found our best of both worlds system. How was he not offside there? That looked offside to me, but sure, we take that. It's 4-0. We've absolutely crushed them here. I think there's a very strong... It's very strong chance that we're playing a Champions League final on Thursday, which is going to be amazing. Yeah, I think with the Georgian, it's tough to know what to do with him. Because you're right, he isn't getting as much game time as he should be, and I do need to figure out how to get him more. That'll certainly be something to figure out in the summer for sure. Why is the goalkeeper kicking it there? Keita's pretty good at making the routine saves a bit more frequently as well, which is kind of nice. But it's also a case of we're also... The types of chances we're giving away do just seem to be a little bit more savable for these match engine goalkeepers for whatever reason. So it's allowed him to be better. But I'm curious to see what that Krakovia goalkeeper looks like, just to see if he is match engine-y, so to speak. And it depends on their age. I mean, 5-star potential can mean a lot at different levels. So if we have a 5-star PA guy who's really young, you can be fairly safe in assuming that he's not world-class, but potentially could be world... Oh my god, surely not. It's Naeem, it's 5-0 at Stamford Bridge. Can we just not bother with the second leg? It's Chelsea 0 and Wisła 5. I also like the fact that this game, this match, we've basically not even been focusing too much on the game itself because we've been busy having our own little chat about, like, player development and shit. And in the background, Wisła have just been absolutely chefing here. Look at this little pass from Diabate around the side. Oh no, that's not even the beginning of the thing. Come on. Eric for the second leg? Maybe. Volkanov definitely for the second leg. 20-year-old 6'7". Okay, so 20 is actually fairly... I mean, not fairly old. It's obviously still very young indeed. But a lot of the early development you can get out of players, you want to be... I'm talking like 17 years old. That's when they need to be getting that football. Because if they've not been playing a lot up until the age of 20... it's going to be much harder to get the development going because they'll have lost out on a lot of it. Gomez is through. It could be 6 and it should have been 6 as well. Georgie definitely for the next game. Not the striker, but Nozadze for sure. Maybe even start Raul Carlos, actually. Volkanov has to be playing. Yeah, we get the ultimate remontada. This might be the biggest second leg, or sorry, the biggest like semi-final single leg scoreline I think I've ever won by in FM. You just don't really get these kind of scorelines at this stage of a tournament. And yeah, obviously we've not been 5-0 good, but we've also still been absolutely dominant. Oh god, back post here, surely. Don't foul him. Ah, nice. Lovely. Any position. If you talk about the players, I mean, yeah, obviously, goalkeepers, you get a bit more leeway because obviously goalkeepers tend to develop a little bit later, so that's not so much of an issue. But the earlier, the better, basically. Chelsea being managed by Enzo Maresca, would you believe? Pitch invasion at San Jose Earthquakes over the weekend. No, I haven't. What happened there? I'm guessing a pitch invasion. I'd be tempted to try Stiggy from the start next game, honestly. Because he's great off the bench. But it would be nice to see what he can do with 90 minutes. I mean, I don't want to weaken the team too much, just in case something crazy does happen, because I don't want to give FM... I don't want to leave the door open for it to do some bollocks, basically. But we were very, very dominant there. That is exactly what we've... I just can't believe it. It's nice to see their keeper have an absolute shit day for once, in fairness. And not have it be our keeper for once. But, that said... Nah, in fairness, we did have 5 shots on target. Sorry, we had... Yeah. He has not had the best day there, in fairness. But our goalkeeper made 6 saves, well above XG prevented. Look at the second half. I don't know what changed. Oh, I'll tell you what changed. I made that little tiny... This is why I feel like it's important to do those little tweaks on the opposition instructions when you find a player that's getting the ball too much. Because the only change I made was at half-time, I started marking up Ascoli Morrison and went after Loppy a little bit more, who they ended up moving to striker in the end. And can't argue with the results on that one, I would say. We need the coefficient, boys. This is very true, yeah. I don't know how much their budget actually is at the start of a save, Hayden, but I imagine it's fairly large. So, season 3 of my save, my other one, they have 2 million in the bank, and their transfer budget is 1.4 million pounds, and they're spending 1.4 million pounds on wages per annum at that point as well. So there's that. Should have won 3-1, yeah, but that's the amount of times that we've not been in this position, right? It's nice. This tactic seems to routinely now overperform its XG, which is the exact opposite of what every other tactic we've made in this save has done. Right, so with regards to the accepting mass trials thing, so basically what you do, when they come in, on this page here, just hit delegate finalizing players to this guy, click that, then go to the next one, and then undelegate it, and then, boom, like that. And that, it's still not the perfect way of doing it, but it definitely is a faster way. 2 stars already, 5 stars, that's pretty good. So then the thing is, it's like, looking at their attributes, do you feel that you'd be able to give them a bit of game time enough to where they would actually be able to develop? Because if not, I mean, obviously they're 16, so they're unlikely to be able to go out on loan yet in your league, I'm guessing. But it's just a question of like, you can. What I end up doing is if I find a player that I think is proper the source, you know, they are young, but they're also clearly goated. I will. Volkanov is kind of my pet project right now, along with Joao Carlos to a certain extent. He's the one that I've kind of said, right, we're going to give him more game time than realistically he should get, with the idea of developing him into the player that hopefully he can be sooner rather than later. Because the sooner he gets that football, the better. Lost 5-1. A toddler pitch invasion? The most adorable pitch invasion. Did the toddler just wander on by itself? Was it like a child of one of the players? So this is they. Currently, we can see their balance actually. Oh no, we can't, 'cause they're not going to have a proper balance in this save, but they are still apparently in the same division, it would seem. That's even cuter. Messi's bodyguard just tackling the toddler. I wish that kind of had happened. It would have been at least a meme, right? Have we got Champions League stuff later? Oh, it's second legs, isn't it? Like Celtic and that, right? I think. The manager is Ethan Fox, who sounds like a... Listen, buddy. Sometimes it's time to just say, do you know what? Maybe I need to just buzz it, right? He's holding on to the hairline a little too vociferously there on that one. People management, very good. To be fair, I would be scared of him, frankly. Just fucking... It's Bedfordshire's Darth Maul. I wish you could see more personal information about the manager. Oh, you can. He's from Ilford. Asher Dobb, because it's definitely not goal. Yeah, he wasn't great, was he? But to be fair, I don't think either goalkeeper was particularly good in that game. I think Sanchez was definitely worse. It's still a great game, though. It's like splashing cash on better players. 29 million quid. Oh, yeah. That's the problem when they get money. They sometimes use it really badly. He's an interesting contract. That's probably because... Oh, the doorbell's just gone. Chat, excuse me. I'm going to give you a little cheeky whiz quiz. Why not? Hello, friends. I've returned. I realised I didn't actually even mute myself in the first place. Right, let me go back to this. Go to the BRB leaderboard. What do we get? Oh, a huge swing there from Inferno. Don't know how much that's going to affect the main leaderboard, but it's certainly going to help a little bit. And another one as well, in fact. We have, I mean, we actually have a genuine battle on it now, which is something. We needed that. We needed a battle, and now it's happened. Andrew is still loitering, though, in second spot, so do be worrying about that one, I suppose. Hammerback. That was Amazon with my... actually, I think some of Pog's 7 C's omega-3 thingy and some protein bars that I bought on Amazon because they're cheaper than buying them in Tesco's because you can buy a big old pack of them. I have no idea what I was saying before then. I'm sure it was something really insightful and brilliant. Probably about Robert Sanchez or something. Just plug my internet back in, fair. Not the only one. Mine's on Fritz as well today. I say that. I think it's Twitch. I'm blaming Twitch. It's easier. Some guy called Miles Thomas has done a thing. Everyone cares about that. This has actually worked out kind of perfectly. Not that we're in the final yet, of course. Although we do have to throw the next game, to be fair, to Jagiellonia. Which does beg the question of what absolutely heinous lineup I play and what type of tactical system I play for the next game. I've got to be careful, though, because if I bring in a tactic that could mess us up beforehand, the players might get ballsed up because of the Chelsea game. What I would prefer to do is play a crazy lineup and then change the tactic in the match so it doesn't, in theory, mess with it as frequently, because we do need to lose the final. We may have to watch the game, may have to watch the actual gopping of a final. But this potentially has worked out very well, because obviously Thursday's stream is going to be an hour shorter because I have to get off to a haircut. And with us doing the final, it works out flawlessly for that, potentially. We get team report scouting back in, because I realised I've been a bit... oh, that's the wrong one. I hate the fact that it keeps the view over different saves. Right, there we go. Couple of worthy looks. Not a lot, actually. I thought we might have missed something today, but apparently not. There we go. Sick. Cheer for the final. Shortest player in net. So Okada, probably, right? Yeah, we do have some... I mean, obviously we'll start 2 of the random actually on the beach strikers, just in case. We'll just throw them in the team and see what we want to change mid-game. I'll just put everyone up in attack on the ball and then everyone in defense. No, just everyone in attack on and off the ball, right? The ultimate pressure cooker. I was like, why have we just been given loads of money? Okay. We're getting loads of money for... Oh, for Central League. I didn't pay attention to that. Oh. Just start all... Oh, that's a good idea. Yes. Give them all an opportunity to play. All the strikers. Yep. £24,000 a week in the 7th tier is unreal. My budget is 3, and that's a lot. So they're spending, what, 8 times more? And that's actually less budget than I think they've got in my actual save, because I think that they're spending 1.4 million a year, which is probably... No, might be quite close, actually. Yeah, we'll put all 11 of them in, if they're all available. Which they should be... Oh, no, we have to have someone... we'll have to have an actual... Not an actual goalie. He can play in the team, because we need to have the under-21 play, because it's the cup. Right, let me do next match only, and bring in... I'll put them in the team just in normal places, because obviously we'll switch the positions once we get into the match. So I'll just drag everybody onto the team like this, because they're all going to get shuffled around once we get to the game anyway. Yeah, Eric will have to be in goal, which is actually fine because that makes us in theory slightly worse. Oh no, we can bring Eric in, but he won't go in goal. We'll put Eric somewhere else, outfield. I'm concerned that if we put him in goal, he might actually save something. The last thing we need is that. Munoz, Blanco. So the big question of who's missing. Who's not in the team right now? Yeah, I'll put Eric up top. Okada. Oh, is Okada not in there? Where is he? Is he injured? Where the fuck is he? Oh, it's Hansen. Oh, it's Hansen. It's Hansen. Hansen was the one that was not in the team. Which is actually okay, because not having him in the team is not the end of the world. So the others all like, oh, Okada isn't here, right? Surely. Yeah, he's there. Positive. Yeah, I've actually got quite a high balance in the lower tiers as well, because the gate receipts are just kind of doing bits, I suppose. Yeah, I'll move them once we get to the game. That would be way too much babysitting, I'm afraid. So what I'll do is I'll go in with that, and then we'll adjust everything mid-match. As soon as we get to the game, we'll adjust all the positions and throw everybody forward, so they're all sort of somewhat playing as strikers, kind of, but not really. That way they all get a chance to play a little bit. I do fear the idea that this could potentially work. Right, here we go. So. Oh, wait. Another striker there. Back you come up there. Oh, no worries. Imagine if this is just like your best save ever, Hayden. You just get really into it. I'll make them all channel midfielders. Sorry, channel midfielders? Everyone just becomes a channel of some form. You run a channel. No, you run a channel. What about you? Are you going to run a channel? I think you could run a channel. I guess inside forward would make most sense for him, wouldn't it? HP Koga. Oh, we're getting ahead of the curve, I see. Inside forward. Can we play channel on the central midfielders? We can! Oh yeah, we have no choice. Well, not have no choice, but basically it behooves us to get Jagiellonia into Europe at the expense of whoever is otherwise going to be in Europe. So that's in possession. Now out of possession, it's the same. Up you come, lads. Our aim here is quite simply to... Now, what can I do out of possession? I guess they stay forward, right? They make you an outlet there. Well, what's that tactic? It's the future. No, this is us deliberately trying to lose a game and hoping that actually does come off for us. Oh, wrong button. And then... Imagine it just... Last result of the challenge. You know what? I don't. I'm flying abroad for it. You can outlet. Everyone's still an outlet, basically. Wouldn't want anyone tracking back now, would we? Defender for offside. They won't need to be offside. They won't need it. Outlet winger. Can AM be outlet as well? It can. All the outlets. So you're an... Oh, it's a couple of outlets. You can split an outlet too. Can you be outlets? No, but you can press. Got some sensibility, so you know. Keeper, probably a sweeper keeper. Okay. Left, right. Are in left in possession. Yeah, the problem is that's a lot of extra move. We could try that in a bit. Right, swap those two over. Have Konosuke in goal. Nice. That'll do. Pimenta's looking a little bit too confident there. Stig will probably... Actually, just to make sure that Stig doesn't do too much. Gotta make sure... Triple more goalkeeper. Same Josh Allen. It might be, but probably not. Right. Dribble... Oh, I forgot about him dribble left. Right, dribble more. There we go. Yeah, but we thought this was an opportunity to play all of our XG on the beach, fellas. Right. In possession. Everybody forward. Out of possession. Wait, hang on. Could you be further up? Aha! I found a loophole. There we go. That looks just as gopping. Perfect. My masterpiece. Like, if they fail to beat us with this system, then there's a problem. Wait, it is him? No! Okay, I've suddenly discovered I actually like Real Bedford more than I thought I did. Oh, that's incredible. I don't think he's there on my other save. Or if he is, he probably left. Contracts at that level don't last very long, I suppose. I'm going to leave the same instructions on, just because I want to see how it works with the exact same instructions that we had before. Oh, it's proper match fix. Look at everybody in the box. Although, with this many people forward... Wait, is that... Oh, he's still playing in a goalkeeping kit. He is the goalkeeper, but he's still playing in the goalkeeper kit. He's wearing... Konsuke is playing in goal without gloves on. That's a hard man. Right? He's not using... So Eric's just playing up front with the goalkeeping kit on. How is this allowed? This is where Konsuke makes all the big saves. Got a few people tracking back, not a lot of them. Right, come on. Konsuke's out. He couldn't save that one. 4 minutes in, Meto gives him the goal. Goodness me. Welcome in, Wills. Don't worry about anything going on here. It's just an outfield player in goal wearing an outfield kit and a goalie up front not wearing an outfield kit. I feel like this would be a violation of the kit rules, right? I mean, if we could just get the ball up there. So this is actually him. I've got to say... Hang on, there's only one way to find out for sure. We need to go and check and see if Brutalissimus 3000 is in there. Bro's looking a little bit different. I don't know. Was our Josh Allen a former Luton player? I'm not sure. Our guy was quite young, wasn't he? Our Josh. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's probably quite a common name, sadly. I believe he was Welsh because we were playing in Wales. Although, not that that's the be all and end all. You get quite a lot of English players playing in Wales. Bit of build up here. Konosuke is kind of wondering where the pass is, I suppose. But once we get it forward... Oh, dear. This is where it does get a little bit more difficult. God, even their keeper's taking the piss now. He's like, hey, if you're not using your hands, neither am I. That is a... I like how they just leave him. It's like, my work here is done. Watch Konosuke Okada actually drop an absolute brilliant performance now in goal. That would be the most him thing ever. I say most him thing ever, as if he has a him thing at this stage. Oh, dear. I guess he's having to play it fairly long off. Maybe I change the goalkeeper distribution. I love how as soon as I get into games like this, I'm always thinking to myself, how could I actually make this sort of semi-work? Right. I want my goalkeeper to bypass the press on account of there being no press. We're going along with the goalkeeper one. We're going to probably not distribute to centre-backs on account of them not existing. There we go. We'll change the goalkeeper distribution. He's going to just twat it and hope for the best. We'll overwhelm them with our pure size. Although now I think about it, where is the pure size? Who is he? Where's he gone? Oh, he is actually up front, in fairness. Turn pro. I mean, to be fair, with that kind of cash at that level, you probably could, but you probably don't need to. Bear in mind, they are still... Actually, they have turned pro in my save. I don't know when they did it exactly, but they have turned pro there too. Keeper coming all the way out. Incredible. Okada ran into their half, forgot the ball and went, actually, wait, shit, I've got to come back for that. Exceptional play. Ah, he's missed it. No, they haven't even put Moleskin for this game as far as I can see. For Buckley and Wales. But he's still a Josh Allen. That is a... It's like, hey, make me look intimidating. And they've done it. Hansen, I'm worried he'd be too good of a striker at this stage. We are 3 down in 11 minutes, which is a bit of a concern. At some point, I may have to just instant result it so we actually get to the second leg of the Chelsea game today. Uh-oh, here we go again. Got them playing out from the back. Scrubs. Okay. Give it to their attackers. I guess it would... Oh, dear. Did he forget he can use his hands? To be fair, we are 5-0 up. So I'll probably... I could just insta at half-time or whatever. Like, it will kill our morale a little bit, but I don't think it's the end of the world. This one, I don't think quite has the legs that we were looking for. Right, go on. Okay, you're going to have to kick it further than that, bud. From the... Yeah, we are. From the first leg, we are. We beat Chelsea 5-0. Unless I've misread that. Did we not beat Chelsea 5-0? Or did I imagine that game? Or the offside trap do? Nothing, I guess, because there isn't really an offside. No. We're very much not 5-0 up in this game. We're about to be. I can feel it. We're going to get all 5 of their goals disallowed retroactively. Go on. Goal back for us here would be perfect. We're going to lose the ball and get counter-attacked, aren't we? Because everyone is in the box. I like how Alejandro was trying to dribble through their entire team. Oh, here comes Okada. Go on, lad. It's like a rugby shot. Okay. I want to see him make a save before I decide that we are... Okay. This is us throwing a cup final. I do wonder, if I was to instant result from this point onwards, what the scoreline would be. I'm going to go 13-0. What do you reckon? Because the assistant will make some changes once he's in charge. 20 would be a lot. They will make subs, but it will probably not make much difference, honestly, because he's not going to be able to rotate the team, is he? Let's see. Wait, where is the instant result game? It was there. Okay. So imagine if it's just 7-0. Would they swap kits? Maybe. I guess we're about to find out. It's like 30-0 or something. And I get sacked for losing a cup final in such heinous fashion. I'd like to think we could score a goal. Okay, so 39-0 is quite a lot. I have just lost the cup final 39-0. Imagine if we get sacked for doing... That would be incredibly funny if we did actually get sacked. Oh, incredible. How did they manage that? That means a goal on average like every 2 minutes, roughly. It's a fair old defeat, I must admit. So who didn't get a hat-trick in this game? I don't think I've ever seen that many goals before. What did we do? We threw the cup final because we needed to not win the cup final because Jagiellonia, we wanted them to get into Europe because they're not in Europe currently, and some of the teams that were on the verge of Europe would have been worse for us long term. I mean, he is good when there's no defenders. It's one game, they'll be fine. Realistically. Let's see what the morale's actually like. How much does that affect the morale? I'm curious now. Something tells me we'll be fine. Morale is absolutely fine. It's one of those things where if you lose the game, basically individual games don't really affect it as much. I think people are overestimating the effect of individual matches on morale. It's when you lose runs of games, that's when the morale tanks. But you will lose games, obviously. But some people still have perfect morale as well. Also, remember that most of the players that were in the team aren't the players that actually play for us. So if they do lose morale, which some of them did, but still not that much, they aren't in the team anyway. Did they overperform their XG? Just a bit. They had 70 shots. Who got the worst performance out of them all? Wally Huffer and Jacob, in fairness. Oh, imagine I should revert. Wait, hang on. Revert the tactic. Oh, no. Thank God it. Yeah, phew. That's why I did it in game, in case I did forget that, basically. Nice. Clear-cut chances. To be fair, clear-cut chances are meaningless. It doesn't actually mean anything. The keeper got a 10. I bet he did. Think of all the shots he saved. Wait, how many shots did he save? Oh, not that many. How did their keeper get a 10 out of 10? He made 2 saves. Is that just because they did so well that he got a good rating? No, it seems like the assistant... Oh, yeah, he didn't make any subs. My assistant didn't sub a single player on. Nah, it'd be fine. Would be quite fun if we then got sacked now, actually. And... did get an assist, which is impressive. I guess he just clubbed one over the top right, didn't he? But yeah, it's not the end of the world. 1 assist out of 10. Ball performance. Bear in mind, as much as they expect us to win the cup, we are... like... So yeah. Oh, I forgot we lost the Super Cup as well. Board disappointed the team only reached the final. They don't seem to care about the result. But obviously we were only anticipating to get to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. So we've surpassed that, and we're going to win the league as well in a minute too. So it'll be fine. You can always get a fantasy points. What points? It'll be all right. Though I wasn't expecting it to be as much as that. We were never going to be getting sacked anyway because we have too much we have too much tenure. Like, they do judge those things quite a lot. You have to do some serious shit consistently to get sacked. Like, for us to get sacked, we genuinely would have to get knocked out of the Champions League group stage, not win the league or the cup all in the same seasons. It would be very, very difficult for us to get sacked at this point. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'd lost that to Cracovia, potentially, but they're not asked. How many goals did actually Neto score in that game? 12. He got 12. We certainly have set the record for goals conceded. Does that mean he's now the top scoring loan player? He must be, right? Surely. He'll be somewhere on here. I want to see how many goals he's actually got. Just easier to find him on here than it is. Jeez, he wasn't even having a very good season before this. Or is he there permanently now? Oh, there he is. He has got 25 goals, 12 of which... So half of the goals that he scored this season came in that game. He got 13 in his previous 41 matches, and he's just got 12 in that one. That's going to please him. Hopefully his goal bonus is decent. He should be thanking me, really. Superb. That was... explaining that one in the recap's going to be a bit... I'll just completely gloss over it as if it's completely meaningless. That's my play there. Neto on target. Did he? Was he? Love it. Maybe league only. Nah, that's not league only. That's just their overall numbers because there aren't 41 league games. Fan reactions. I don't know how you even see that. Stars count cost of refund. I bet. I imagine FM doesn't have a pun set up for if that should happen. You know, oh, they're on cloud 9. They're on cloud 39. I like to believe that all of their players have now gained 5 million on their transfer values for in the summer. And more importantly, that means Jagiellonia will be in Europe next year, which we do need to happen because, I mean, the league was starting to be a little bit worrying, right? Yeah, they weren't qualifying. And we do need them to get in there since the others are showing that they're not likely to do so. Yeah, they're in generational debt solely from goal bonuses. Hello, Gijo. It's been really good, actually. We are 1 game away from the Champions League final, but we're 5-0 up from the first leg, away from home at Stamford Bridge. We did just lose our last game 39-0, though. That isn't a joke. So it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, in fairness. I always wish that was a league game, just so Jagiellonia could suddenly have the best goal difference imaginable out of nowhere. Full worldwide scouting, 100% you could. And even for a month or two. Yeah, they just end up failing FFP because of all the goal bonuses. Okay. Better chance of, you got to believe, Jinjo. You got to believe. I know it's 3-1, though. That's a tough one to come back from. Yeah, the players did have morale hits for some of them, but I don't know how good their morale was to begin with, to be fair. But all the guys that are actually playing in the match, they're absolutely fine. I mean, their morale's a little bit lower. They definitely have had a slight knock from it, but it's probably not going to be throw away a 5-goal lead bad. Although, what I will say is, if we do end up losing this game to Chelsea, that would be not immensely funny. It would be absolutely devastating, right? Now, what was I going to do? Volkanov is going to come in. I am now a little bit worried. Just a teensy bit about this. Volkanov really needs to be in the middle, doesn't he? Because he's an absolute tall boy of a man. I'll make a couple of changes. I might not make too many, honestly. I have now got like that in the back of my mind, like, shit. I might just do Volkanov for this one. I'm just... Fuck it, I'm sending it. Part of me's going, oh shit, what have we done here? The other semi-final is Real Madrid versus Atletico Madrid. I'm really hoping it's Atletico we get in the final because I want revenge on them desperately for what they've done to us in the past. And I feel like I have a plan for Medina this time, if he's in the team, which obviously he is. As for how we handle it, to be fair, this tactic might be able to handle him better anyway, but I've got a plan this time. We lost by playing a system where we put all of our XG on the beach strikers in the team at the same time. And all of them were set to channel roles, basically. And then nobody was back, because the idea was we were trying to throw the cup final on purpose to get Jagiellonia into Europe, but it went a bit better than I'd anticipated, basically. In that we were 6-0 down, or was it 5-0 down, after 17 minutes, and still lost the game 39-0, which means they scored 33 in the remaining 73 minutes of the game. So I think their goals to minutes ratio actually improved upon us instant resulting. Imagine if we hadn't instant resulted it. Think how long... It was... Never mind. Never fucking mind. We are 6-0 up on aggregate in the Champions League semi-finals. I just realised I encouraged the team when we're 5-0 up. That always catches me out. We're already in front here. Chelsea are just getting absolutely mauled. I think this tactic might be the best of both worlds. It can absolutely club small sides. And apparently, I think we've been a bit lucky to not concede against Chelsea in this tie so far. And I think we will concede today. But I also feel like we've got more than enough potential to score more. Go on, sit around the corner here. I could see us, if we carry on at this kind of rate, winning this game 3 or 4-0 as well. Alan's in. It's 2-0. We are 7-0. I genuinely do not know what my biggest ever Champions League semi-final win is. But I can be pretty safe to assume that 7-0 against... These guys won the group stage. We are the Chelsea now. This is sensational. Inspired work. I don't know what to say. It is in the tactics pack, yes. It's the exact same version. I haven't touched it since then. I made the new tactics pack yesterday. The new tactics pack only has 4 tactics in it now because it's the 3 that we use in this save and then the 1 from my other save as well, which is more for like non-league schlumpery, as it were. 7-0 on aggregate. I guess Chelsea are going to be playing more aggressive here, which is just going to be leaving even more gaps for us. And if they're on form today, I might make a few half-time subs to rest a few people, and then I'll be more confident in getting some people on. Wait, surely not. Shankiti. Oh, hang on a minute. Go on. Uche with a banger. Nope, somebody with a banger. Just find a bit of space. Oh, good save. Is it doing it again? It is. Yeah, unfortunately, you probably won't be able to hear me saying this, chat, but unfortunately Twitch is shitting the bed again. Coming back a little bit. Just take it. I might pause it for a minute actually, just to let it come back. It's really struggling. Twitch is really having an absolute shitter today, isn't it? Is it back yet? Nope, still struggling. Wow. I'll just pause it while it's buffering. You might not even be able to hear what I'm saying, honestly, because of how bad the buffering is likely to be. I'll give it a minute. Oh, there we go. Is that normal again? Nope. God's sake, Twitch. They really have. They all are on something today. Because the thing is, my internet's still clearly working. Because I can see chat just fine. Oh, I can see why it'd be very stuttery. Oh, but the audio's fine. Oh, interesting. So it's like it's the video track that it's really struggling with. I will just hold it pause for a minute. Because we're only 16 minutes into the game anyway. But that is really starting to struggle now. I I don't want to progress too far in case it... What is going on? It really has just eaten shit now. Last time it recovered fairly quickly, but now it's just... I would say refresh, but honestly... So that's weird. I don't know, like... It just jumped to 45,000 kilobits a second. But I mean, even if it is on mine, not much I can really do about it now. By the way, we have just scored another goal. It's 8. Hey, we're back! It's gone green again. We're back. Just as we scored the 8th goal of the tie. Yeah, that is very strange. Huh. Yeah, it's back now. It just absolutely shat the bed again. I think it definitely is a Twitch issue and not a specific me issue, though, because 1, the audio was fine, and 2, Twitch chat wasn't struggling in any way. It was... I had no connection issues, per se. It was just a weird set of... Strange. Also, how is this... What is this team at the moment? We're 8-0 up in a Champions League semi. Certainly going to be good for... What is this defending? It's certainly going to be good for coefficient in the coming seasons if we are now going to actually finally become the European super team that we've always known we could be. Perfect in Chelsea. I mean, yeah, possibly, but it's also been good against, you know, other teams that got us to this page, to this state. Oh, surely not. It's another goal! I think Cabezas has a hat-trick. Yeah, he does. That's his hat-trick goal. It's 9-0 in the Champions League semi-final. Look at the football here. We might have accidentally chefed into, like, the perfect tactic for this team that we've got at this stage. The strikers are barely even... We're 9-0 up in a semi-final. This is true. This is our reward for allowing ourselves to be pummeled so hard. Maybe this is a new tactic. You just get battered in the first... Then again, it's not like we didn't win the first leg 5-0. They've not had a shot. Oh, there we go. They finally had a shot. I'm complete... This is the tactical setup we've dreamed about. Finally having a system that allows us to create chances that we actually score at a regular rate. Their keeper's probably really good as well. That's the thing. It's not even really down to their goalkeeper. It's just... I've always thought that there were certain types of chances that, despite the XG associated with them, go in more frequently than they should do statistically. And that's what we tend to concede. Or were conceding. Whereas I feel like we're conceding less of those chances now, and we're scoring and creating more of them. It's those, like, sort of... Not the really high quality chances, but the sort of middle, lower range ones. We're 10-0 up on aggregate. Wait. Hang on. Did we score a 5th goal? When did the 5th goal go in? Did I miss something? I swear we were only 4-0 up. Did it just skip an entire goal? It says Gomez scored here. We saw 4 goals, right? It says it's a 5th goal. It's not even showing up on the match momentum. Obviously, it won't do because it's in stoppage time. And even if we had seen it, that would have... What the fuck? It might be that it's just not showed us the highlight. Which actually has happened before. In fact, I wonder if the second we load into the second half, it shows us the highlight. We've had this happen before. I'm going to make a half-time sub or 2 here, just because I don't know what's happened. Sharpek will come on for Ashankiti. Nozadze will come on for Uche, because why not? Shrakala's on for Montperus. And Stick, I guess, for Gomez. Save that up just in case we get an injury. Yeah, to be fair, the latest score thing will always say that. A goal that occurs in stoppage time of any half doesn't get counted on the latest score panel, unfortunately. Which is still really silly. I guess we've created loads, apparently. Right, second half. We'll have to go and watch the highlight of the Christian Gomez goal after the match. Because I want to see what it looks like. That's really strange. The match momentum will only have 4 for the same reasons as the latest scores thing. The second the game enters stoppage time, it disregards any data gained from that point onwards, so until the second half starts. So any stoppage time goals don't get counted in there at all, both for match momentum, XG charts, and all that sort of jazz for some strange reason. Oh, Alan's through. Alan's all the way through. We're not giving up yet, are we? Oh, it's 6-0. It has to be lightning in a bottle stuff, this semi-final. We're 11-0 up in a Champions League semi-final. This is blowing my mind. Chelsea won the group. They scored it. They won every single game in the group stage. And we've just absolutely clapped them. And we can't even be like, oh yeah, we're using some OP tactic. This is the same tactic. I don't understand. But weird stuff is happening here. Go on, smash it. Go on, drive into the box. I don't know what is going on here, but for whatever reason, it's like FM's gone, do you know what? You deserve a treat after all those years of nonsense. It's the fact that it's happened in 2 back-to-back games. Oh, go on. And what? Edge of the box, surely. Cabezas nearly scores another one. Oh, he should have done. Get the yellow card off. Yeah, you're probably right. We've got Coffee on the bench. As much as I want Naeem to get more chances. Peace, we're doing very well. You might notice that we are 11-0 up against Chelsea on aggregate. What the fuck? And just to clarify again, the change we made for the tactic when we did build this was literally to move a player back into defense. I didn't touch the personal instructions on the player. I didn't touch any of the team instructions on the tactic at all. They are exactly the same. All we did was we moved a player back from central midfield into being a centre-back. Imagine if we just accidentally cooked into it. It's all right. We did lose our last game 39-0, to be fair. So it's kind of give and take. Doesn't show the replay until the end of the match. Oh, you're right. Maybe we will get it after the match. I guess bench warmers, I can't. I've used all my subs. We have brought the bench warmers on. They came on at half time. They're fully on the game. It's why we've limited our scoring to merely 1. Was it 2 goals? No, technically it's 2 because it's only 1, isn't it? We just didn't see the other goal for some reason. I almost don't want to concede though, because a clean sheet for both. Oh, he's into the channel now. This will probably never happen again, but at least we'll know that we could have done it. Oh, he's all the way through. Oh my god, it should have been. Chelsea are just so open. It's like watching, well, Fulham Chelsea yesterday, except only one team is actually doing it. He wasn't going to eat it, Carpenter Ron. He was going to lick it, and my god, did he. Like, we've been good, but we have actually been exceptionally good, in fairness. It's like payback for the 39-0. And I would think that, hilariously, there was some weirdness going on with that if it wasn't for the fact that we won the first leg 5-0 at Stamford Bridge as well. I do wonder if it is a case of the way that Chelsea play, this is just the absolute perfect kryptonite to their exact tactical setup. Because we didn't look this good against Espanyol. We looked good against them, but not quite, you know, this kind of level good. Oh my god. Because we threw the cup final to Jagiellonia. I tried out some weird tactical thing and it worked a little bit too well. Jagiellonia were just that good. Yeah, I'm as lost as you are on that one, Jinjo. It all went wrong. Bear in mind as well, the 5 goals we scored at Stamford Bridge, all of those were in the second half of that match after I made that halftime tweak, which I'm guessing. I wonder actually, is Pepe? Interesting. So he is actually now going after Loppy, but he's still not going after their midfielders in the same way that I did in the first leg. Because that seems to be what changes around. But hey. We're probably going to be in the Champions League final next stream chat, is what I'm saying. Which works out perfectly, actually, because, of course, it's a shorter stream on Thursday, so that means we can do the Champions League final and not have to worry too much about that, which is amazing. I am now very confident that we're going to win it, except if we are playing Atletico, 6-0 win, because he came on at half-time. So, as a result, he hasn't quite had the defensive contributions as some of his teammates. He might get a bump if we keep a clean sheet in the end, which we're... Oh, even Kate is pulling out saves. Bless him. None of the subbies have really done a great deal. Although there's probably a slight element of complaint. How in the world have we managed that? I mean, it's a deserved win. Cabezas got a hat-trick from that central midfield spot. When he eventually does... Then he's not even that old, is he, Cabezas? 11-0. You're right, we did start Volkanov. That was like the one player I did start. You're right. I suspect, but this is why you sort of need to be able to carry people a little bit, because when he got a 7 in the end, he probably just had less contributions than his teammates, because he is a much worse player in general. But getting him game time in games like this is part of the reason why we did that. And it's nice, it didn't actually cost us for once. Praise him. Oh, maybe. Interesting. Hang on, let me get the points paid out for this. So maybe me praising them at that exact moment caused it to skip it for some reason because it was in stoppage time or something. I don't know. Man of the match award probably is Cabezas, I'm guessing. Clean sheet as well. Love to see it. For all the defenders. What does that mean for the end there? A lot of Cabezas captainers, including Adventurous Aardvark, actually, who takes the dub in the end. Things you'd love to see. Let me have a look at this clip then. See what actually happened. We'll have a look at his goal in a moment as well. Probably really good as well. Actually score at a regular rate. Their keeper's probably really good as well. That's the thing. It's not even really... Right, so let's see. Actually score at a regular rate. So I praise them there. Their keeper's probably really good as well. That's the thing. It's not even... I praise them in the 38th minute. I don't know. Yeah, Sharpak apparently just wasn't interested in that, it would seem. It did jump a little bit, didn't it? That's why I'm kind of glad that things like this happen. Oh, I wonder if it was going to do that thing where it lags the timer. You know when it's the clock stays at a certain time until it catches up or something. I wonder if it was in the middle of generating one of those glitch highlights, and because I praised them in that exact minute, it like cancelled the highlight, but it still performed the actions under the hood or something. I'm glad this has happened on stream. I'm glad it's happened on stream, is all I'll say to that one. I used to hate it when things like this would happen when I'm not like this specifically, but when I was doing YouTube stuff specifically, because it's like, how do I even explain that? Yeah, let's go out of the match first so it saves it. That's how you handle a two-legged tie, isn't it just? 2 10 out of 10 ratings for Alan and Cabezas. Now it crashes immediately. Not that it would matter, we're through anyway, but my God. Curious to know what the other tie is going to be, though. A 6, oh my God, Atletico 1. Which I think was the away leg first. I'm going to save it again, out of safety. Do you know when you win like that, you just think to yourself, what has happened here? You almost go, oh, have I done something that's like stupidly OP? But honestly, like I said, this is the same tactic we've been playing since the start of the turn of the year. Couldn't beat Wisła Kraków with it. And also lost to Arca with it. Drew with Porto, same tactic. I guess, you know, it's got bedded in a little bit. I wonder if not having that gopping tactic being trained in the background has definitely helped us with familiarity with it, potentially. And also, we just lost that as well. Right, let's have a look at Gomez's goal. If it will let us.
There's a train coming anytime soon.
Oh, no, we can't look at it on the match day, can you? You have to go to the next day. Bruno Spupra, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Welcome in. We're in a Champions League final for Thursday. That's going to be dope. The question is who we're playing in the Champions League final, though. Is it Real Madrid or Atletico? I'd like it to be Atletico because I want to beat them. They're the one I really want after what happened before. But at the same time, I'm also just like, will they just do it to us again, no matter what we do? Concerningly. I mean, as much as I do have a plan for him, I don't want to dick about with the tactic too much. In the final. Oh, yeah, we threw the game deliberately to Jagiellonia so that they could qualify for Europe next year, because we obviously didn't need the cup win. Wasn't quite anticipating we'd lose by as much as that. My plan was to lose the game, not because he's 39 goals. But at least now we know that we can. We actually only scored once in the second half. Right, here's Gomez's goal then. Let's have a look. Frankie or Frank. Frankie third. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. 5 centimetres close marking. Well, yeah, but that's an entirely different tactic at that point, isn't it? It's quite a simple one. My plan for him is just I'm going to not invite crosses if he is in that position. Although, I'd be willing to give this tactic a go from the start because maybe the third centre-back just kind of nullifies him a little bit. But it didn't used to in the other version of the tactic, so I suspect it might be a case of we don't invite as many crosses. The camera angle, I believe... Oh, it always says 91. So when you go into highlights after a match, the game will always show you the... Like, that is weirdly low, though, for some reason. It always says, like, the end of the match time for some reason. It's really annoying. It never used to, but they changed it in one of the updates midway through the game cycle. And that's why I had to zoom in on the highlights that I show on the recap videos. How did that hit Gomez? I assume it deflected off of somebody and then hit Gomez. Because Alan was given the assist for it. How bizarre. No, I have to click into a goal to go back out of it. Another thing they could really sort. Oh, last time as well. He probably did, but like you can't stop a player from doing everything, right? There's only so much you can do. His real threat is the aerial threat that he brings, basically. So that was the main reason that they were able to get on the pitch. The main reason he can do things like a good player is a good player no matter what. But that was clearly the thing they were targeting with him. So that's what I intend to try and stop if I can do at least. Plan save from 27. Yeah, we are actually kind of locked in actually on those now. The beta is going to be Casapia in Portugal because one, their nickname is Os Gansos. And two, they've just signed Henrique Araujo, otherwise known as Classy Netneck. So it's worked perfectly. That's how they use him, exactly. So besides, ultimately, we've got to trust the fact that we're a better team than them and not try and do everything we can specifically to try and stop one player, because that will just break our tactic. But now I've got more logic in the background of being like, if he does start to pop off in the game, I have a back pocket idea of what I might do, which is simply stop inviting the crosses. Stop letting them get the ball to him in the first place with the crosses, because that was where they were really dangerous, those wide balls. So yeah, for the beta, Casapia, and then for the main save, obviously it's Building a Nation. Probably the last one I'm going to do, but we'll see. And that is Denmark with HB Kyrgyz. So Noah has a new seat, does he? Love to see it. He looks different these days, I must admit. Different looking lad. But fair play to him. The hair suits him. Temporarily in real life, perfect. Even better. Just have to score 1-1. Yeah, we did that a bit too literally against Chelsea in scoring 11 more than them. We'll never have another semi-final like that. In all my years of playing FM, I've never had a Champions League semi go like that before. I mean, we deserved the win, but not 11-0. We probably still could have, though, based on XG, have won this tie like 6-0 or something, or like 6-1, which is still an embarrassment for Chelsea, considering how good they've been. 7-0. Perfect. I wouldn't want to be managing a team that's too good anyway. That's boring. He says having just won 11-0 in the Champions League semi-final. We're playing Real Madrid. I mean, oh wow, what the hell happened here? Let me just go into Atletico's fixture. What the hell? Oh, that's the reserve team. Everyone remembers the weirdest things. So they won the first leg away from home. They were also winning the second leg. Oh, this gets even weirder. They were 2-0 up on aggregate. Then it was 2-1. Then Real Madrid got a red card, and I'm pretty certain that's our former player, Andres Herrera. Then Mastantuono, who's still playing there. Real life, not an FM. No, I know. I know it was real life and not FM. Because we were talking about my save for next year, right? Have enough for something else. It's more a case of like, I wouldn't know where to go next for a ban after that hasn't already kind of tickled my fancy in that one. And in addition, I think I would just really like to do for 28 a proper Outcast to Icons save from the beginning. It wouldn't have to be from the very beginning because we wouldn't be able to get a database straight away. So what I'd do with that is I'd choose a beta save that would get a bit more longevity out of it and then start the main save in like December. And that would be an Outcast to Icons one because we'd need to wait for enough extended databases to give us all the extra leagues that we need to make that work. The fact that Mastantuono, how old is he in this save? Still only 34 in fairness. He looks, considering how young he is, he actually looks fairly old in the picture. But I thought if it was going to be the last one, then doing Denmark felt right for me because that was the first one I ever attempted to do and I never really got a chance to go deep with it because obviously I binned off YouTube for 2 years in the middle of it. I thought about it with Poland, but then because of the way that the game's been this year and all the ups and downs of it being tough to manage with, and also with the Spanish Scourge stuff, I just felt like it didn't feel like a right way to finish. That's kind of the way I looked at it. So compatibility. True. So it shouldn't take too long. All I would need is basically enough to the point where the databases are out that will allow us to turn on all of the European leagues to a certain level as well. Tactics Masterclass. Which one are you? Why are they all in the second half? I guess I got a bit tired really running up and down the pitch. The red card. See, that's what we were missing. If we'd have had a red card, it could have been so much better. Nomads in the Balkans. I mean, the Nomads thing... I mean, essentially Nomads was just Outcast to Icons, but done with league stuff instead of European trophies, because that was the overall, like, thematic side of things. Along with the thing I was running with it, which obviously would never work on terms of stream. Love about it. Oh, I love them too. But I did really enjoy our little sojourn with Outcast to Icons during the extended timeline. But that's why I feel like what we've learned from this save, we could take to Denmark and actually get a lot of success with. The thing I like about Denmark the most is the fact that you can loan players from 15. So we'll have no issues with loan farming anybody, basically. What does that do for us coefficient-wise, actually? Because it would take some points off of England, but of course, not enough. 19.5, which actually, 19.5 points is pretty good when you consider that we didn't have a team in the Conference League this season. And we also lost a team in the group stage of the Champions League really early. Oh, Tromsø was... I still look out for them as well. It'd be quite fun if they were to do something against Brighton at the Amex on Thursday. That would be kind of good. Plus, it would just be nice. I suppose... If Brighton did lose that, would they be in the Conference? No, that's the Conference League, isn't it? They wouldn't be in Europe at all. That seems unlikely, but you never know. I mean, they kind of felt like they were doing that anyway, Anarith. We're sort of 102 points here. We'd have probably been more into the mid-20s, like, not mid-20s, but like a 21 point if we had the other one. A non-Danish limit of 8 in the registration squad. I don't know. But these are all rules we will come to. And isn't it like a bit more specific than just like non-Danish? But it might not be. I don't know. A lot of these countries have a thing where it's like if a player's been in the country a certain amount of time, they don't count as non-Danish or whatever. Danish being the example here. Oh, perfect. Okay, so that leaves us in a very good spot because next stream obviously will be Champions League final Real Madrid, which is fantastic. To actually speak to players about naturalization as national. It's weird that you can't, because I swear you always used to be able to. Europa League semis. Well, there's no one in them anyway, because... Well, sorry, no, there is teams in them. It's Inter versus Southampton in the Europa final, and then it's Eintracht Frankfurt versus Newcastle in the Conference League. Eesh. 5 years in Denmark from 15 to 21. Exactly, so that's fine. Most countries have rules like... Poland has rules like that too. So it's not a big deal. It's only when they have hard-coded limits that just completely hard limit it and there's no way to gain that status. That's when you have a problem. Yeah, they got knocked out of the quarterfinals, unfortunately. It's tough. Poland by the Netherlands, really? I guess it's because they have loads of teams in the lower competition, so that's good. Gain nationality. It doesn't, surely if you ask them to represent, they then... Do they not gain the nationality by doing that? Doesn't that then switch to become their primary nationality in order for the game to work? Or is this if they have no nationality whatsoever associated with it? Yeah, Sweden does have the tough part, which is not ideal. Right, I'm going to say that there. I've got a couple of league games to do, which, you know, we're going to win the title. It's fine with this tactic. I guess the question is, which one of our first team players is going to get a 6-month injury in between now and then, no matter what we do, no matter how much cotton wool I wrap around their ass? But I don't know what... I'm still struggling to believe that we just won a Champions League semi-final by that scoreline. It just makes no sense to me. And it'll probably never happen again. But as long as it happens this season, that's absolutely fine. Wow, there's only like 7 people streaming FM in English right now. And there's this doctor fella. Never heard of him, but we'll see if he's any good. You know, we can ask him what his favourite flag is or something. Seems to be doing some kind of transfer special. Bet goalkeeper. Oh, yeah, what should be Keita? Or... Actually, it'll probably be Cabezas, won't it? But I bet he's not even a real doctor. Crazy. The best way I can sum it up, Felix, is we are in the Champions League final next stream. We won the semi-final 11-0 on aggregate against Chelsea, and we lost 39-0 in a cup game. If I was to summarise it for the previously command for next stream, then that's the best way I would sum that up. Anyway, this has been very, very fun, but also somewhat of a fever dream. And if you do have any more ideas for the FN27 wish list, drop them in the Discord channel for that, because I'll be very curious to see what you guys have to say about that, and I'm sure Mike will be very grateful for that as well. So yes, recap video will be out on Thursday morning, quite early, because I'm getting up earlier for a run, which will be fine, and obviously be out on the Patreon tomorrow.